cause everything around me green. Get the money, dollar bill, yo.
I've been on camera a lot this month because we've upped our cadence of video stuff. So it's all good. You guys find out good information. You get to see fun things. You get to see the sausage being made, as we like to say.
Yeah, after that thing we did with Doggett last time, you'll find a better analogy.
The factory, the chocolate's being made.
There you go. It's the fact. Yeah, so we can see how anyway. Okay, so here's a question. Day-night cycle, when's it going to be out? So we got it in, but the problem was the night cycle just didn't look great. I mean, literally, like, the programmer got it working, and then somebody has to go through and set up all the keyframes of here's how the lighting should look all day. And the person who was supposed to do that was John, and he was out of town. So by the way, the last month or 6 weeks has been absolutely hideous that's when everybody leaves.
It's
right?
summertime.
It's summertime. So it's like, hey, we've got this bug. Who's going to fix that? Oh, well, that's on Mark. Well, who else can fix it? Nobody can, really. This is a particular thing that's on Mark, which we hate. We try to not do that, but it's kind of with a project this big, it's a big project now, it's inevitable that you're going to have some things that are really bumpy and painful when you have lots of people out. Val has been out for the last 3 weeks. Gordon just got back from Spain, and literally I've seen him this morning for the first time in 3 weeks, because before that I was in Ireland with my family. It's just been a crazy time for people being out of the office, so it's made getting updates and stuff very, very bumpy. And you guys I can tell, have noticed that, because I see posts on the forums like, where's the patch notes? Oh yeah, sorry, we forgot the patch notes last time. It happens. It's hard when you're dealing with such a small team and such a large project.
Yeah, and every
when
summer
key people are gone.
Yeah, every summer. I mean, you can't tell people they can't go on vacation, right? You're just like, oh well, all right, we just work around that problem.
Right.
So
exactly. So back to day night. John O'Neill was out of town. He is back now. It's just a question of having him sit down and do it. The reason that we decided to actually push it off is because it is purely cosmetic. It doesn't do anything yet. There's a follow-on task to have it start to adjust things like the spawners for monsters and harvestables and things like that. That doesn't work yet. So we'll get back to it. It's just another thing, and unfortunately, to get the air balloon to have some altitude, you have to occasionally throw some things over the side. And for this campaign milestone, that's one of the ones that we made the call. We just need to move forward. Let's not wait for it.
So we can talk about the phase of where the campaign is right now, right? Because we're in week 1.
Yeah.
Right. So right now it is still us propping up the testing stuff. We're trying to make sure the dragon statues work. We're moving that functionality to the thrones for claiming the keeps. We basically want to make sure all of the pieces work.
Yeah.
Right. And we're just propping those up, and then we're going to add in the bigger map. They're going to get a bunch of AI so that they have things to fight in the beachhead ares. They can get the leather.
We need to put leather in. That was just a mistake.
Yeah.
We actually intended to prop Bloodbath at the same time.
The big tyranny.
But that, I thought there was supposed to be a Bloodbath map coming up also at the same time, and I don't think that happened.
No.
So it's just, there's just so many moving parts right now, and it's very hard with so many people out.
But you're going to get the bigger map. So you've got Tiny Tyranny now. There's a bigger version of Tyranny, which has the 3 bases, and it's just a bigger, more fleshed out thing. It's just we didn't want to bring that up as the first thing.
Yeah.
Right.
There's a lot of claimable spots. We haven't talked about or released anything of the map because Fog of War, but there's actually, the one they're in right now, I think has like one of each, right? Like it's not really an actual map.
No.
It's specifically a system testing map. So I tried to explain that in a founder's update because I wanted to set expectations that this first version that was going to come up, there were going to be a number of systematic problems that anyone coming into it actually expecting to be able to play a real campaign, I knew was going to be sorely disappointed. And we put it up last weekend, and guess what happened? There were a bunch of systematic problems, right? The fact that a single Ganetian with stealth could go and claim the entire map, that's an issue, right?
Sure.
That has to be fixed. So there was a handful of those. We went through yesterday and collected all of the feedback over the weekend, plus our own testing feedback. Thank you guys for that. It's hugely helpful. I categorized it all and sat down with Max and went through it. And there's probably, I want to say, somewhere between 6 and 12 that are giant showstopper bugs that are actually like, this is going to stop a campaign from being functional. Sure. And then on top of that, of course, there's dozens and dozens of like, hey, this fryer power doesn't work. Why? So I collected all those too and got them to Mark, and he'll do what he always does, which is just make a run through and fix as many as possible.
And the stat doubling one, that one's irking me.
Yeah. There's a handful. We're also we've got the new character sheet stuff coming online.
That's
right?
that's in the race class branch.
Are you guys going to show that?
Yeah,
today?
Susie and I have an hour on
Okay,
that.
great. So that is it's great for a couple reasons. One of which is that it's just for the obvious reason of now I have a character sheet and I can start to puzzle out how this game system actually works. That's kind of a big deal, right, for an RPG. The other one is it's starting to bring to light bugs that have been in there for a long time that we just weren't able to really tell what was going on because that data was very hard to get to.
Yeah.
So both of those I think will be huge benefits to us. So.
Yeah, we're starting to get to the system, like, obviously making an MMO is moving 1,000 pebbles one tablespoon at a time.
Right.
Right, and
a couple boulders. Right.
Right, but now we're getting to the points where we're getting a lot of. I mean, we haven't talked about the guild stuff, which is getting close, and like secure trading, which is getting close. We have a lot of other little things being built in parallel to the campaign worlds coming online, and those things are finishing up as well. So,
Yeah, you're a half giant.
yeah,
By those standards, you're a half giant.
it's like, God damn it! All right. Anyways,
Now you have more classes available to you. Huh? You're
Yeah.
half giants.
Yeah,
That's
half giant.
cool, right?
Half Giants get some fun stuff. With all the racial stuff, I'm kind of happy with how cool. Because every time I describe a racial power to somebody or a kit, everyone's like, "That's really cool and really overpowered." And I describe another one, they're like, "That's really cool and really overpowered."
Yeah,
and
they're
I'm like,
all really cool and really overpowered.
that was the goal, is to make them all really cool and overpowered. Because
So, Tennis wants to know more about my vacation, so I'm going to go ahead and tell him. So we did both Northern Ireland.
has the Frostweaver design weapon been finalized? The Frostweaver has not been finalized. I was printing out the Cleric thing today, and I went down the list I've got a big list of all of the bubble docs that we call them that we do. And the last one on there is Frostweaver. I'm like, wow, we're down to one major class to build.
Yeah.
I haven't designed it yet, but it's on there. And I was like, there's one.
Yeah.
I can remember back when we started and that list was all empty, and now it's all full but one.
It's also interesting. We found that so historically, you guys will remember that we've always done meet the blank, right? Like meet the knight, meet the confessor, meet the whatever.
Yep.
And just going through this last week, it occurred to us that we're going to have to break those now because it's races and classes, and they're two different things.
Yep.
So I think we've got one of those coming up. That didn't go out yesterday, did it?
That goes out
Tomorrow?
Thursday.
Okay.
Yeah,
You want
it
to
goes-
preview?
Meet the Elkin.
Meet the Elkin. So it'll be our first time that we do a full rundown of a race runestone, and there's actually enough there to warrant a full update. Is like you said, every time you make one of these, everybody looks at it and goes, "Oh my God, that's completely OP." And no, it's just interesting and different. And some combinations will be OP, and we'll have to deal with
I am
that.
absolutely sure, but there's so many variables now. I mean, we went from a game that had very little customization. You played a knight,
Yeah.
and you had no customization, and now we've got oodles and oodles, I guess is the best way to describe it. I mean, there's just...
Well, that's probably not the best way, but that's the A way.
and
Oodles.
I don't know why my brain stuck up with oodles and oodles, but I seem to remember some commercial from the 80s.
Yeah. But yeah, so some Deer coming to you later this week. And then are we going to go back, do you think, and do write-ups on all the other races, or do you think we'll just kind of cover them in stuff like today's
I think if
live
we
stream?
get a strong enough lore piece on each.
There's already tons of lore on the website.
You could always use more, though, couldn't you?
I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah, we need more lore. More lore. Everyone loves lore. Especially if we've been talking about going through all the skill nodes on the skill trees and adding a little lore element to each of them to tell really the story of the Crowfall universe and add all of that lore in, because it's super interesting. And now that we've gotten past, like, basically erecting the sides of the house, we need to start decorating it and making it a fun, interesting place.
Okay, so Quasidoc said, why are you putting a paywall for testers for the current testing phase? 5.2, for example, this will be the norm. So, first of all, it will be the norm. It's always been the norm. This is the way we've done it since the very beginning. And it's not, I mean, I guess the easy answer would be to just assume we're jerks, but that's actually not the case. So when we put out a new build, the problem is that when you add players to the build, the more players you add, the more likely the issues are to cause stability to go in the crapper.
Right.
So if you add 1 player and there's a 1% chance that they're going to hit a bug, add 100 and you got a 100% chance that they're going to hit the bug. So what you do with the new build is you put it out and you put a small number of players into it first, and then over time you add more and more and more players as you get the stability, as stability allows. So I guess the question could be, well, why weren't you democratic and just made it a random raffle? Why did you go with the highest paying backers first? And I guess there's an argument to be made there, but it's not a new thing. Like the Kickstarter came out and said the higher dollar packages are pre-alpha 1, pre-alpha 2, alpha 1, alpha 2. So we've done that since the very beginning. So I can understand, you know, some people saying, oh, I don't like it, but it's not an uncommon thing and it's not something that's new. So it is what it is. But that there is a very practical reason to letting in smaller numbers of players first and growing it over time. Is that's the right way to test these systems to get to your stability. It's very, very rare that you can build something complex and dump it immediately in front of 100,000 or a million
and
people
it just
works. That almost never happens. You always need to increment your numbers into it. So
yeah, and MMOs are, I always like to describe them as a big giant spider web. You touch something over here and the web starts to jingle or break up here, and things that we didn't even touch for months. You're like, how did that break? How did doing damage break? And you're just like, somebody touched something and it just caused the web to break on the other side. So those early tests are great for finding out things like that.
So the reason that I answered that one is because it happened to be the one that I looked at most recently. Have you tested the number of bots, the 200 Ranger video that we never saw in action? We try to run those tests and then we break things, and we try to run those tests and then we break things. That's just, we're still in the phase of development where we're adding stuff so quickly that it destabilizes and breaks everything. So yeah, I mean, we have to get there. We know that we need to get back to running that stuff. The character system has completely been redone since we did those original LOD tests. Remember that? That was 2 telethons ago.
Wow. Okay. Yeah.
So yeah, we've had to completely redo the character system, I think, twice.
Well, so with race class, the prefabs just got completely rebuilt.
Right. That's just kind of one of those things that happens through the course of development. You build the system, and then you figure out you need more functionality. You figure out you need to optimize. You figure out, hey, we're doing this now, and that changes the way we need to do these. And you go back and you do it again.
And poor Greg always cries after they rebuild the prefabs every time because it always breaks weapon trails.
Yeah.
Every single time it breaks weapon trails. Now, however, so with the race class stuff, we had to completely break the weapons out of the character prefabs, and now it's its own thing, which is how we were able to get dual wield working and weapons across all of the races and classes. So before it was a big issue, and it actually bloated each particular prefab because we had to put that weapon in the prefab. Now there's its own weapon prefab, and they all share from it. So it's great for reuse, and it means that we don't have to do a lot of bloat in those packages, and hopefully the weapon trails will stop breaking.
All right, so will we be able to store vessels we aren't using? Basically, can vessels be stored? And the assumption is, yeah. I mean,
yes.
That's the whole point of the vessel system, is that those things are basically objects. They're stored as objects. So you'll be able to move them in and out of the bank. You'll be able to actually put them in containers. So they're going to be stored just like any other object. And we just went through the process of actually getting building attachables to store as part of building. So if I attach now a flag on the wall of my house, and then I pick up that house, it actually encapsulates that within the deed, so that if I later go and drop that house somewhere else, that flag is still there. It's not lost.
Right.
Which sounds. I mean, it's one of those things that to you guys sounds trivial, and of course it should work that way. But that means somebody has to go build a hierarchical data management system where objects can be stored inside of other objects.
They're basically containers.
And they're effectively containers. So Bentley just worked on that.
But back to the vessel. Once you add a discipline into a vessel, and you swap to a different vessel, we're going to refund that vessel to you with that discipline in it. So you just can't pop those disciplines in and out of there. You're going to want to keep those vessels because you may only have one version of Juggernaut or one version of Bard or one version of whatever, and that's in your particular human vessel. Now you can use that same human vessel to jump between different classes that are available. So if you want to use the human vessel with Bard in it as a Cleric or a Knight, you can do that, right? Because it's a human. So, but it is an inventory object, and we're talking about where to put those in the inventory.
So DM Brandon's here. I've actually seen him tweeting a couple times, so I'll go ahead and take his question because he seems fairly upset about it. So he's basically saying, you guys have changed your philosophy in terms of selling stuff. Why are you selling stuff now when you said originally you wouldn't? And I just disagree with that. I don't think we have changed our philosophy. If you look at the Kickstarter, the things that we sold there are the same things we're selling now, and they only can affect your kingdom. So I'm sorry if that was a misunderstanding in the beginning, but it's not something that's new or different. It's just that's the way it's always been. We had packages in Kickstarter that we sold. We sold parcels, and we sold castles, and those are the exact same things that we're selling now. That's all we're selling. I mean, you can't take those things into the campaign worlds, and you can still build everything with in-game resources that you can get in the shop. They're also cosmetic. I mean, while they are cool, I can have a big cool castle. It's not giving me any benefit in my EK, and I can't take it to the campaign world. So I still believe that that line is a good one. I can totally understand if you're frustrated and you don't agree with that, but it hasn't actually changed. That's the way it's been since day one. So I know you're not going to like the answer, but I'm not going to shirk from it. You asked the question, so there's your answer. How's the race class, or not the race class, the weapon split coming? Where are we in that process?
It looks pretty functional now. We got all the big bugs knocked out last week. It's going to be math problems in the future, and that's what Mr. Howlish has been working on as part of the new skill tree redesign for the combat trees, is budgeting that people are naturally probably going to take mismatched weapons. So if you take an axe and a mace, you get the benefits from the skill trees for all axe skills and all mace skills. So that's a pretty significant advantage, which probably means most people are going to take mismatched weapons. And we're talking about a way to give benefits for people who take matching pairs, just because that's also a cool thing.
Yeah. I don't want to effectively force everybody to use a knife and a fork.
Basically. You can use 2 forks if you want to, but that's tech that we need rather than tech that we have. So we're building with what we have right now. And it also caused some... we had to redo some crafting stuff so that you get correct power cost multipliers on both of them, because you have 2 weapons now, right? And then we also added power cost multiplier and more stats to shields. So shields are now considered offhand, right? So basically breaking all of that apart, and we were assuming that that was never going to happen. And it's kind of funny, you build all one way, and then an engineer's like, hey, look at this, and this is actually way easier for us to do. And it's like, all right, well, let's go back and redo all the math. So
you've now gone through all the powers as well and figured out which ones should be dual wield powers and which ones should be single powers, so that if you use one weapon but don't put one in the offhand,
it won't let you use that power.
It won't let you use all the two-handed powers, but you will be able to use the single one-handed powers.
Right, but generally we gave, like Ranger, for example, all of her powers, or all of the Ranger powers, because now they can be males as well, were animated as two-hand things, so they all require two-hand things, because it would look silly if you had a weapon in this hand and a punch in this hand.
Hey, speaking of Ranger, are we going to make some changes to the stack size for testing?
Yeah, we'll increase some.
A very popular request over the last couple of weeks. Well, longer than that, but
yes, we're going to increase the arrow size,
right.
Stack size.
So there you go. We're going to do that for you guys. I know that's not a long-term solution. We're talking about how to fix it long-term, but initially, at least, we can give you some larger stack sizes and larger crafting recipe results, right?
Yeah.
So we'll create bigger stacks for you on arrows as a result of crafting. So
where do they find their key? That's an interesting. I bought the bundle. Where do I find my game key? Okay, good. Thank you, Jack.
Customer support. During Siege Perilous, the physics engine was broken. Has it been worked on since? Yes, it has. It's one of those areas where we basically have a dedicated resource. There's very few areas where it's like, all right, we need a person on this full time kind of forever. But physics and movement is probably the biggest area we have an engineer that's dedicated to it. And it still is constantly needing additional work and additional love. So, but yeah, it is back up and running. In fact, in this current build, you can get in to the Siege equipment, though. Of all people, I think Cool Waters, you may want to hold off on that since it hurt you pretty badly this weekend. He got stuck in a trebuchet forever.
And then he dying, he got warped
He's still
back
stuck into the trebuchet.
I think
prison box.
Yeah, Mark fixed that yesterday. Yeah, so that will at least not happen in the future.
Yeah.
In the exact same way. It could happen in a different way, like you get warped right next to where you were. But it's not the same. Anyways, we fixed that specific bug from the weekend, or from last weekend, which is always good.
So will we see the ballista back soon? Where's the ballista actually? So the reason that one was a little weird was because it's basically it's a constructible asset on top of another constructible asset, right? Because it worked before because it was a constructible asset on a wall and the wall was fixed. But now those walls start as foundations and grow to walls. And so there was something that was a little weird with that. Did we get that working yet?
It should, like once the siege starts, that should be able to be built.
Okay.
So
I think that's probably why you guys haven't seen it then, because the siege rules are turned off right now.
Yeah.
And you just claim things by going up and tapping.
Right.
You
In
just
the
cap things.
in
So-
the bigger map, there is a whole. We've declared a siege. I'm sieging your town, right? And there's a response time by you, and then various things start spawning. The hippos for the catapults start spawning. Excuse me. And the hippos for the ballista will all be active at that time. The walls can't be repaired. Like there's all kinds of rules that happen when a town is under siege. So you guys haven't seen that yet, and you will start to see that in the bigger tyranny map once we stand that one and put it in front of you guys.
All right. So when are we going to see dual wielding shields?
Shields.
Well, there's a lot more characters going to have shields now, right? It used
There
to be
is.
just the knight, but now you can have a Ganesian with a little shield. You can
Right,
have
but
a dwarf with a shield.
His main hand wasn't animated such that his animations would look good with two shields. Right. That's just a
Dual wielding bow shields, 2 shields at once.
Yes, that's what they're
I don't
asking
think
for.
We're probably going to do that.
There's I think you do that in Dark Souls, and there's a couple other games that had that, but you make animations for it. You just don't slap a shield in the spot of where a one-handed mace should go.
Question was about walls and passable gates, and whether that's going to wait on sieging. And no, that stuff should have been in. It just wasn't quite functional. I think the problem was initially there was no way to take down the fort walls. Like it was just impossible. There was no way to deal damage to those. So the fear was if we'd put the teleporter on for this last weekend, people would build up the walls and then they would have an impenetrable fortress, basically, of solitude they could retreat to. So Jonathan left the doors open initially. But now with this next version that comes out, you should be able to destroy the fort walls, at which point we can put those teleporters back in so that you can actually have only faction members zip back and forth.
With
through those
basic
gates.
attacks. So with a basic attack, you can beat on a wall.
Yeah, you just walk up to the wooden walls can be destroyed just with normal basic melee attacks. The stone walls still require siege.
I think the
weapons.
Confessor basic attacks will work as well, the fireballs.
Oh, cool. All the basic attacks.
Yeah.
Right.
Eventually, we will make a special attack that is a wall breaker attack. And however we do it, if you equip a hammer or whatever, we will figure that one out.
Yep. Any work towards NPCs and shops? Not really. So I can tell you the steps that have to go through to get there. So we need to fix the camera so that slotting things inside of a house isn't broken. And we were working on that. When I left, actually, Bentley was working on that. So I need to go by and check and see how that
You should
that
hassle
looks.
him about that.
Yeah, because attachables, like I want to put a Merlin on top of a wall, that worked great because the camera kicks up and looks down. But if I was inside a house and I wanted to put something up against the wall, like I want to put a relic in this corner or whatever, it would put the camera up outside the house, and that didn't work very well. So we needed a different type of camera setting for attachables.
Right.
Then we needed to set the crafting stations up so they have a particular socket type and they can go into those corners. So I might have only 4 sockets that allow for crafting stations. And then the next one was going to be vendor stations, which effectively will likely be like crafting stations, only instead of putting recipes in there, you will put a thrall deed or whatever.
Sure.
So there's a couple steps that need to happen. None of them are particularly challenging or particularly risky from a technical standpoint. It's just things, right?
It's
just
work.
It's just work. And so in order for that to happen, somebody has to be assigned to that work. And the same guy who would be assigned that work right now, for example, is working on fixing the world map because there were issues with it that came up last weekend. So it's just a question of time and energy. So we'll get to it. And we know how it's going to work. It's just a thing we haven't quite got to yet. So
It's moving all those little pebbles.
yep. So are you going to put blocking in for scimitar druids at some point? It's broken.
Sure.
They say you said it a couple times ago.
Yeah.
I don't recall that, but I wasn't in the room
Yeah,
for that.
I'll I think that's on my list somewhere. There's so many things.
Yeah.
So many things.
Yeah. So that we must have a lot of people playing druids, by the way, or druids are way more broken than everybody else.
Well,
because
I mean,
in the playtest last weekend, when I was going through looking at all the bugs, I'd say probably half of them are druid, and then there's a couple that are Ganetian and a couple that are ranger, and then a splattering of others like disciplines and stuff like that. But
I mean, one of the two healers.
why do you hate druids so
I
much?
just, yeah. Actually, I like the druids a lot.
They're pretty cool.
And I like the scimitar druid, the whole forego healing to be a damage dealer pure.
Will there be skills that create, and I think by skills I mean powers, that create obstacles such as creating bridges across things and stuff like that? I would love to do that. I think that would be really cool. I've really wanted us to be able to do ice walls and stuff like that.
Well, yeah, I mean the whole the ranger archer stake was always supposed to be a destructible object,
Right.
Right? It's just we haven't paid for that tech yet.
Right, it's just another
It's
damn
just
thing.
another thing.
It's another damn
Would you
thing.
like everything? Yes, I would like everything, and I would like it now.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we don't build
I would
like
like
that.
it now. I'm the most impatient guy in this office. I want everything, and I want it last week. So if I have to be patient, I guess everybody else does too. It
Yeah.
sucks.
Yeah, I mean, we still want things like totems and stationary pets and all kinds of. I think those things will come online and we'll make them into disciplines, right? Because the discipline system is just so cool, right? We will get to those things. It's time.
It's funny how you take a look at these systems, right, and you actually list out how much stuff you still have to get done, and it always seems daunting. It seems like a never-ending list. But then if you look at the list of things you do have working, which I did recently, it's also a mountainous work. So we've actually got a lot of stuff behind us that's just surprising and shocking how much there always seems to be more. And it makes sense because you're comparing in your mind. Right, you're comparing games in development to games that have been out for a decade.
Right.
And those games that have been out for a decade have had a team working on them, adding stuff to those games every single month going back for 10 years or whatever.
Right.
So it is kind of interesting because it's stuff that you don't really think about that really kills you on projects like this, right? We spend none of our time talking about the stuff that's actually we spend 90% of our time on. 90% of the work is unglamorous. Like, all right, I want to be able to loot a monster. That means that when I kill a monster, concept of combat, it's a big one, and then I actually destroy it, take all its health out. I have to now take it and spawn a corpse. I have to get that corpse to float, not embed in the ground, not be above the ground. I need that to be an interactable that I can go up and use it. It needs to open a container. That container needs loot tables. The loot tables need to be filled out by someone and then balanced. I need to be able to drag things out of that to get them in my inventory. I need to check the container rules to make sure that I don't overflow my inventory. I mean, there's just so many little pieces to do that somebody actually has to do. It's like now I need to check the overflow rules. That's a task that somebody, it just doesn't happen magically.
Right.
You have to go to an engineer and go, hey, I need to check the overflow rules. And they're like, all right, well, that's going to take me 4 hours or a day or whatever. If you include the bugs, everything is at least a day,
Yeah.
right? And so then they go and they build it, and then they finally get it working, and you're like, great. And you get no credit for that. Even in our own minds, I was like, I'm not giving you credit for that. Of course it should work. Of course you should.
Of course you should be able to loot.
Of course you should be able to loot monsters.
Oh,
So-
and then after that, they become corpses again, so you can harvest them.
Right.
And then you have to do a whole bunch of, and then dubers fly, and then who picks up the?
It's a giant cascading amount of work for trivial things that you just kind of assume they should be there. And what's funny to me is that's really what kills people when they set out to do an MMO, because that's never what we talk about, right? We always talk
No.
about the big ticket. What are those one or two things that we're going to do that are going to be unique, that's going to make us
Right.
different than WoW? But just getting to the point where you have a functional game is years and years and years of experience. And a lot of people that don't get it. I assume that now some of you guys who have been watching us since the beginning, you're going to directly see that now and you understand how long everything takes. And it's not, there's no way this is just a problem with our team or any other one team, because this is every team. They all take this long, right? Every game, WoW takes this long to get things done, and they have all the resources of all the resources in the world. So, but anyway, so there you go. I don't know. I got off on a rant about
how long it takes
to do every little damn thing and how impatient I am. So, all right. So, any other last minute questions before we start to set up for our next session?
Will we see more deadly and numerous monsters soon? I miss zombie hordes.
Yeah,
yes.
we need more monsters too.
So
if I look at what is lacking in the game experience right now, the lack of monsters is just a clear and obvious hole.
It's one of the bigger things I want to get to after we finish the race class split.
Right.
It's just our baseline PvE experience where you can just log in and just go beat on zombies or whatever. Once you start actually having to look for those minor disciplines on creatures and loot tables rather than...
And resources and materials.
Right. There's all kinds of things you're going to want to kill the NPCs for. Again, there's a huge list of things. Our old AI wasn't very good. It couldn't follow you and swing at the same time, for example.
Right.
It could either follow you or it could swing at you. It couldn't do both of those things. It couldn't walk and chew bubblegum, do the whole... Yeah. So we're going to obviously improve that. They will be more interesting to fight. That is the goal. They will be more lethal at nighttime is one of your side caveats, as well as they will behave just like resources on the ranking system, where if you're on a rank 3 parcel, you're going to get rank 3 NPCs. If you're on a rank 10 parcel, you're going to get rank 10 NPCs. So risk versus reward, go fight the stuff that you think is most challenging for the level of stuff that you have and the level of skill that you have.
Hey, they're asking you a swig question.
Where's that?
Where creature
handling roots be used in any way. ID is my favorite part of Swig, and I'd love to see the mechanics like that in Crowfall. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. It was one of my favorite systems to work on. The Beastmaster system. In fact, Hallish is over here. He worked on it as well. We had a great fun time. Didn't we, Mark?
We did.
Building that system. And once we get to animal husbandry in Crowfall, as well as the capturing of thralls to make disciplines, I think you'll probably see some of our familiar design touches on those systems.
Somebody, Tin has asked about mounts. So the biggest thing that's going to delay mounts is going to be content. There is work that still needs to be done there on the engineering side, but a lot of it actually has been done. Technically, the catapults and ballistas and stuff like that are mounts.
Yep.
And in fact, the catapults that we originally had that moved around were moving mounts. So at one point, a lot of the pieces were working, but it, as is always the case, when you kind of leave it behind, it starts to have code rot and content rot. So
as Cool Waters found out last weekend.
Yes, we're going to have to bring all that stuff back, and so I wouldn't. There's nobody specifically right now tasked with get the mount stuff in and make it finished, but a lot of the pieces are there. So it's slowly moving forward, like everything else. Progress bars. That's my life. Everything is progress bars. So, are you still planning on having plant harvesting?
It's in the trees. If we have time, I'd always like to do that for the alchemy stuff to make herbalism, plant harvesting, and again, it's content at this stage. So
that's technically the same as any of the other harvesting things, right? Is we'll create little POI harvestables. They'll spawn. You use a runestone tool to get them. They'll shoot some stuff out. So that is literally that one shouldn't require any code. That is a design and art gated task.
Yep. Can art give us the nodes? There's a bunch of work they have to do. There's a bunch of effects work. There's some animation to make the sickle. Actually, the summoning should be the same to make the sickle.
Yeah.
But that's what we would call a content feature at this point. And you're like, hey, we need some more content. A lot of those things that don't cross the finish line end up usually being a game's first big patch after they launch. So for us, some of these things are just going to go to that bucket where it's going to be post-launch. I don't know where this one's going to land based on all of the other work we have to do.
He said a new tool needing more space on the UI. It really shouldn't actually. There's the three main tools, right, that have dedicated slots,
Yep.
and then that fourth slot where the knife goes is the wildcard slot. So any new and other tools that you would have, you get to pick which one goes in that slot.
Correct. So, I mean, again, we have all of the systems on that. We just need time to do the content. And that's, like for us, that's a multi-week task, right? I mean, it takes a considerable amount of time to make all the loot tables. I mean,
and tie to the recipes and stuff like that. Yeah.
And make some interesting recipes and not just kind of shotgun it out there. So something I want to do. We'll see what happens.
Tennis was asking another Thrall question: do we fight them or press F? So we actually haven't gotten to that yet, obviously. My assumption is that we're still going to have a fighting mechanic and that it would be tied into some kind of capture power, which may be as simple as you have to kill them within this summoning circle, like you drop it or something.
I was thinking it's
that.
like a little iPhone app that you pull up and there's a monster there and you spin the little ball. Yeah, we don't know yet.
So yeah, no, we haven't worked out the details,
Yeah.
but I don't want it to just be as simple as an F to interact, because that's kind of lame. I want there to be gameplay there. So, and yes, I think just like fighting larger monsters requires a group, or trying to siege requires a group, I think it would be cool if fighting larger creatures for capture. It's not just thralls, by the way. It's our capture mechanic in general.
Yeah.
Because what we'll end up wanting to do is come up with a general capture mechanic we use for mounts, for pets, and for thralls, and then use the same one across all. So.
Would be cool if some thralls required a group. I like Zybeck Pokemon. Look at that. There you go. Flick your VIP token added to capture. Yeah. Again, we don't know what it's going to be. I'm sure we will make something fun, exciting.
Yep. All right, so we got about 5 more minutes if you guys have any other questions to hit us with. Will you change F to toggle instead of holding it down? I don't know.
Yeah, don't know the answer to that one. I mean, basically, I know why you want to do it, so you can look around during our long hold times.
Right.
But the reason some of those are long hold times is to give people time to knock you off that throne, which is the dragon statue right now.
Right.
Or know that you're vulnerable during that time, wait for them to go into it. I mean, there's a whole bunch of counter option gameplay there for people who are waiting to ambush you or do other things while you are essentially vulnerable. I think there was a time when we had talked to, like, even the inventory, you were supposed to zoom into it and you couldn't see the rest of the world, right? Just creating all these vulnerable moments that someone could basically come up and hit you with a sock full of pennies in the back of the head.
Yeah. Somebody mentioned auto run. So we're supposed to have that, where it's left and right. If you hold left and right mouse button down at the same time, it's supposed to auto run you. We're supposed to have it. It's just another damn thing. So
I've seen that ticket. I'm like, we should
know,
build this.
I know.
Yeah, because it'd be great if you could just left, right, and to move and also hit 1, 2, 3.
Right.
Because W and 2 does not work. Kills me. Well, it works, but it's not. My hands don't do that.
So, question about soft launch time frame. So we haven't updated our time frame. We're still just saying end of year. Really, that's going to come down. I'm hoping by then it'll come down to, do we have all the content in that we need, and do we have? I mean, literally, just like, okay, we've got 5 more art assets we want to add, or we want to add these trees. So not design content, but specifically art and bugs is the quality there. I felt better about that a couple of months ago than I do now. Campaigns has been very, very painful for us to get out this first iteration.
Disruptive is
Yeah, we've had trouble getting it up. We've had issues with getting the live test server stuff sorted out at the same time, which is just painful. Some of these are growing pains. They're not unexpected necessarily. They're hard, right? We made a decision that we needed to move over to a different operating system.
Linux.
On the back end, and we wanted to go to Linux. It makes sense. I understand why we need to do it, but it's just another damn thing. So we'll see. We haven't done any kind of new update or announcement relative to dates. We're kind of playing it by ear at this point and continuing to iterate on things as we decide they're not good enough. We're going back and fixing them. That's always been my mantra, is I care way more about making the game great than I do making a particular date. Which is obvious since we didn't ship last December, right?
Right.
Anyway,
you know what? Race Class had an even bigger disruption than...
Yeah, it did, but it was the right answer for the game.
It absolutely was right. But the nice thing about that was things that we didn't think we needed, like going into the skill trees and being like, hey, archetype trees don't make sense anymore, right? The Race Class trees and the new layout makes total sense, and they look great. And Mark's been working on those the last couple of weeks, and you might get to see some of that today. Apparently Zybeck got sunburned from turning up his monitor brightness too much. Yep, jeez. Zybeck, you need more sun. Okay, so what he's showing is when Mark and I sit down and talk about a class, this is where we start. It is a simple Google drawing doc. Mark, would you mind putting it up over once you're done futzing over there so I can actually read it?
Oh,
And
certainly.
what we do
Put my stuff
is
on
we
here.
kind of identify. We've talked about what we want the class to do.
I got
We've
this
gone
one.
to a whiteboard and we've kind of talked through the powers, and then we document it down, see if it still makes sense. We bounce it back and forth a couple times, and we describe what each of these powers is going to do. Can you make it even bigger, Jack?
Maybe.
So we describe what the resource type is. We put down engineering needs, and this one, the Cleric, was one of our first classes that actually didn't need any engineering needs, which was great because it just let us work and
Yeah.
be.
We're basically able to just hit the ground running and then start developing.
But I think going into the Cleric, so let's just talk about that for a second. Going into the Cleric, for our new support type, we had the Legionnaire, who was a melee healer, and we have the Druid, which is a kind of yin-yang, life and death style healer. And what we said was, hey, you know what? We just need a easier to play, easy to understand, easy to swap out its existing power set for discipline powers kind of class.
Yeah, just kind of a straight, not even necessarily easy, but just like a straightforward, easily approachable, just approachable, right? Like the healing class you know and love.
And it doesn't have a lot of super complicated mechanics either, right?
Very straightforward.
It's pretty straightforward. It has one attack, and it was like, you know what? We want to make these guys throw hammers. We want to give them a mode that lets them go ultimate hammer thrower, and the hammers just start going nuts. Or, since we now have the tech to do it because of disciplines, let's give them some extra powers, and they can choose which ones they want to load
Right.
out. So if they want to be more of a pure support guy, then don't even load out, is it Divine Order or is it Miracle?
Divine Order is the DPS one. That's
Okay.
the damage one. So
Right,
you wanna
so,
keep
so
Miracle.
don't load that out, and don't load out Vengeful or load out Holy Aura. So there is a huge amount of choice just in the base kit that we never
Right.
had the opportunity to give before.
And we really wanted wanted the Cleric to be like a powerful, strong support healer right out of the box, right? So I mean, it's very, very heavy on the support stuff. You shouldn't need to go much, to go deep into the discipline box to really do your job well. But you obviously you can if you can, want to load out more heals, different heals, or different sorts of, mix a little bard in there, or some other secondary disciplines, like the hammer discipline, whatever. That's you can totally do that. But the Cleric is out of the box, very good, solid class, I think.
And I think well, even with further healing ones like Friar or Pixie or whatever, they're going to have the high spirit that you're going to see rolling out. I mean, you saw it roll out last week with the bug where it's getting 2x the conversion rate.
Yeah, you're not going to have 3,000 spirit.
You're not going to have that. But what you're going to have is a good solid healer right out of the box. So that was kind of some of the goals that we had floating in the air with this. And then there's also the idea that, you know what, let's just put some powers in there that can be ripped out for discipline powers.
Yeah.
Right? Because they are, unless you take, is Human Cleric an option? Yes.
I'm in fact playing a human.
Yes.
Cleric right
So if you want to have more bar space, like the +1 bar slots, you'll have room for one discipline power, or you'll rip out maybe even Flash of Light or Hand of Gods, maybe even 10 wounds if you think that that's not a strong heal. It's definitely interesting now that we have all these disciplines that people can just kind of rip them out. I don't think people will rip out the auras. I think the auras are some of the last things to pull off of this one in favor of discipline powers. So with these two aura buffs, you could be running some bard songs, you could be running these auras, and you could be running Legionnaire. Does the Cleric get Legionnaire as an option?
Legionnaire is
Not
not
Legionnaire, Centaur. Oh!
do we have Centaur Clerics? Yeah, you can have a Centaur Cleric. I
Okay.
think, yeah.
So then they would have the Centaur racials as well. Man, it's so hard to break the habit because it's
Oh yeah, it's been like, for you, for me it's been like a year and change. For you it's been many years.
since the beginning we've been calling them archetypes. So it's definitely a challenge to kind of break that mold in our head and start calling them by class and race. Even though we know what we're talking about, sometimes it comes out and we still say Legionnaire. And it took forever to learn how to spell Legionnaire. It was just one of those ones.
Yeah.
And then now trying to flush that from my memory, it's just
Flush the spelling of Legionnaire. It's
Like,
I don't need that anymore.
just get rid of it. So that's a thing. So again, as Zybeck says, it's bananas.
Yeah.
If you go with the Cleric, Bard, Centaur. Also, they will have Trailblazer, so they will move quick.
They'll be, yep, you can still be the...
They are going to be a mobile cockroach, I think. So let's go through the powers real quick.
Yeah, let's take a look at them. So I guess we can start off with the Cleric basics, right? So, you should notice too that we actually don't have effects for a lot of these. So imagine hammers that I'm throwing right now. So this would be the Cleric's ranged attack, which is just, it's the standard. I think the range is 25?
20, I think it's 20 base.
Okay, 20
And then various... so if an Elkin, for example, were to go Cleric, if we were to open up that option, then they would get an additional 10 meters on theirs. There's a couple...
So they could have 30.
They could have 30.
Okay, so Elkin Cleric's got the serious range.
But again, he doesn't get the extra power slot. I mean,
Right.
it's just all kinds of cool stuff loaded into the racials.
Okay, so that's the basics, and those, like I said, those are you know what those
Not
are like,
yet
right?
Ultilo.
And very much like other ranged attacks, there's nothing special on the third, unless you're using Divine Order. The number 1 here is a targeted, as you can see, it's a reticle targeted root, right? And it's also area effect, and that's called Hand of God. And that basically just roots stuff under your reticle target. So that'll be give you some handy crowd control.
Oh,
look at bye.
So let's explain what just happened there, because you didn't one-shot all those.
No,
guys.
I did not actually.
So we have a thing going on that every 10 minutes our NPCs suicide and rebuild themselves.
That is what's known as a workaround.
Yes.
So they'll be respawning
basically
shortly.
as part of campaign. Was it campaign? The first campaign rule?
Yes, I
The
believe
NPCs were getting stuck on rocks and all kinds of weird places.
So.
Oh, Alt-C. And the workaround was to just have them suicide every 10 minutes. And those scripts are still on some of these NPCs.
Indeed. Okay, so now let's see. The first heal 10 wounds. Very. This is pretty much similar or like the Legionnaire's aim heal, but it's basically going to heal you and one other target over time. For we have tooltips for these yet?
Yeah.
Okay.
In fact, I exported new tooltips last night.
Excellent. So they should be.
They
Well,
sh- all
this is what's in there for right this moment.
Right.
Obviously, all things subject to change since we're still in development. Like I said, we don't have effects for these even done yet. And a lot of the races don't have the animations hooked up yet. That's why we're looking at the human. So 10 wounds. Let's look at the next one. Would be Holy Symbol. So Holy Symbol is also using a placeholder at the moment, but hello. Holy Symbol, again, another targeted, ground targeted one, so you can put that wherever you'd like, and that will deploy. And again, this is placeholder. It's not going to be a flower. Imagine that being a holy symbol of some sort, but that creates basically a field of sorts, and it will chain heal the closest ally and up to 3 others, up to, I believe, 20 times. I have all the.
Yeah, let's pause for a second so people understand how we get to this phase, right? So after you and I sit down on the whiteboard and we go through all the things, and we make that diagram that you guys saw a second ago, we'll have a kickoff meeting and talk about the class with with the whole team, the animators and the effects artists, and then we'll go make the powers.
Right.
Right, and then after we make the powers, they're in a block out phase. We hand them over to animation, and animation starts matching up animations with the powers that we've created. They come back to us, and Mark goes through and generally makes a pass on getting rid of a lot of the placeholder values. You put real values in there.
Yep.
You time up the DMs, the delivery mechanisms with the animations that came back, and we make any tweaks with the animators that we want to have happen. We fill out the data for the tooltips because we're pretty much done with the powers at that point.
At this point, we're pretty close, right? This is like, okay, find the bugs, find out. Oh, what did I miss? Where's the didn't put a buff icon on this one or whatever.
Or the buff was red.
The buff was red instead of green,
and
or whatever.
It should have been
like
green,
that.
right?
A
So
lot of stuff
from
like
that phase, then we hand off the whole package to the effects crew, and Aislinn and Greg go through and they create all the effects for these things. And then from there, it goes out to you guys. And
Yeah.
then you guys start hammering on it and telling us where things are broken. And then we make fixes to things that got missed. So right now, we're in the phase where the Cleric just got handed off to the effects pipeline. They will have it. And as part of 5.3, the Cleric should be finished. So that's kind of the life cycle, our pipeline for building a class. And that's how we got here.
There you go.
So don't expect to see any effects you do see right now are placeholdery because we just handed the Cleric off.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Definitely. I believe I may actually be cheating with some of these too, so they may not be the actual effects that will be there.
Cool.
So yeah, because a lot of times we'll use placeholder just to make sure stuff is working at all. And that brings us to number 4, which is, what is that called now? Illuminate. So, Illuminate, very, very similar to, what was it called? Is it Eternal Rage, I believe, would be probably the closest analog to that from the Legionnaire. But this basically this heals you and your group mates over time and restores resource.
I like how the effect that you have hooked up is still showing.
It is. Oh yeah, it does, doesn't it?
It shows the old Legionnaire effects, which there's the horseman that appears.
That's true. I got to do that again because I think people no they know what they're looking like. They're gonna appreciate the placeholdery nature of it. Actually, I want to go and die in a fire a little bit here so I can actually you can actually see me healing a little bit. But yeah, that's why.
Okay, so somebody asked a question: will root motion be removed from all classes or implemented for those who are missing it? We have very few root motion powers left.
Yeah,
Usually those are the leap powers. Horseman. That will not be a horseman.
Yeah, no, it will not be. It will probably have completely different effects that will.
That will have the theme for most of the Cleric is they're very yellow holy-esque style powers.
So that one was Illuminate.
Does the resource restore include stamina for knights? Yes, it does.
Yes, it does.
So we had to go back, and I noticed, I was talking to Mark a couple days ago, I'm like, hey Mark, all the restore powers for knights are still pointing to mana. Let's go ahead and fix that. So we fixed that. In fact, I think it even gives pips in the new model.
Oh yeah, definitely. I switched over because Legionnaire basically was using sort of the old model, which was just like put them in one by one. Since then, we were far more sophisticated with how we handle resources. So yeah, these guys are using the new resource model, right? So it should properly restore everybody's resource, whatever it is.
So if you have a Cleric in your group, they will be restoring pips. They'll be restoring stamina for knights. They'll be restoring energy. They'll be. What do they do for druids? What do we do for the essence? Do we drain it or increment it?
You get whatever's best for you, whatever's best for your tray, basically.
Okay, so is it contextual based on the tray?
Should be.
Okay,
we'll figure it out.
So basically, the whole concept of restoring resource should be universal for everybody. We just had to get them all in game and play with them enough and come up with our power solutions to making it worthwhile for everybody. And now it does.
Do. What do we got next? So now I think we're to the Hello Mouse Computer. Let's see. Flash of light. Oh yeah, flash of light. Okay, yeah. So this is single target, blind, again some more control. Now, it's interesting to point out the Cleric really only has 2 offensive powers on their bar, right? So I mean they're almost all support stuff. So if you want to play these guys as an offensive or a DPS class, you can do that, but you're probably going to want to lean pretty heavily on disciplines.
Well, they're going to have such a high base spirit, right, from the class.
Yeah, they're going to have high spirit, right? I mean, so they're going to...
Unless I guess you could make a vessel that was high strength, high dex, go Cleric, and go offensive. I mean, so it is possible. Again, our systems...
Yeah, I mean, people will try hybrids and.
So I mean, if you bring up bringing up the character sheet, right?
Oh yeah, and you're not going to have 140 spirit out of the box, right? That extra 100 is just sort of a stopgap until basically all the classes are in and we get the final numbers in there.
But yeah, there is a variety of ways to influence your attributes, being the the skills. There's summon skills.
Yep.
The Philosopher's Stone component that goes into the vessel.
Right.
The vessel. The additives to the vessel.
Mm-hmm.
And then is that the last? Is that the last of the big ones?
Well, I mean, there's also crafting and everything in crafting.
Well,
as
that's
far as
all
the,
part
the
of the-
items,
Right.
itemization.
And then itemization. Well, no, actually, we didn't have any. We only give stats. We don't give attributes on any of the equipment items.
Right. Oh, I mean, you can stat for DPS.
Yes.
As a person wearing items.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. So carry on.
Yes, that brings us to our auras, of which there are 2. And these are, I don't think these are, yeah, these are pretty kind of, I guess they have animations.
Yeah, they do have animations.
So you can see there's a,
Holy Aura is the one that's being loaded out by default.
mm-hmm. And so that plays a nice animation. Boo, and I imagine that will have nice glowy effects as you raise your hand above your head. And the Holy Aura adds a metric ass load of hit points, adds 1250 hit points while that is active for yourself and your group mates. And then there is a equally gnarly, where is it? Vengeful. Where are you at, Vengeful? There it is. Vengeful Aura, which if I tried to cast at the same time, it'd be like, no, you can't have both of them at the same time. Boom. And Vengeful Aura adds an attack power buff to you, to the tune of 200. So that's a pretty hefty buff. So that is 6 and 7, and that leads us down to the ultimates. So, oh, you know what? I forgot to cheat and make my ultimates cheaper. So, allow me 10 seconds to finish building up my souls.
I will. Let's look at a question while you're doing that.
Yeah.
Are cleric heals only tied to weapon damage?
Are cleric heals only tied to weapon damage? No. I mean, so basically, all heals have, well, most all heals anyway, do some amount of base damage, and then the rest comes from your support power. So we've recently sort of tipped the scales. Sort of were kind of a balanced 50-50 between baked in contribution and contribution from support power in your weapon. We've recently shifted that so that the support power and support power contribution is much higher than the base contribution, but there's still a base. There's still a base amount of damage, and that's basically so that if you were the worst, if you have positively 0 spirit and 0 support power, if you use a heal, it's going to do something, right?
There will be green, but it
there
may
will be
not.
green. Might be disappointing green, but it will be green. So there's that. Oh yeah, you know what? I forgot. We also have block. Bam.
I love questions like this. Can you explain your choice of the block because it makes Master of Shield completely useless at the moment?
Choice of block because it makes Master of Shield useless. Well, one person gaining something else doesn't take away from another one.
Right.
But does it make? I guess I'm not sure what the question is. It's our choice of shield doesn't make Master of Shield useless. Well, I mean, the Cleric block, functionality is different than everyone else, right? I mean, the Cleric block is going to be returning. It's basically going to be healing your allies as people beat on you. So there's that. No other block is going to do that. So I think it's an interesting choice, right? I mean, it's certainly like if you're beating on a Cleric, you could be potentially helping his group, right? As you beat him down. So I mean, there's that risk.
Well,
reward.
there's also the cleric block runs off mana.
True. Yes, it does run off mana. So I mean, there's also that. That also makes it different.
I mean, you could be depriving him of
Precious healing.
precious healing by running him out of mana if he's going to sit there and turtle up. So
Right.
yeah, we're going to play with this because we think it might add some interesting choice, but it is going to be healing his group as well.
So definitely a different. I'm going to put Divine Order rather than because Miracle. You know what Miracle does. Miracle's a great big old heal that you're going to be very similar, if not pretty darn close to identical to the
no,
Legionnaires.
you got
Is
it.
it? Okay. So we're going to show you a Divine Order.
Hey, Andres, what's up? We have not seen any stats attributes for jewel crafting items yet. Since Hand of Glory and Fashion Statement give extra jewel crafting thought, it seems they only need to have great value due to the loss of the skill options. So yeah, jewelry will get stats. It's just lower priority.
Yeah.
Adding stats is much easier for us than getting everything just set up in the recipes and all of that. That's the important part. We will add stats to those when we have more free time.
So Divine Order is the ultimate for your DPS choice of ultimate, right? So if you take a look at what my basic attacks are doing right now, the hammers, which will someday look like hammers very soon, you see I'm hitting for like middle 100s in the last one, which is a very long one. Hits for about middle 3s to maybe a 4 once in a while. Divine Order, if I can get my mouse. Hello, Unity. So issue a holy decree, instantly restoring some mana. Oh, that's right. Both, I should point that out. Both the supercharges.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Huh?
I didn't see.
I snuck that in yesterday.
Yeah, I was gonna say, hey, that's new. That's
yeah. So both of the supercharges restore a little bit of mana for you. So you definitely want to rock one or the other. But Divine Order increases your attack power by an amount equal to your support power. So it basically gives you a giant, and you're gonna have a lot of support power. So it gives you pretty much a giant support power buff, and then makes all of your
You mean attack power buff?
attack. That's what I mean.
That's
is
what you
attack
mean.
power. And then also makes your third hammer will occasionally stun the target. So let's show you what that looks like. And it also causes your hammers to chain and make lots of numbers. So let's see that.
Boom.
Bam.
Bam.
And now you can see I'm hitting much harder. And,
Oh, you're stunning things.
and I'm stunning things.
Numbers everywhere.
Numbers everywhere.
I can't wait to see the effects that they come up with for this.
Yeah.
This is our test environment, which is why it looks like this, and
And it's so laggy.
And
Now,
the frames-
we're also playing in the Unity editor, which is not
yeah.
optimized for production. Whatever. Actually playing the game. So, and that lasts a goodly chunk of time, right? And then you return to normal. And things are
Excellent. Yeah, so that was kind of the vision for the Cleric. I was like, we just need a mode where they go into and kick ass for a little bit, and then they can go back to basically staying alive and keeping their teammates up, avoiding the inevitable hammering that's coming after them.
Yeah.
But there's always that do you want to go with the super big heal ultimate, or do you want to go for the ass kicking ultimate?
Because sometimes that's what you need, right? If it's you, especially if you're in a duel situation and that guy just doesn't want to go down, it's helpful to pop that little extra over the top to finish off a gnarly dude.
Yeah, I think this, with the campaign worlds coming online, we're gonna see kind of the landscape of combat change a bit, in a sense that you guys have been fighting in basically open fields now.
Yeah.
And now you're going to be fighting over objectives. You're going to want to knock people off of the throne if they're trying to tap it. You're going to try and basically the goals of combat are starting to shift.
Right. Yeah. It's less and less of a death match, more of a hey, there's
And less of a
objectives.
one-on-one. It's more about keeping the objectives up, which is why, again, the knight I think is going to start to shine even more, because will be the guy. His job isn't to sit out there and kill.
Right.
He's going to hold something down and harass and knock people off objectives. He's going to be the one who keeps that objective for your team. So it's cool to start shifting into that style of gameplay rather than just open field deathmatch or how good am I in a one-on-one. And of course, based on the disciplines, you can totally change what I just said and make him a totally offensive shield fighter, for example. So that option is there, but the base kit will be great, I think, for defending an objective.
Yeah, absolutely.
And same with the Cleric. I want to see a Cleric and Knight combo. In fact, the Ganetian burrowed
the Burrow Ganetian with the
Cleric and Knight just kind
but
of...
what kind of knight? Probably would like a half giant knight.
No, I was both of them as Ganetian with burrow. You just can't see
Oh,
that.
I see a Ganetian knight and a Ganetian cleric.
We need
yes.
to do a video where like the entire field and then they're just burrowed, and then all these knights
that'd be
and
a
clerics
good-
just pop up.
That'd be a great webcomic.
That would be pretty cool.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me see what kind of questions we have. Yes, someone just mentioned the 3K thing. That is totally a bug. Basically There's a conversion from
Yeah, you're supposed to be getting 9 points of support power for every point of spirit, but you're getting 18.
You're getting 18s, which is it's doubling
Which is
it.
wrong.
It's either running it through the engine twice or it's multiplying it by a wrong value. I have a feeling it's running it through twice, but that value is not supposed to be that high.
Yeah.
Now with the new character sheet, you can see what the contribution for a stat is. For and I've got a stream later on today that we'll talk about that more, but you can totally see that, and you are just getting 2x what you should be getting. Will the Ranger 40% movement reduction on left mouse button part of the root motion package be removed? Also, we'll be able to hold sprint and attack at the same time. No, so part of charging up your bow is actually slowing you down and putting you into zoom mode. Actually, if you're moving, I don't think we put you into zoom mode anymore.
Yeah,
Mark,
we might have removed that, yeah.
it basically, if you're standing still, we put you into zoom mode just for the additional, because as some of you found out, it got harder to aim this last weekend. Range is actually much more of a, you got to put the crosshairs on the target kind of thing. So kind of get used to that with the Ranger for aiming. It's a thing.
Aiming's real.
And to aim well, you probably need to have some stability. What was the... Can we please get an environment... Zybek's asking, can we please get a test environment like this to test powers? And yes, we are trying to get some art up for you guys, for the EKs, to have some dummies and things like that, so that you can practice, kind of like we do, and help us find the bugs, is probably one of the best reasons for that. Will the cleric be able to stand in a firewall of a confessor and heal the whole party with the block?
Probably not. I mean, it depends on what we can detect in terms of, yeah, probably not. I mean, it sounds kind of cheesy to me.
I mean, those are very small damage numbers.
Yeah.
I don't think they would be healing for an awful lot.
Yeah, you wouldn't be healing. So basically, there's two things. I guess there's two. Oh, hello.
Are you not actually plugged in?
I'm not plugged in. Da da da. There are two levels of healing that come off the cleric's block. I don't know where it is. There are two levels of healing that come off the cleric's block.
Hey Jack, can you?
It's a big.
The big power the block. Plug his PC in. Keep talking.
Right. So there's two levels of healing that come off the block, right? There's because it's very similar to the night block or the other blocks basically, to where there's big hits and there's just whatever small hits. The small hits do a very small heal.
You didn't bring your power cord. None of these are a power cord.
Okay. Well. All right.
Could you go find one, please?
Yeah.
Because we're going to be using those all day.
Yeah. There is actually. It's at where I sit. It's not the place I would be if I wasn't here. But if you take a large hit, it will drain more of your mana and actually do a sizable, chunkier heal. So basically, small hits aren't going to heal for very much, but we'll have to see, right? If it's cheesy, it's easy to work around. So.
Yeah, I think the idea that the cleric is just going to be able to block and keep a group up.
Yeah, that's not. I mean,
that's not really a thing. They're going to be able to block and provide heals,
right?
But it's not going to be big chunky heals unless they're really getting hit pretty hard.
In which case, they're going to be out of mana and they will be not going to be healing anyway. Anyway,
there are some major aiming problems with power. So we can talk about that for a second.
Yeah.
And what it is believe it or not, the forts, if you're fighting in them, and the objects are currently set up to be hostile to your team or not.
Yeah.
And if they're hostile to your team and you fire off a cone power, that barrel or that flag or that statue or the
flag or whatever it is
eating up the max number of hits that you can do on that power.
Yeah.
So you may think that you were going to hit that player, but instead that barrel...
There's a surprising number of things between you and the person you're looking at sometimes.
So we're kind of tightening that up a little bit and trying to disable that on a lot of the powers. That will have a side effect, which means that you can't beat on the walls, but we're still working with how should you beat on fort walls. right? Is it a mace object or a hammer object you pick up that gives you a special power that enables you to smash the wall? Because we really don't want people kind of sword swinging, doing pirouettes on the walls, because that just kind of looks not so hot. So we're working through it. We watched a lot of videos from the weekend, and people thought they should be hitting, and their reticle just clearly wasn't on the target at the moment that they pressed it.
Or they were fighting a Legionnaire and they're shooting at the Legionnaire's butt, which is not going to hit, especially because the Legionnaire still has the same 2x1 capsule that everybody else uses.
Right, so
like
fighting a Legionnaire...
So even though Legionnaires look like they should be like that, they're actually still like this.
If you headshot a Legionnaire, you actually miss them, right? Because you're actually shooting over the capsule. The capsule is still the same size as the Knight, and I pointed this out yesterday, and the back end of the Legionnaire is still considered miss. So... And if you reticle over them, you'll notice it doesn't go red. So we tried to do custom capsules a long time ago, and we just kind of put that aside because there are other more pressing issues. We might get back to that at some point. Does that mean that Centaurs will get a larger capsule? Yeah, that is something we have to go back and look at, is to see if we need to make custom capsule sizes for each of the archetypes. Because, I mean, it's going to be even more of a problem when you have a giant Myrmidon Centaur and he looks all big, but his capsule is still the same size as the Knight. Yeah. Will Champion Rend ever go to non-root motion? I don't know. That's kind of our poster child now for let's go fix root motion. It's it's not super high on the priority list. So the Centaur has a body that defiles collision logic. Yes, because you either need to, so those colliders scale uniformly. You either would need to add a bunch of colliders on there, which you don't want to do, because that makes that race super expensive to have custom hitboxes. Remember, our goal is to put a lot of people in a map, not put 16 or 64 players in a map that have 20 to 30 hit colliders on each, so you can detect a left arm hit or a finger hit or whatever. That's why MMOs in general, you have one size capsule for everybody, right? There are reasons, and they're technical reasons. They're not like we don't want these things.
Yeah.
Because if they were to give it, if they were free and it didn't cost us,
artists would love to do that. So.
Cleric trays, Cleric archers, or Cleric great hammers, and can the Cleric slot their C power in each tray?
So you can only put your ultimates in an ultimate slot.
Correct.
You have one.
Clerics also, because of the lore reasons we went with, they get hammers and they don't get piercing or slashing weapons. They don't get arrows. Generally, we didn't give any of our ranged classes access to the archery disciplines, like the duelist and the confessor both don't get archery stuff because they're already a ranged.
Yeah, they already have it. So.
They're already a ranged class, so we didn't give that to them. And the trays are going to go through a revamp here in the future where we get rid of the toggle functionality. It's a dedicated button for each tray swap in each tray. Right. And on the back end, it's kind of challenging for us. It's some really old tech there that we need to rewrite as to how you navigate between the trays and how many trays each class have and how hard it is to add a tray. It's just it's a bit of a confusion spot in the code right now is the best way to put it. So that's going to be, I'm hoping we have time to rewrite that in 5.3. Will spears or unarmed weapons be added to the game?
Spears or unarmed weapons? Those all sound fascinating.
Yeah, because we do have some, if you remember when the animators put in the unarmed set, they did some pretty crazy flying kicks.
Oh, I know, right? I was like, man, these actually look almost too good to just be the weak
basic attack, right? It's just, so yes, we would love to do those things. I mean, a human knight with a halberd would be pretty cool.
That would be pretty bad.
That'd be pretty cool. It's just, again, it's an animation thing. They'd have to go back and reanimate the non-shield powers to work with that, and that's animation time. And right now, the animators are under a considerable load just to get all of the animations ported over to the new combos.
Yeah, every class, race, combo.
With the skill system revamp, will there be support power trees with the general combat trees?
Support power. Well, there won't be support power trees per se, but there'll be support. I mean, there'll be a cleric tree and there'll be a druid tree, right? That's right. I guess there'll be
No, yeah.
not a.
Ignore what he just said.
Yeah, no. All right.
That was he's thinking a month ago.
Yeah, I'm thinking a month ago.
There's actually in the mage.
Mage tree. Yeah.
There's mage, and then there's divine, and then there's.
Those are the words I was looking for.
What's the other one? Divine and.
I don't remember. It's written on the board.
Yeah, it's written on the
board.
board.
On the board, not my mind yet.
So yes,
that far yet.
there will be support in the generic. Did you put any in the generic trees?
Yeah. So it's sprinkled all throughout, right? So I mean, there's some like support power, for example, in the racial trees, but there's certainly going to be support power in the introductory, like top level trees, and then there'll be more support power in the support specific trees deeper down in the hierarchy of.
Yeah. So when the trees were originally made a year and a half ago or whatever, support power wasn't a thing.
Yeah, it didn't even exist.
So since it didn't exist, it just wasn't in there. So this is a great time now that pretty much our stats have settled, and we will be adding more stats because you always add more stats. But we have such a bigger chunk now that we can make those trees much more interesting than they were a year and a half ago when we basically had crit and damage, and that was pretty much it. It's just over time you get cooler things. You have to go back. Question: are raycasts here to stay, or projectiles still a possibility? We still have projectile powers. Meteor Purge is still a projectile. The catapults still use a projectile. The druid bear still uses projectiles. There's some heals that launch.
One.
Oh,
Still a projectile.
Ghost Army.
Ghost Army is still a projectile. It's just it's like a log of a projectile.
The tornadoes.
Yeah, those are all projectiles.
All our tornadoes are still projectiles. So we still have a lot of projectiles in this game, and
it's just we use projectiles where projectiles make sense, and raycasts where raycasts make sense.
Yep.
Right? Raycasts are better for I'm gonna hit, bam, I'm gonna hit, bam, I'm gonna hit. You know, projectiles are good for it's a physics thing, and here it comes, and get out of the way, and you know.
Expansive Mind still isn't available, which would add a 9th active power. That's a big addition. Will we see that soon? You will not see that until 5.3. Expansive Mind and Demon's Pact, I think, is the extra powers passive slot.
Okay.
Expansive Mind is the +1 power slot.
Yeah, that one I knew.
And I think
one. What is it?
Demon's Pact.
Okay.
It's basically the lore text is like not all demons deal in souls or whatever.
Some of them deal
because
in
basically
trade slots.
Yeah, they deal in. It costs you a minor slot for a increased passive slot.
Okay.
So basically, the trade-off there is that you're giving up a minor discipline slot to have one more passive. Which for some people that's a good trade-off. For other people, like say you're a human or a half-elf, you don't need that, and you can't go above. There is a max amount of passives that we let you have because. Because we don't want people having too many of those. But you will see both those in 5.3. It is functional. I've seen it actually work. So there you go.
It's real.
It's a thing. Will you be revealing stat caps in the UI? Yes. You will see that in this afternoon's stream on the character sheet. And basically, stat caps for us are kind of a.
Never came back.
Yeah.
She's dead.
Maybe you needed to unplug the HDMI and plug back in. Anyways, stat caps are kind of a safety valve for us. We try and set them high enough that people shouldn't hit them.
Yeah.
But they're there.
In cases like this weekend, we're like, hey, everybody's got 3K spirit, but that's all right because that's still not, that's a little broken, but not too terribly broken. That's why.
So, yes.
Safety valves.
They are our safety valves, and we typically don't plan on people hitting them, but sometimes you do, and that may not be a hard and fast rule because we have 600-ish plus stats.
Yeah.
So some of them, maybe the safety valve is actually there as a that's the way that system works. Have you thought about distributing support power via disciplines instead of directly to specific classes, so more than the support classes can heal well?
Yeah. So I mean, your support power is going to come from a number of different sources, right? Big one of which is going to be your skill trees, right?
Right.
From your spirit and just even just collecting support power boxes in the class trees, right? So yeah, there's a lot of vectors for gaining for earning this, right? You're not really. I don't expect you to have for us to be giving you just a flat plus 100 spirit. That's kind of a stopgap to just get us through this transition period where we're basically reforming everything into the race class, sort of.
Well, and again, you guys aren't playing with vessel crafting yet.
Right.
Right, so once you are and you can start distributing your attributes towards what you want to, if you want to make a support power based
I guess that's
vessel,
true. But the current things you actually probably could have over 100 spirit.
Yeah,
legitimately, if you have really good stuff.
if they had the ability to actually equip those crafted vessels, then you could totally skew one more spirit based and have a really high support power without us doing anything in the trees, just as it is right now.
That's true. That's true.
It's just your multiplier on spirit to support power won't be as good as a class that like druid or cleric.
Right.
So a knight still, but they still get a 6 conversion on spirit too.
I don't remember.
I think it's 6, and the support guys. It's either 3 or 6, and the support guys
Probably
get
3
9.
and 9. But we'll
Is it
see.
3 and 9? Okay.
I don't remember.
Again, but you can skew your just like a support based guy like a cleric could skew their vessel towards strength and have a very high damage bonus for when they go nutso with hammer mode.
Yeah.
Maybe we should call that heavy barrel.
Heavy
Barrel.
You need much bigger hammers though.
And I
like
hope
screen filling hammers.
Yes, I hope you guys get that reference.
You have to be old. And play classic games.
Do you guys plan on locking using higher quality vessels against skill training unlocks in the vessel tree? Yes, I believe we moved
right.
those. We moved those unlocks over to the what tree are they in now? They're in the class basics, or no, they're in the race basics.
Race basics.
They're in the race basics tree. Yeah, we kept those. Hammer time, and the problem with when people say hammer time.
It's a good idea.
All right, today, like Todd said, I'm going to be working on the Human Assassin ability, Smoke Bomb. We were going to show it on the Fae, but you've already seen animations on the Fae, and since the last live stream we've done, the race class split has come out. So I just wanted to show it on a different character to show how we're like propagating out these animations to all the different races. So without any further ado, let's get started. So I started blocking out her animation yesterday so I could get a little bit of a head start because I only have an hour for this animation today. So the entire design behind this animation is the smoke bomb. So this is, she's going to throw a smoke bomb on the ground and it's going to cause her to disappear. This is, I think, the first time you're going to see the human female Uber rig. So on this rig, we have human female, we have half elf female, Nathari female, and yeah. So this way, like we do one animation, and we get like 4 times the result, just with a little bit of effort. Under here, I have my meshes, so I can, while I'm animating, I can turn on the different costumes to make sure that everything's working. So we're going to stick with human for right now. So let's step through the animation. She's going to lift her hand up in the air. She's going to have a smoke bomb in her hand that's going to be provided by effects, and then she's going to throw it on the ground. So I don't think I've ever talked about like in-betweens with you guys before. So let's talk about this pose here. I call this breaking the arm. So when you have quick motions, you want to like lead the eye from up here. You see I got a little bit of delay, make sure I'm in camera. Up here, all the way down to the ground. And what I like to do is I like to lead with the elbow. So I have the elbow pointed down and then the hand whips around and throws it on the ground. It looks really ugly when you look at it just like as a frame, but when you play it back in real time, it looks really good, and this helps lead the eye in.
I think they're doing construction in the parking lot.
Oh, that's perfect.
Yeah, like right outside the window. Helpful.
Okay, yeah, I touched on it a little bit before, but the human female rig actually has the Nathari, the half-elf, and the human all combined into it. And so the Nathari and half-elf can be a assassin.
Right.
And so so this is more of a technical term. This has nothing to do with gameplay when I say the human rig.
Yeah.
This is just for like the animator's understanding of it.
It
So
does mean that later there are particular race class combinations that, from an animation standpoint at least, would be very cheap.
Exactly.
To get to. So you can talk about that a little too if you like.
yeah, exactly. And so that was
I don't know if they can hear me or not.
yeah. So when we one of the purposes behind the Uber rig is so that we can easily get these animations onto other race classes. So even though the assassin is not necessarily going to be on a human, later on we can, because the animation is already there. So this cuts down on some of the work for us. And this is one of the many things that we're doing to get all the animations on the different classes. This is some of the shortcuts that we're taking. So
And somebody asked the question, why can't they be? Just because we made a list of choices. We went through, we tried to come up with a nice balanced list where we had a lot of crossover. We didn't have time to do all of the things. So, and we didn't want like, all right, well, this race gets all the classes and this one gets only 2. We tried to have a balanced list. So we just made a judgment call knowing that we could go back and fill the race class chart out significantly more later. This is just, the chart that's up there now is just the chart for release. It's not the chart for what we eventually hope to get done.
exactly. A lot of this work is trying to future-proof so that it is easier for us to add stuff later on. There is a significant amount of work that goes into this right now, but it gets easier as we produce more content. There was something earlier about, I think Tennis asked a question about different animations for genders. When it's needed, we'll make specific animations, like the male druid is going to need very specific gender animations for it. Some things like the champion lends itself to being more masculine, so we really don't have to make the female champion that feminine. Same thing for the female ranger. She's animated kind of gender neutral, so those should go over to the male ranger pretty easily with the transfers. The male confessor, that's going to be something that's going to get his own like gender flavor when we're doing the animations for him. Couldn't you reuse the animation of the ranger melee explosive bomb for this? Technically, yeah. But you don't want to pull from the same well too many times. So, we try to be as efficient as possible, but we also try to make everything have its own unique flair so that it just doesn't get all old. We have a generic cast and a generic channel animation that we use a lot, but we want to still try and keep things fresh especially when we're doing new art types. It's not just a complete like repaint of the ranger. Also something to keep in mind when I'm doing these animations. Excuse me. Coffee comes up quick. Right here is where I would break it out to give you the ability to start moving again, or like breaking out into the run animation. And this one most likely is going to be a split body animation. This can work as like a lockdown animation or a split body animation. The way that we have the animator set up, so it'll basically cut off the animation from the hips down and let you run while you're doing this, or if you're not moving, it'll just play the full body animation. So if you're not moving and you just hit the button and let it play, the branching point is different. So if you just hit the button and let it play and don't move, it's going to go all the way back to idle. But if you're running around, it's going to cut out somewhere around here to blend into the run animation.
So, the cliffhanger before the commercial break was, are there going to be differences between bows? And I was just going to answer in more general sense, are there going to be differences between weapons? And the answer is yes. Weapons are actually surprisingly homogenized right now. There's just some key technical pieces that we don't have in terms of how we can differentiate between weapons. So right now, it's primarily cosmetics, and we need to change that. It's just another damn thing that we haven't gotten to yet. So it is on the list. We'll get to it, and once we have it. We will be able to do adjustments for things like variability and speed, which of course eventually equates down to damage over time anyway. Also will allow us to do things like with ranged weapons, we can do range. So there you go. I hope it was that answer was worth waiting for.
Alrighty, howdy folks. Like Todd said, we've got a shield here. We're just going to hang out and do a little bit of sculpting. I guess this is a Stoneborn shield. Is this also technically a Cleric shield, Todd? Or is it just
It'll be
Stoneborn?
usable
As
I
a
think,
cleric.
in general, but yeah, it was the idea was it was a cleric shield.
Okay.
It was done as part of a cleric concept.
So if you're into Clerics, you get this super sweet shield that you can craft or do whatever you do in Crowfall to get. Just playing. Alright, so I'm just going to hang out and sculpt. If there's questions or anything in the chat, Gibson over here or Jack can shout them out. And so I kind of started this yesterday around 4 p.m. and I've been able to block it out a little bit so far. So you can see this is the concept that Dave provided. He did these super cool shields and maces and whatnot. So I've kind of got the face blocked out here. We've got like the general shield blocked out, these cool horns and stuff. So I think maybe what we'll do is we'll start by adding a little bit of color just so we can visualize it better. So I'm going to go ahead and choose some materials here that we can throw on.
How'd it go, Mr. Hart?
Doing very good. I think we had a productive session.
Yeah, looks like it. I should get you to do this every day. Just look how quickly you crank that shield out.
Right? Look at that.
Anarez has a question.
Oh, yeah.
What, if any, variables in the effects mechanic can be targeted by crafting options? Changing color, changing size?
That
Question
is
mark.
all stuff we've talked about and would be awesome to get in. I can't promise when. That's probably a cosmetic thing that'll come after launch, to be honest, with like all the race class and the rest of the archetypes. And
That's pretty cool. It's like changing your lightsaber color, right?
yeah, I mean there are some issues with that because we've developed like color languages for certain abilities. So like if most of our heal effects are green and then you want to change your damaging ability to green, it can muddy up some of that language. But if we have like part of that effect, like part of a weapon, like only the hilt is green, then we do something like that. We can have some like green trim on it. But we need the language to stay the same. That's what I'm getting at.
Is it too early to talk about enchanting effects? Where's the flaming swords?
Though I don't know when we're going to get that tech implemented. But it's been talked about. I actually have an effect with fire and ice effects. And that has 2 tips, and they could be placed on a weapon and adjusted so that those effects are created, but we don't have that implemented yet. And
yeah,
like,
and we just made that like a lot easier to do with the weapons split out. When
Yeah.
all the weapons in the prefab, instead of having to do that for every single character and every single weapon, you only have to do it for the weapon once.
yeah, which it made sense when certain archetypes only use certain weapons, and it was like, well, if no one else is going to use the staff other than the druid, why do we need that separated? It was just more efficient to have it baked in.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And like a lot of the work that we've been doing for the past month has been future proofing to account for things. Yeah, it's a lot of work to get back to 0, but adding things and like production is going to be easier going forward, and just adding new stuff going forward is going to be easier.
It's also nice to go back and kind of clean stuff up.
Will there be any effects that utilize text, symbols, /glyphs?
Guilt.
Glyphs.
What's
Did
a
he?
glyph?
What's a kill?
What's a?
Please
Don't
no,
say.
Stop that
Oh
live
God.
conversation right now.
Cut the
Don't
stream. Cut the stream.
Google
Cut the
that.
stream.
Huh? What's that?
Shut it down. No, stop it.
Shut it down.
Oh wait, is he really leaving? No. Oh God, I don't even see the comment now.
Or I'm softening the smoke. Softening-
Harvesting. The harvesting effects use the glyphs, the runes.
Yeah.
The
Rune.
because they spill out.
The Rune Gladiator.
Yeah. Oh,
Rune
yeah,
Scarred Gladiator. Rune
and
Caster.
Runecaster.
The Banewood Tree and Tree of Life have some of Dave's sweet rune language. When I think it was like 2011, I applied for an internship at Riot, and at the end of the the application, they asked like, "What's your League of Legends username?" And I was like, "Oh God, oh no!" Like
what do I do here? Do I create a new account and it looks like I've never played your game, but I want an internship for you? Or do I give them the account that has an incredibly inappropriate name that has hundreds of hours? I was like,
What was it?
I'm not going to say it.
I think
It was bad.
really bad.
It was a bad one that could get by on language barriers.
Like just barely.
Yeah.
We can tell it to you later.
Throw your voice.
I'll tell you.
Louis,
I'll tell you later. It's fine.
And Riot's one of those places where they like really want you to like. I think they want you to get to like a certain rank in their game. I think.
So what did you do?
I put the inappropriate name in.
And what happened?
I didn't hear back from them.
I should have put Greg on it, evidently, because if I ask him for something, he gives it to me in like a matter of days.
But it's pretty terrible. So I mean, your results.
Kind of hard. Guy's not in the room.
Oh,
Oh,
I'll call
Blair.
it terrible when I leave. I'm sure he's listening in.
Man, harsh. Harsh.
Well, yeah. Oh, we said harsher to Max. But
That's true.
He deserves it.
he's a sponge.
No, Max is the greatest employee we have.
He is.
He's
Like,
my favorite person.
I don't fear Max. I respect Max.
Really?
Yeah.
You don't show it.
No, I don't.
No.
Todd presented this problem to me a couple months ago, which was the fact that it was hard to tell what the hell mattered about any of the stats that we were giving you from equipment, which meant that equipment wasn't important. The skill system was less important. So tackling that problem and just going back to a really good character sheet that shows you the relationship between our hierarchical stats, because we have attributes that go into stats, and they're playing with the camera, the non-googly-eyed camera.
She was like cut off, and you have just comfortable space on the side of you. It seemed a little.
Nobody can sit next to Blair.
Apparently.
Sorry, I'm a big ape. What are you gonna do? So, anyways, how our attributes?
Never missed you insulting him, but I let him know.
Okay,
So don't
thank you,
worry
Todd.
about it.
Where were we? Yes. So making our attributes important and making stats important was obviously a critical thing. So here you can see our character sheet. And last stream when I showed it to you, it was very rough. And Susie's gone back and made some polishes to it.
Some polishes, yes.
And now what were the differences?
So now we have weapon damage, which does show you your weapon damage and will update when we equip a weapon to show you more weapon damage.
Okay.
We will be adding a hover over here to show you what the actual calculation is, I believe, so that you know why you have weapon damage.
Well, so this is not just the raw...
It's not just from the weapon itself. Weapon damage is calculated from your character's min and max weapon damage, which probably comes from skill trees, and also part of your attack power goes into your weapon damage.
Right, so some of this attack power ends up in the weapon damage, and then there are a couple stats that says raises min, or skills that say raises min weapon damage by blah, raises max weapon damage by blah, and that all feeds into this one value. Now, before people start asking, well, what about my offhand, and what about my ranged weapon?
We'll be adding fields for those,
Great.
both for your primary weapon, your offhanded weapon, and your ranged. Either they'll show up as 3 different fields below there, or we'll have them as additional information on a tooltip. We haven't quite figured out how we want to display that yet, but it'll be good one day.
So once again, I have no weapon equipped here, but it still says 12 to 12. And if I were to do a basic unarmed attack, I would be doing that, I'm assuming.
And I think right now on your character, you probably are just getting attack power. I'm guessing if we looked at your stats, your weapon min and max, or your attack min and max would be 0, given that that number's 12. Since it's a flat number like that, you're probably just getting attack power.
Yep, so if I were to equip this 56 to 79 mace, it's actually going to have those values added into it.
Yep.
Also, there are things that activate when you equip things within the skill system. They say, like, grants blah 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 while wielding a one-handed thing, while wielding a weapon. All of those are going to also activate at the moment that I equip this mace. So you may also see your attack power and other stats all jump up when you equip a weapon, because you're actually activating all of those skills at that very moment. But apparently on this account, I don't have any of those trained, so you didn't see a huge jump in those things.
Yep.
Okay.
And probably most of those stats are coming from your skill trees, at least some of them that we're seeing on your screen right now. Some of them, not
Okay.
all of them.
Another difference between last time I showed this is this is actually correct. The The hit points, Fury is my resource since I am a male Minotaur Myrmidon. As people pointed out in the last stream, it was showing backwards. It was showing Myrmidon, Minotaur, male. We correctly flipped that, so you now start out with sex, race, and then class.
That one was a really easy change. I like when you guys want changes like that because it's like a 10-second change
Excellent.
instead of a day-long change.
Okay. So, also now, when you hover over these, it tells you what is going on here. It defines what the attribute in this case is, what your current value is, and then for most of these, there will be a cap going in over on the right area, so you'll be able to see what the cap of any stat or attribute is. And then there is this connector line that shows you when you increase this thing, what is it going to increase? Now, the cap isn't showing in here yet, and the cap isn't showing in here yet, but at least you know what these stats do now. So prior to this, it was just like, figure it out. So I'm going to show you that by equipping a ring. I just made a bunch of rings. The Amazing Success ring happens to come here. This is the crafter's dream, where it guarantees that you will always get an amazing success when you craft. That will never make it to the light of day on the regular servers. It's a testing tool.
So we do have a question in chat that I've been curious about as well. Will we be able to see the stat bonus attributions to be sources of that bonus? Basically, where are we getting our stats from? Is that something we're planning on adding to the tooltip?
That would be a very long list, as you know, because
oh, yeah, I know.
there's, in some cases, like attack power is coming from 15 or 20 different skills, so showing them all would be a challenge, and it's kind of like, think of these as big buckets of water, and we're not showing you where the individual drops of water are coming from, because it's just such a big source of things.
But could we do something along the lines of, like, from skill tree, from equipment, are those buckets smaller?
They would be, and by could we, you mean could I? And yes, you could do those things.
Yeah, that's true. Can I go in and add in extra?
Can I give myself extra
information?
work? Absolutely.
Okay.
I'm always down for people signing up for more than they could.
Because I think that would make these tooltips pop out a little bit more if we knew where the stats bonuses were coming
Sure.
from.
Yeah.
I think that is an excellent idea.
Yep. Keep them coming. So I'm going to go ahead and equip my strength ring. And you notice my strength went up to 190 and my attack power jumped significantly. I'm going to unequip that guy. And you can see my damage modifier. So we do have a bug right now where this value is doubling for whatever reason. Hopefully that will get fixed somewhat soon. Yeah, it's kind of unfortunate, but you can definitely see increasing strength will increase these sub-children stats. Now, what you're looking at here is probably a white quality vessel coming straight out of a temple. If you were to craft this vessel, it would definitely, if it was blue or purple, have much higher stats, and you would skew them more. So for those of you who have done any of the crafting of the vessels, I think Onrez is in here and he's probably done some of it. There's a component called a Philosopher's Stone that allows you to skew the stats in a significant way in one direction or the other. So I'm on a male Minotaur Myrmidon. If I wanted to, for whatever reason, boost intelligence and spirit because I wanted higher critical hit damage, higher healing modifier, higher support power, and much more stamina, I could do that. I don't know that you would want to do that because you're going to do it at the expense of damage modifier and attack power. But if you're trying to be a healing Minotaur, like if you wanted to be a Friar or take Pixie, Friar and Pixie, you could do that.
Anthrage also is asking, do those abilities modify differently for different archetypes, like fighter, mage, and rogue, perhaps?
They in fact do. So the character sheet is in fact broken into
fighter, mage, and rogue.
And why is that important?
Because you'll have a different primary stat for each one. So mages, not surprisingly, are intellect as their primary stat. Rogues are dexterity. Attack power, I believe, comes always from your primary stat, is how you
A portion of it does.
A portion of your attack power. And then for the mage and rogue archetypes, your strength plays into something as well. So it was like intellect and strength, and then dex and strength fed into one stat.
So yeah, we
actually
changed some of that, such that dexterity is always critical hit chance. That way, if you want to be a critty confessor, for example, you need to take dex. Dex is still very important to you. It's not all just dump everything into int, and int is my one-stop shop for every good stat that I want. No, we kind of wanted to make you choose such that you would build your vessels in a custom way, and you guys are not going to eat food in front.
We had so much food this morning. How can you still be hungry?
No, it's
Starving.
the lunchtime sandwiches showed up. Yeah, late.
There's so much food in the kitchen.
It's all no, that's gone. The only thing that's left over is donuts.
Oh no, not well. I mean, we shouldn't be eating donuts.
If you're eating
Donuts
donuts,
have been sitting out for.
well, the Round Rock donuts, so they're always good.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah, the Round Rock donuts are.
So
excellent.
here's the mega attributes test ring, which you guys will never have access to. But again, you can see that you can boost things significantly by equipping attributes like that. Or I'm sorry, raising the attributes like that. Now, let's go over to a caster. So try and remember that screen. And now I'm gonna swap over.
Anthrage is now asking, when we said mage, rogue, and fighter, were we casually referring to tank support DPS, or did we change the role names?
So those are just the organization of the character sheets as well as the class skill trees.
Because skill tree redesign is coming up too.
Yes, the classes are all getting a redesign, and we just grouped them under very canonical roles of rather than tank, support, specialist. Because in reality, the difference between specialist and any of the other melee fighters, it would be weird. Now it's really easy because if they're fighter, they're under there, and it makes sense because it's champion, Myrmidon, knight, and what's the fourth?
Templar?
Templar. There you go.
Your class is better than you do.
It's because there's so many, and they're all flowing through my head at the same time.
That is a good question. Is a cleric a fighter, a mage, or rogue?
Cleric falls under mage. Mage breaks into two subs, which is divine and arcane. What is Aislinn looking at me for?
To mess with you?
I don't know.
For the giggles?
Underneath divine, you have cleric and you have druid, and underneath mage, you have frostweaver and confessor. So here you have, we're over on a male human cleric now, and you can see that instead of fury, he has mana. In fact, let me go full screen so it's not as...
So prettier full screen. It's easier to read.
It's much easier to read full screen. And you will notice that his top attribute is now intellect, as opposed to the fighter, which was strength. And if you are on a rogue, it will be dexterity. And you'll notice that, he has
it's attack power that feeds from both.
Yeah, it's attack power that feeds from strength as well as intellect. So intellect still will contribute to his attack power, but so will strength. So you might want to put some points into strength if you are on a cleric, if you want to do some damage with when you go crazy hammer mode.
So we are being asked, is cleric more of a caster than a battle melee cleric?
Yes. Their range on their thrown hammers is 20 meters currently, and if you get any of the extenders, it will be a little further. So yes, they are absolutely more of a kind of short to mid-range ranged hammer thrower. Most of their stuff is their heals fall in that range as well. So should make some more noise over there, John.
I gotta eat during someone's.
Yep, you do. And it might as well be ours.
Well, you're on like 20 times today.
I know. Okay, so what was I going to show over here? So again, let me find the int ring. Yes, notice how all these things say test. They all say test very explicitly. They'll have damage on there for some reason too. That seems to be a bug.
Yeah, I would say so.
So again, and those values, I'm guessing somewhere in the scale of 0 to 250 is kind of the range we're looking at for attributes right now. When you calculate everything that can come from vessels and everything that can come from crafting, that's where it will go. So again, you raise int on a cleric and you're going to see a huge amount of critical hit damage. Wow, that's pretty high.
Though you said that might still be a double value from that book
Yes,
that we're seeing.
it's definitely a double value.
Also, I mean, these stats are kind of insane since one ring is giving 150.
Well, that's simulating the purple quality vessel probably, plus the purple quality Philosopher's Stone going into that. So again, this is pretty much the base page of the character sheet. Any questions?
We are being asked, will alchemy temporary lift stats or attributes?
Well, alchemy.
From potions.
Oh, no. So right now there isn't any attribute. We don't like to mess with the attributes at all. So you pretty much right now your vectors are going to be the skill tree as well as your vessel. So that's pretty much it. And attributes are way more important than individual stats because they affect a lot more things. And there's even more things that they affect in here. We'll show you that when we start digging into the detailed hierarchy view of all of the stats.
Our race is going to have significantly different attributes from each other as laid out on the website.
Yes, I mean, you can already see that they're kind of... What am I on? I'm on a human? Okay, I'm safe to show you... Right, so the human racial, he just gets a 30-point strength buff, which in this build, it's not being applied. It will be applied once Akshay checks that in, as well as his extra passive, as well as his extra power bar slot.
And, there are a lot of questions now. Could you ever be convinced to move stamina from spirit to constitution?
Stamina from spirit to constitution. Maybe. Yeah, we'll... That would put 2 pools in there. I don't know yet.
How much will skill training contribute to stat increases on our vessels?
How much will skill training? I don't know the budget that Hallish put into the race, because that's all under the race skill trees right now. And I want to say it was like 90 points that he was giving out in those trees. If you went all the way down to the individual, this would fall under the human one, which is Natharian human.
That would take a long time to get all the way to the end of the tree to get those 90 points, though.
It sure would.
Some dedication to that one tree. How do your purple or higher rarity vessels compare to like a basic gray or white?
Well, what you're looking at right now is white. There is no such thing as a gray vessel.
I'm making up colors.
Sure. The purple one was significantly better just by virtue of it having a Philosopher's Stone, which comes from alchemy, crafted into the vessel. And then there's the different additives that you can find, the eyeballs and the hands and the extra lungs and the extra hearts.
Extra lungs.
I think it's actually enhanced lungs is one of the parts that you can put into a centaur.
Will we be seeing any advantages or disadvantages today?
No, you will not be seeing any advantages or disadvantages. Those exist or will exist in the character swapping screen. And I didn't want to show you that at the statues because it kind of messes up the character sheet.
That's fair. Alrighty. Jesus, guys, you ask a lot of questions. I'm sorry. We asked the training one. I asked that one. Our gender is going to have different attributes.
Our gender is going to have different attributes. No, we're not giving a distinction between male or female. That one's more of a cosmetic choice.
This is a long one. Original concept was that a group of new characters would give a veteran character a hard time in combat. However, based on the gear we've seen, it appears that we're approaching the scenario where a mass of, like, a bunch of level 20s will never kill a level 100 as a Kindle. Like, wow. that low-level characters, no matter how many you have, will not be able to beat a high-level character.
If you've played our combat more than once, you know that that is not a thing. If you have multiple people on you, they're going to keep you locked down, and yes, you will have a more attribute advantage, but, I mean, really?
Will any stats in the game affect power, efficiency, or will that be exclusive to disciplines?
Power efficiency, you mean power cost multiplier, which is what I'm assuming they're talking about. Yes, that is coming straight from disciplines, as well as the weapon crafting portion of the... That's where its budget lives.
Can you talk through the differences and interrelation between support power and healing modifier? Is heal mod only healing done, or only healing received?
Okay, so support power. So support power is the twin to attack power. So when a power executes, we can apply a modifier to the actual min and max value of that heal. That value that's getting fed in is support power for heals. For offensive things, it's attack power plus your weapon damage plus a couple other things. The damage modifier and the... Where's the healing modifier? Healing modifiers, those are values applied as a pure multiplier after that's all figured out. So one of these is a multiplier, and one of these is basically added to the min and max of the power.
And now that we've given you descriptions on what all these are, it should also make more sense what...
Yes, in fact, I do believe healing modifier says multiplier on the amount of health your healing powers restore.
Yeah, that'll be a while before you guys see this character sheet in game, but, you know, it exists.
Yeah, this is all coming out with the 5.3 content drop. So that will be after Campaign World. The next big thing is the race class split, and this is all bundled into that.
Could we bring over the weapon damage values into the formulas and the powers selection sheet? I mean...
Over here?
Yeah. So that you can see how much... Specifically how much these do, I think, is what they're implying.
Potentially. Yeah.
Because right now we have kind of the ranges going on. Like there we've got the 63 to 70 plus 280% weapon damage.
Yeah, once you have that stuff, then it should be easy.
Don't say that. I localized all of those. Those are not... These were not easy to localize. Because those values are static that are pulling in there. They're not dynamic. But I mean, we could put in dynamic values. Because once I'm calculating them in one place, it's not that much harder to transfer them over to another.
Okay.
Will our initial stat spread on a vessel come primarily from our class choice or the race of the vessel?
Right now, all of the stats are being defined as class. Race is an offset to the class values. So when you pick Knight has a certain baseline, and then your race skews it via the racial discipline, and then whatever skills that you have trained in whatever of the race hierarchy will further skew that.
Okay, so he described what he meant by power efficiency, but that's a pretty long paragraph. There are 3 stats tied to power cost modifiers: power efficiency, which is a flat amount that gets subtracted from final cost, and power multiplier, which multiplies the final cost. As his weapons only affect power multiplier and disciplines only affect power efficiency, I asked if there will be stats that affect efficiency because some classes are more heavily affected by that stat than others. Why you see Myrmidon's will? I feel like that might be a typo. Why you see Myrmidons have a 50% cost ability? I'm not sure what that last sentence was because I think there's a typo in there.
I mean, generally, right now, again, it's in a passive that reduces one of those values. It's not linked to raising an attribute.
Do we have to manually update tooltips right now, or are we pulling from something internally? Every tooltip is unique.
Every tooltip's a snowflake?
Every tooltip's a snowflake. And right now, basically every tooltip has its own logic. We are currently working on making all tooltips under the same logic. Surprisingly, tooltips are a much more complicated thing to code than you'd ever imagine because of the way that Unity does the UI objects themselves. When you have things like content fitters, which make text look pretty, it really, really screws up what Unity thinks the size of the window is when you try to call it in code, which then when it thinks it's the wrong window size, it throws it to like the left hand of the screen. When you see in code that it's in the middle. Tooltips are fun. I've been having fun with tooltips, guys, but those will one day sit exactly like how beautiful these are and how they sit on my mouse. All tooltips one day will be that way. Okay, fun question. What are your favorite classes in the game so far?
I usually it can be found on a knight, and I'm starting to veer towards the cleric as it's coming online.
I only play duelist. I'm not much of a furry, but I really, really like all of his abilities.
That's a valid answer.
I just like going into stealth. You don't do as much damage as some of the other classes do, I feel like, on duelist, and I really don't like healing classes ever because they're really hard for me to kill. But I stay alive forever and just burrow and run away.
Okay.
And then come back and stun people.
Well, you can get away.
Stealth.
Right, the stealth also means that they can't find you right off the bat.
Yeah, no, the stealth is really nice. And the zipping underneath buildings is really nice, too. Yeah, but duelist for sure is my favorite. Okay.
Are the caps going to be hard caps or soft caps?
The caps that are on stats, the question was, are the caps going to be hard caps or soft caps? Mm-hmm. They're absolutely, right now, they're hard caps. We've put them in as kind of a safety valve. We really don't think you should be hitting them. And in 95% of the cases, it's just, we have that there as a safety valve in case something breaks like 2x the stat contribution. We have that there just in case that bad things happen. Or damage bonus. Like if we put in 5 or 6 different sources of damage bonus and we really don't want this value to get out of hand, we just hard cap it and it's there as a safety valve.
And these tooltips should actually have your capped values as well. It's just that particular bit of information is not easily accessible in code right now, and I have to write that in.
So here on this one, you can see there's a cap over there on the right. They will all have a value like that, so you can see the cap.
Though this cap is kind of a misnomer because really what this is doing is it's actually showing our active health and then our capped health. So that was me trying to call the total stat value without totally understanding what that was when I called it. As that turns out, it's actually just the maximum HP that you can have on that character at that time.
We might, since
in the way pools work.
It might end up being confusing, so we might end up bearing that within our new advanced control tooltip option. Mm-hmm. So to find out the cap, you actually need to hold the control key down and it'll show you more enhanced information so that way it doesn't get this. These tooltips weren't designed to be just chock full of numbers, right? It should be, that's more of an advanced thing.
But that's why we have the control button that I put into skill trees so that we can see extra stuff.
Yeah.
Because our players like seeing extra stuff.
Sometimes.
That's why we show them the simple tooltip and the extra tooltip for people that want to know.
Yep.
Like when you're playing Diablo and you press the extra button to find out more information on your tooltips.
Most people don't know about the control key. It's useful.
Control key is very useful. Though on skill trees we put a little note so you guys know that the control key shows you more stuff. Skill trees right now also look beautiful. They will only look more and more beautiful as time goes on.
I prefer your answers over anybody.
I appreciate you guys.
For several reasons, apparently. But because of your clarity.
What do you got?
They're not asking questions anymore. They're just complimenting me. Let's see. Here's another question. Sorry guys, I have to read your questions before I can read them out loud to make sure that there's nothing bad. Okay. At the moment we have classes that have spirit trees ranged in split trees. I can't read anymore. At the moment we have classes that have split trees ranged and melee. In effect they're investing a lot of time to reach the same level as other weapon yielders. Example, to be just as strong as 1-year-old champion in both my trays, I will have to train 1 year in both skill trees. So basically the classes that have like the dual ranged versus a melee weapon, if you're going down, do you have to go down the ranged tree and the melee tree to be just as good as a character that just has one weapon? What's the trade-off here that we're getting?
It depends. It all depends. And the whole won't someone think of the children kind of argument again. Yes, someone will think of the children and we will make a catch-up mechanic. But that's such a future problem. We're not even really worried about it now.
Okay, so just to be sure, Rangers eventually will have multiple quiver slots and be able to equip multiple stacks of arrows, right?
Todd just answered him.
Maybe.
Oh, okay. I didn't see Todd's answer. Oh, yep, he did.
Okay, but we can actually show them, so the other tabs up here, there is the armor tab.
Yay! With resistances.
Yes, so many people have always been confused at, when I get hit, what am I mitigating against? We don't use a generic armor class style system for a variety of reasons, mainly because those can be gamed in any number of ways, such that the best thing to do is equip a breastplate and not equip anything else, such that you go into PvP with 80 to 90% of the stats, and that's generally good enough. So that's one of the fallouts. In the example here, if you got hit in the boot slot and you weren't wearing anything in your feet, you are going to only mitigate 0.8% of the damage. If I were to equip my boots, I would now take a 20%. Now, there is a bug, and you may notice it right off the bat. That value should say 20.8. There's a bug.
Yeah, the 0.8 is stuff coming from the skill trees, and they should add, but it's only giving you the stats from the equipment right now.
Yeah.
We're working on it.
So one of the nice things about putting character sheets in is that we see that there are some bugs that have just been sleeping on us, and no one has noticed them because we haven't been presenting what the actual values are. And at one point they may have worked, and just if you don't keep an eye on a specific thing, like I said earlier, someone messed with something on the spider web and it broke all the way over here. Like the time that you broke mega nodes on harvesting when you removed, remember that?
Mm-hmm.
It was, she changed something in the armor formula for players and it ended up breaking our mega nodes.
Because it tried to increase like the amount of hit that you did, and it went to a treasure table that didn't exist. So yeah, that was something along those lines.
I think it was actually, we told you were turning off the armor in certain calculations, and that happened to also happen on mega nodes.
Maybe this was two different bugs, because there was definitely one where I was going outside of the treasure tables.
This was actually on damaging the node, and it made it such that solo players could easily, because the armor value.
Right,
remember
that's
that one?
right. Yeah, so solo players could do mega nodes.
So again, touching one thing may break something else, and in this case, who knows what got broke. But you can now see, if I were to take a shot to the foot, I would mitigate exactly this. And this is basic armor, and these values will get reduced at some point, but in testing right now, we have them set artificially high. So you can actually see now what is being applied across the board when you equip something, how it changes it. And this is generally when we say increases all physical mitigations by blah. This is where it's going to go, and it's going to get applied as a bonus to all 4 slots rather than just a specific slot. So generally when you see a increases mitigation by blah, it's being applied as a bonus to all of the slots.
We probably also should add a tooltip somewhere in here so that we know what each thing is, because we're kind of assuming that we know what a sword means.
Correct.
But
this is currently slashing, crushing, piercing, fire, ice, electric, nature, poison, disease, bleeding, and hunger, of which no one has any mitigation.
Yeah, and I mean, like, the difference between poison and disease, like, we might want a tooltip that explicitly says which one's which.
Yeah, and these also should show the actual piece that you have equipped.
That's on my to-do list. This is all on my to-do list.
Yeah, we just started on this page, did a little bit of work on this page, enough to make it work, and great to see some bugs, and we need to keep working on that. And then finally, there is a third tab on here, which you guys are familiar with because this is kind of what you currently have.
Right.
Right, which is basically the big giant list of all of the stats broken down into 3 categories: combat, crafting, and exploration. And then this is obviously placeholder. In fact,
this is super placeholder.
None of these buttons work.
Yeah, none of it works. But it'll be beautiful when it's done.
You will be able to see in cases where we have parent stats that have children stats, like a lot of the harvesting stats are broken up that way. You guys will be able to see that and drill down into it and see all kinds of useful. There'll be tooltips on these things too, right?
Yeah, tooltips all around.
Everyone loves.
Everybody loves tooltips.
Excellent.
Now that we finally solved how to make tooltips appear, I love tooltips too.
You think it'd be easy to put the tooltips on this page?
I don't ever say the word easy when it comes to anything that deals with code, Blair, because every time I say the word easy, it becomes like a week or month-long task.
Yeah.
I don't say the word easy anymore.
About that.
Yeah. No.
All right, questions.
Oh, there's a lot. Do you have any specific for us that you noticed coming across?
Can you show what attributes impact gathering, if any? Or tell what attributes impact gathering?
Without having the gathering stats up here, I can't show them, obviously. Right now, there isn't a lot of gathering or crafting underneath attributes, but we will be adding some of those as well.
Will we end up having a different character sheet that shows your crafting attributes in the future land then? Instead of the attack? I mean, as far as like this main sheet goes, yeah. Because I mean, if I'm a crafter or gatherer, I actually don't care about any of these values if I don't ever plan on fighting anyone.
As interesting as that may be, yes. Because you probably are going to get jumped when you go out to gather. I can't think that a gatherer is going to find a scenario where they don't get attacked by something.
A gatherer at some point is going to get attacked by something, but I'm the crafter hanging out at my keep.
Sure.
I mean, unless my keep gets attacked.
Which is a distinct possibility.
I think that idea just added on more work.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just keep on.
Just gave yourself more work.
I'm pretty sure I just gave myself more work, yeah.
Okay, more questions.
Do you guys have any plans to scale abilities like bard songs that give static stat values, especially considering stats are going to be inflating with a lot of vessels and stats on gear?
By any thoughts, what do you mean specifically? Like, yes, we always have thoughts about scalability and how things are going to interplay, but like specific problems? No, I mean, we have our big pie chart of where we're putting the stat distribution. And how things increase, we're definitely trying to keep that reasonable. Obviously, a percentage gain is generally more potent.
Can we expect to see buffs and debuffs that impact attributes as opposed to just stats?
Generally, we like to stick away from things that affect the attributes. I'm trying to keep it down to just in the skills and just on the vessels. Changing those things via a short duration combat thing is something we don't really do. We specifically just hit specific stats like reduces attack power by blah or reduces damage bonus by blah.
Cal Soul Reaver amended their question. It
Okay.
may be easier, Susie, for you to read it rather than me reading it out because it's a little bit
Yeah.
more technical.
If I train X months in two-handed weapon, I will have Y amount of power level. As a dual trait class, will I have to train both skill paths to be on the same power level? If I split the time between two trays, will I be at 50% of power level, which the two-handed user has?
Absolutely.
Thanks, Blair.
Yes, you will. You'll definitely, if there is an equivalent number of nodes between them, and you see that as equivalent advantage, then yes, you will train. You will have to. You'll have to train 2x. Yeah, it's harder for you. See, that's one of the great things about Crowfall is not everything is perfectly equivalent. Pick your path. I mean, and it's account based, so once you train it once, then it applies forever to that specific style of class. But we definitely don't try and make everything equal and fair to everybody in every scenario. That's just not one of our goals. I mean, look at our racial disciplines. That's a great example. We wanted them to feel extremely powerful and extremely different from each other, which by very nature of saying that means that they will not always be equal.
It's fair. I feel like this question pops up a lot because I read it on the forums all the time, which I'm sure that means you've answered it plenty of times. Are you planning on adding another bar for knights so that they don't have to use stamina for everything?
Nope.
Okay.
They are hit point stamina guys.
They want to have a different resource for sprinting and harvesting at least, though.
Generally,
But you wouldn't be in
that,
combat.
I mean, again, part of the goal for them is they're defending an area. They're They're not ranging in an open field looking for one-on-ones like you currently do. I think one of the things I pointed out this morning is the field of combat is going to change now that we have objective-based stuff.
That's true.
They are going to be chilling around an area, preventing something, blocking people from getting into an area, defending the tree. I mean, that's the role that they're going to play. And if you don't like that role, we have 11 other classes.
Yeah,
Actually, we have 10 other classes. But I mean, once we start to get the real game in there, and it's less of this, hey, we're going to PvP in an open field, and I don't like it because I'm not equivalent to everybody else because we're all fighting in an open field, and everybody can get away from me, and yada, yada, yada. Again, that's not the end goal of the game. It's about sieging and defending things, and you need people who are good at that. And the knights will be good at that. And that's always been the intent.
Okie dokie. Are we still planning on having the enchantment crafting power modification system?
Enchantment power crafting modification system. Yeah, we definitely tested that out. Was it in Hunger Dome or was it Siege Perilous? Anyways, we still have some of that data, and it still may be a thing that gets in. That's more of a content feature at this point. And we'll see if we have time.
Now that we have the Assassin coming out soon, could you tell us a little bit more about the stealth system, specifically about anti-stealth, as that's something that people care about a lot? I know in our Eternal playtesting, you can see somebody when they're like right next to you, sometimes, but...
Sure, so the way it's supposed to work is there are certain disciplines that grant a reveal, essentially, power, such that I can peer into the shadows, and I have a bubble how far I can see stealthers, and stealthers have a bubble how much noise they are creating. If those two bubbles touch, then I can see them. So a stealther that raises his skill will shrink his noise bubble, and I think there's some disciplines like Fashion Statement, the one that lets you wear more necklaces, that actually make you noisier because you've got more bling on, so you're not quite as stealthy. And we may even incorporate plate, leather, and the mail series into how much noise they create on that bubble. But the anti-stealthers engage their bubble, and while it's active, they have that bubble, so they will be able to see in a 360 around them of stealthers, at which point they can either hit them to knock them out of stealth or mark them with some type of power that will reveal them, I don't know, like an expose or something like that. But that's kind of how the anti-stealth bubble works and the stealth noise bubble works. They're both bubbles, and the higher your anti-stealth rating is, the bigger your bubble is, and the stealther, the more stealthier they are, the smaller their bubble is.
Now that we're moving over to this kind of class race split, class promotions are they still a thing? Are they comparable to major disciplines? Are they better than a major discipline?
So
Will we still how do class promotions work?
The promotion stuff was always roughed off of the skill trees. I mean, you always saw them down there on the end. It would take months to get to those things. So for us, that's always, hey, that's a future problem a year out from launch, because it will take people that long to get there.
Right.
With the new class trees, it may potentially take even longer to get to the end of the series, because now it's class basics into Fighter Mage Rogue. Fighter Mage Rogue each have 2 children, and to get all the way through that 3rd stage to the end that you could jump to a 4th stage is where we would put promotions if we had them. So sure, we might actually add them in there just to show you where they're going to go, but the availability of getting there within less than a year and a half maybe is questionable.
Okay. Will weapons armors have special spells or effects like gain strength per hit when you reach X health percent? I missed the end of that question.
That's that mouse.
Oh, wrong mouse. So when you reach X health percent, next attack is always crit or slow the target, etc. I actually hooked up some stats for you that have to do with what health percentage you're at.
Yeah, you did. So what about them?
Let me review this question. Will weapons armors have special spells or effects that gain strength per hit, or once you reach X percent health, next attack is always crit or slow the target, etc.?
So I mean, we can do that by adding those stats into the crafting tables. So as available things or metal types that you can make would be a new alloy type if we had room in there, or when we do phase 2 of crafting and we go in there and we start looking at what we put in there the first time, we now have way more stats that we can put in there. So as you said, that's something you gave us, the ability just to increase a stat, and it just...
Yeah. When it's like your HP and stuff, like above 90, below 30, because we were doing
Right.
slowing stats for those,
We're also
and like taking more damage
Yep.
or taking less damage.
Yes.
If you have certain, I think that was for disciplines. That was a discipline support.
Those are all
things.
discipline stats, yeah. Increased or decreased critical hit chance on the target, which is a thing. So yeah, we could definitely...
We have the ability to do that. On the note of disciplines, how easy is it? If I kill somebody, can I grab the disciplines that they have equipped? How hard is it disciplines to obtain?
So right now, you can just make disciplines with a simple crafting recipe. That's not going to be the case. You're going to actually have to go capture a thrall of that type and use that thrall in a more advanced crafting formula to come up with the discipline of a certain quality. The higher the quality of the discipline, the more stats that it gives, because you'll notice if you look at any discipline, they all give like 5% to crushing or 5% to that. That thing scales up based on the quality of the discipline. Once that discipline is equipped, it is embedded in that vessel. You are not getting it back, so you're not going to lose it.
Can I steal somebody's vessel?
Right now, no, because
Can't.
vessel isn't a thing.
But it's a corpse. You're saying I can't just like grab the corpse and go, not like Ultima where I could take all of their stuff.
No.
It'd be kind of like the same.
It's
thing.
not an object. Right now, it's still, we haven't actually built that thing out yet. And we're even talking that goes into a special inventory such that they don't pollute the main inventory because they're so big.
I'd really, really like to kill somebody and take their body. That sounds like fun to me.
Yeah. Doesn't sound so fun if you spent like multiple campaigns before you finally found a bard discipline.
That's
Right.
rough for that person.
Yeah.
They probably shouldn't have died.
Yeah.
That's why you only do that in the dregs.
Yeah, what's funny is right now everybody's like, disciplines are easy to get. Well, yeah, because we're giving it to you for a copper. Once you actually have to go find a bard thrall or a juggernaut thrall, that could take you an entire campaign. And when you put it in a vessel, then you're going to be pretty inclined to use that vessel from there on out, which is that race. Now, you will have the available classes available to that race, but it's still locked to that specific vessel.
What do thralls bring in? Stats, attributes, or just powers? Thralls. I think this is a totally side question. I know we were just talking about vessels.
Into the discipline crafting, they will bring in whatever stats are on that specific discipline. Wow, Todd's already coming in.
Yeah,
You
we
guys have
apparently
3 minutes.
we ate up most of our hour. It went so fast.
One more question.
Any plans for limited number of spawns per campaign world? For example, where there'll only be 5 bards spawning for the whole world.
Wow, that would be pretty brutal. And we'll work out the spawning details once we actually have functional campaigns doing their thing.
We don't plan on any hard caps, so on the number, like only X of anything will drop. Right?
Well, I don't plan on anything, but you come in and say, this would be an interesting idea. And I'd be like, yeah, we could do that.
I'm not planning on any hard X number per world only.
Okay.
The Blood used to do that, oddly enough. Like, for you to get another Vorpal sword, somebody else out there had to stop, like, quit the game, and then get one.
Right,
There's
but
like a limited number available into the.
if you were to map that to our campaigns, though, you could just make 5 Vorpal swords spawn on this campaign, and then they're used up. The 5 Winter Rose has spawned for this campaign, right? We
I do
could.
not plan on doing that right
There's
now.
a should. At the end of any can you do this, there's always a should we do this, and the should is the more important thing.
Yeah, we did plan on having limited relics, right? I mean, that's a thing, but the idea of limited discipline runestones, that seems kind of harsh. And you know, a lot of times people, whenever we put out an update where we talk about these building pieces, inevitably there's a few people who pop up and they're like, oh, I don't really care about that stuff because it's for the kingdoms. And so I try to remind them that these deeds are exactly the same pieces that I intend for you guys to use to build out your keeps and your castles in the dregs in any of the dynamic open world PvP worlds. So give us a break on the constantly coming down on the new pieces. These pieces are serving double duty. The fact that people can use them in their kingdoms is cool for those people. The fact that you can use them in the campaign worlds is going to be cool for you. So overall, it's going to make the game better. It also, that additional funding helps the game. So, give us a break on that, guys. Come on. We're trying to just make a great game here. So, and it sucks whenever we put up a new update and all I hear is a bunch of grousing about it because people actually work their asses off on this stuff. All right, rant over. All right, so we have the winner, and the winner is Zyback. I think that is ironic that he wins the Pound Kingdom winning because I know he's a giant fan of the EKs. He's probably our biggest EK fan, right? No, he hates it. He bitches about it every time we post anything about it. So, all right. Well, anyway, enjoy it, Zyback. I think that's it for the top of the hour stuff. So, you guys ready to jump in and show off some of these awesome pieces that Zyback can now use in his Eternal Kingdom? He's very excited. Yeah, he hates them.
You guys ready? We're ready when you are.
All right. Thanks, guys.
So today we're going to show off some of these cool pieces. I think they look really cool, and this is, and just kind of reiterate what Todd was saying. The thing about what we're doing with all these wall pieces, I know it's it's like, hey, come on, we just want to go play the game, we want to blow stuff up, but we really have to make this stuff in parallel with the EK and the campaign. I mean, we just have to do this. We're a small team. We can't dedicate a whole team to go do walls, you go do destruct. It's just, we kind of have to do this in parallel. So all the functionality of the EK, the wall to destruction, has to kind of be the same for the campaign. And I think that was a really smart move on our part to do it that way. So that's just kind of what we're doing. But this is kind of a crazy process. I started it a long time ago, almost 2 years ago. And then Melissa took it over, and she kind of iterated on it and improved it. And then now you have had this task. See how happy he is? But I have to say, he's done a bang-up job. He's done a really good job at making this stuff.
We got a lot of new cool hollow walls set to show off.
So
today.
I kind of broke this off. Just kind of this is the construction states. We have some attachments, some annexes, the castle parts, and then I have some destruction parts that I'm going to show you what the process is we go through. So let's just go ahead and start off with the castle pieces.
Yeah.
And these are some of the new ones Aaron has made, and I got to tell you, I love them. They are awesome. We'll start off with this big bad boy. This is one of the new gatehouses, and I think it looks really cool. It's based off one of our older pieces, except instead of it being a solid structure, you went ahead and we cleared it out, and we made this kind of cool.
It's got its own interior now that you can kind of go around. There's some windows right here that you can
some portcullises.
You can see people coming in. If you can
shoot down,
possibly lock them in there and then blast them with arrows.
Yeah, because you can there's thoughts what we're gonna have probably 2 gates, so you could trap people in here and shoot them from the windows right here, the portcullises, and then the little murder holes, which is my favorite term. I just love that, a murder hole. And you can shoot somebody from up inside down below. So that ought to be a lot of fun. And the fact that it's hollowed out now, so you'll be able to attach, other walls. So let's kind of maybe go over here. Sorry, I'll make you guys sick. It's like VR. You'll be able to say these guys right here. So this is a hollow straight wall that you'll be able to attach onto the
so you can basically, all your walls are interconnected and you can just run through without ever having to leave or go on top if you don't want to.
And that was kind of the whole point of this. Like, did we have to make them hollow for you guys? No. But we sat there and we said, okay, what do we have in terms of Lego pieces for all you guys that enjoy doing this stuff? And we said, all right, what can we do that's kind of a bang for our buck that won't be too hard and completely all new, and that we can kind of adjust and revamp? And making everything hollow was kind of, Todd always wanted this. And so that's what Aaron went and did. He made these cool hollow pieces and ramps that go up.
You can show them the octagon tower too.
Yeah.
I don't think we showed them.
So we now have.
Easier to,
What's up?
does it make it easier to knock down?
So that's all still based on the rule sets of the magic barrier and then how much life is on the wall. That doesn't really change, but you just get more choices to make these really cool looking pieces. Now, how this is going to function is in the EK, you can design these all out, and we'll show you how snapping together and how cool they look, and that's up to you. That's the beauty of this system is in the EK, you go to build to your heart's content. You can intermix hollow pieces, fort pieces, octagon pieces, but in the campaign, we'll be designing out the keeps and the castles and how they look, and then you'll just be, with the hippos, and you'll just be adding in the material. But yeah, and so that's, and then you've got like diagonal pieces that, and we have all different sizes too. We have our 3x, we have little 1x, we have 2x, we have archways now, which will look really cool. Doorways, slant pieces, corner pieces, and you can kind of see how that goes into a corner. This is a stair that goes up, and when we get to the keep in the scene, you'll get to see where a lot of these pieces, what they look like when we put them together. But
oh yeah, show them the towers.
Yeah.
Maybe snap something on there.
Oh yeah. So here,
Yeah, explain how you use the buttresses to cap them as well. 'Cause
Yeah.
it's not, the assumption would be that you've got big gaping holes to the outside world.
Yeah.
I don't know if you can show that or not, but.
So
Yeah,
here,
we
let
can
me-
drag in some buttresses.
So this is not how, this is within Unity, so we have a different snapping program, but in the actual Unity, when you go into the EK tool mode, it will work similar to this, just not quite as, so this is.
And there will be free building in the campaigns later on, correct?
Not all of them.
Not all of them. It depends on the rule set.
Okay.
Yeah, it depends on the rule set.
So,
They're asking.
so the dregs will most likely, so yeah, let's
That's
just,
the plan, unless there's some horrible technical reason it won't work. That's been my plan all along.
Okay.
your evil plan,
It is an evil plan.
Wahaha.
just snap. See some of these, there we go. And and this, you'll be able to do the same thing. I'm just kind of just snapping them together, and you can kind of see how, I know doing it in Unity isn't always fun, but right there, I just made a complete hollow tunnel out of 3 pieces. And it's as simple as that. And depending on your attachment, these are our smart connectors. So, for example, this tower, when you bring it in, it won't have any of these little pieces right here. There's always a delay, so it always throws me off.
Yeah.
But when you snap it to a wall, it then will smart snap and appear. So that's going to be really cool. You can get your nice octagon towers and whatnot.
Somebody asked if they can teleport through those archer windows.
Through the windows? No.
The answer is no.
You will not be able to do that.
Those windows were very precisely
Yeah.
engineered to not allow characters to get through them.
Yeah.
Yes.
You can stand in them and fire through them.
Yes, we wanted to give you the ability to shoot through them, but not to warp through them or even jump through them. It was specifically designed so that that you would be allowed to do that.
Somebody
but not
asked what
break it.
happens when you're inside one if it gets hit by a trebuchet.
You are most likely going to take a lot of damage.
It is so cool looking though.
Or die. Which is, everyone makes fun of me of that video from the very beginning, but that was something I've always wanted. I can't wait till something falls on you.
Can you show them the? Is there the?
Oh yeah.
description?
Actually,
show
that's
'em.
that's what we'll do now. So now that we've these are some of the castle pieces, and then they same thing with the fort pieces. Aaron was able to take the fort pieces I made and converted them all into destruction pieces and snappable. And you can kind of see how we set this up. These little spheres represent where they'll snap to each other, and then we also have other spheres that represent the annexes and attachables. So think of banners, shields, spikes, heads on spikes, that kind of cool stuff. And so yeah, those are some of the fort pieces. And then I'll get to destruction in a second. These are some of the attachables. So you'll be able to attach some banners, some of these cool little
there's the
buttresses.
Yeah.
You've seen some of those before, little merlins, some little raised areas on top of the towers. And we're gonna have so many of this type of stuff. Again, the spikes, the heads on spikes, shields, all kinds of neat stuff. We've got a whole list of things coming down the pipeline. And then these are some of the building states. This is a fort, or no, I'm sorry, this is the lodge. So when you roll up on a lodge, you'll see it like this. And as you add in materials and resources, it'll start to build up, and then until you get to the actual finished
state. Yeah.
Finished state. So I just thought some of these would look really cool. So this is the keep. This is one of the states of the keep.
There's questions about in the current campaign world, there was a bug where the gates were not open or were not closed on the fort.
Yeah,
That's
they're
been fixed
closed.
today.
Yeah, they're fixed. I know it's you know, the way production and design and development works. It's crazy because you have stuff, you'll have a build that's then put to the side because it's in a workable condition. That's what you guys usually see. By the time we've already fixed that, we're weeks down the road, but it hasn't caught up yet. So a lot of times when you'll run into bugs, we've already fixed them, but we just haven't put them into you know, a stable enough build.
This one wasn't fixed.
This one was not fixed. I know.
This one wasn't. I had to go bug Jonathan today and say, please get that fixed. So, because it required us, we had to go
And get that old tech.
Well, the problem was the fort walls were otherwise not destructible. Like there was no siege weapons near them.
Yeah.
There was no way to tear them down, and we were afraid that people would be able to basically turtle up in a fort and be they'd have a completely safe place to retreat to.
Wouldn't be able to get in.
And nobody could get in, and nobody could take it. So it should be fixed now.
So yeah, these are some of the wall pieces. You can see the different states, and I thought they look really cool. Again, this is Aaron was working on these stuff. I know it feels like minimal tasks, but they're actually really important, and they look really cool. These are the different states of the houses. So you have the manor, you have the villa, and then the cottage. And so everything in the game is going to have a state. So you won't like you just plop it down and it's there, unless it's your EKs and stuff. But in the campaigns, you'll roll up on a lot of this stuff in various states, which I think is really cool. So, all right, well, let's jump on over to destruction.
So I have a quick question
Sure,
for you.
yeah.
In regards to siege equipment placed on top of walls and towers, do they automatically break if the wall underneath them is destroyed?
Yes, absolutely. Good question. All right, so I'm going to show you a variation of destruction that we have going on here. This is an example of the brick destruction. So we have two kinds of states of destruction. We have what we call our brick destruction, where we actually have cut up each individual brick.
Yep.
And then we have something called BSP, or Todd, as you like to call it, FSB.
Yeah, FSB. I like that better. It's a better acronym.
It's more of an organic cut up of stuff. And here, this one's already been done. Aaron has already set this one up. And I can show you over here under our fracture tool. So right now you see that it's all whole, and this shows you how many pieces this thing's gonna break up into. And it's a lot of pieces. And I mean, it basically, but I mean, it doesn't break up like that, clearly. It will break up more organically. But that's how many pieces that particular wall is in. So for this one, we just wanted to show you real quick what our steps are when we want to do destruction. And this is a very simple wall, mind you. This is as easy as it comes. As they get more intricate with these kind of guys and the ones that have the interiors, there's a whole lot of new stuff that you have to contend with. And if you can quickly break down what you had to deal with when making this one.
Yeah, it's just a lot of like making sure the textures are lined up correctly so that Andy's tool will cut the bricks correctly. I don't really know how it works, but it works. So,
and well, and also, I mean, when it comes to destruction with our wall pieces, everyone just thinks that, hey, put it in there, press a button, done. At least that's what Todd thinks, and that's just not the way it works.
Should be.
It's
Whose fault is that?
With something like this, it is that easy. When it's a simple box and you don't really have to contend with other pieces jammed into each other, it's perfect. It works great, and we love it. But when you get some pieces like those hallways that are, hollowed out, and they have those wooden, beams that are kind of slightly interpenetrating the other sides of the walls, that causes issues, big issues. So then we have to figure out, okay, what do we want to blow up? What do we want to just kind of disappear? And then what do we have to, there's childs of those, basically the roots of each one. and it gets crazy. But today we're just going to show you something very simple, and I just used this texture because it feels like this would break more organically. And
question for you.
yeah.
How many construction states do we have? The assets?
Right now we have 3, and there's talks that we might add one more if we felt like it needed, but I think that's going to come down to what we feel is needed. I think 3 is perfectly fine if you ask me. You know, we always liked the idea that it was a little bit, you know, Age of Empires. We're used to see these things building up, and that's kind of the idea.
Plus destruction. So
Plus destruction. Yeah,
destruction is
that's not counting destruction.
Yeah, because it's not a pre-built state. It's actually just however the thing is exploded.
Yeah. All right, so here is the model, and I've added the fractured script that we have. And I'm not going to bore you guys and go through each one of these things because there's a lot to go through, but I'll basically go down the line and show you the more important things, which is how many chunks we want this to break up. And so, for example, we want this, let's just say we want this to break up into 400 pieces. And now let's just compute these chunks. So it will ask me to hide that, that's fine. Ironically, this is the one where you just press a button, Todd, and it works, but it's normally not like that. All right, so now that that's done, we can preview this, and we can see, yeah, and I'll turn off these colored markers. And I don't have an interior texture, so we could also add that. So let's just quickly go to environment. Let's get some textures going.
Are the current build times representative, or will it be slowed down in the actual campaign?
It'll be slowed down.
It'd be very, yeah.
And the amount of building materials required is going to go up dramatically.
Let's just
testing them.
quickly add a trim. We don't need to get crazy with this. Sorry.
What is the building next to the Fort Lodge, the big flat wooden one? Oh, I think that's the construction state for the guild hall, isn't it? Do you have that in there?
Yes, yes I do. Yes,
I don't know if they've seen the guild hall either.
I don't know
show
if they
that.
have.
Oh.
That's probably why he's asking.
That's yeah, absolutely. Sorry, this is why.
And there's actually going to end up being a handful of different variants on the guild hall, right? You just have the basic one in?
Yeah, we have the standard right now.
Anyway, go back to it. You're in the middle of something. Don't.
I just wanted to get this pink off.
You got to recompute it.
Yeah. Yeah, start firing away. Aaron's also going to ask some questions or answer some questions.
If you guys got questions, I can.
So yeah, that's just wanted to get the pink off. But now you can kind of see where, you know, and this isn't just a click the button, it's done. So when we're doing these, you know, this one might say, you know what, this looks pretty good. But then other times we might say, you know what, we don't really like the way it's broken up. So we'll start, you know, moving the sliders around and getting more of the look that we like. So it's each and every one of these, it's hand touched. It's not a simple process, I guess is the point I'm trying to make. But the outcome is just so cool. I just love the way this is looking. Our destruction is looking phenomenal. I'm very proud of it.
So will we see like piles of rubble on the ground?
You will see certain, like we have a percentage of each wall piece that when you destroy the wall, there is a percentage of those pieces that stay on there. I mean, let's be.
The reason they're asking is right now, Andy set all those to just everything basically melts as soon as it hits the ground. He just cranked up the knob for performance reasons.
Yeah.
We're going to play with that knob. The knob is still there. It's just a choice.
What Todd said. I mean, this is, let's be honest, we want this all to run. So if you had 4 or 5 walls exploding and, you know, rubble everywhere, I think we danced around the idea of maybe 10% of a wall might be laying around, or it just depends. But we have knobs to change that based off maybe performance.
Here's a question. How will destruction work with the different building states?
Well, we haven't quite 100% worked that out, but I think what was the idea is that if it's in a particular state and you destroy it, it just goes back down to the original state.
It varies based on whether there's a tree of life there or not, right? So if there's a tree of life, then everything is protected until you start a siege. And then the siege rules, this is off the top of my head, but hopefully I'll get it right. So the siege, can they hear me? By the way?
That's the way. Can you hear Todd?
You probably at least
Here, I'll
stand
go
over
around.
there and yell.
I think they can hear you.
Okay, so if it's got a tree of life on it, the tree of life is going to offer protection to all of the structures, including the ones in construction state, until the siege starts. Once the siege starts, if those things are destroyed, then they're going to basically wipe all the way back to a foundation. If a building is there and the building is destroyed, we check at the end of the siege in the cleanup phase. There's basically a phase where the game goes through and cleans everything up to put it back into a state, an in-between siege state. And it reverts to the nearest based on how much damage was done to the wall. So it could result in it being all the way back to foundation. It could result in the wall being at a halfway state, or if it's close enough to max, it just basically heals it back up to max. And I think we have control over that. Right now we have it set to be like, if it's destroyed more than 50%, then it goes back to foundation. If it's 50 to 100%, it goes to 50%, or 50 to 90%, it goes to 50%. I think it's like, 85 or 90, something like that percent, it just heals it back to full. In the non-tree of life situation, I'm just in the middle of building something, or it's already built, and somebody comes up and puts it to the torch, it just gets burned. That's why you want a tree of life. So
I feel like that's also one of those other knobs that we'll have to play with and figure out.
Yeah, it will. How much do we clean up versus not?
Yeah.
Right now, that's not a knob that's exposed on a campaign-by-campaign basis. It's just something that we've preset for all campaigns. But it is something we could do if we wanted to make campaigns more or less destructive, right? If we wanted to make campaigns more or less grueling in terms of being able to kick over people's castles.
Okay. So I was going to show you guys. I guess no one's seen the guild hall yet. So we first came up with the design for the lodge, and that's this bad boy. We liked it, and then we said, you know what? We got to go bigger. Bigger is better. Yeah. And this is the guild hall, and it's obviously there's nothing in there right now. It's not even lit. There's no lights, but it's pretty awesome when it's all lit. You've actually probably seen this in the video. It was in there was the fly through where the little Ganetian was presenting the sword, and that was the guild hall. We had all those cool statues lined up. I love it. I think it looks really cool.
A red rug.
The red rug, yeah. And this will just be something else you'll be able to furnish and prop out and.
And we're doing variants of that building as well.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. We have some awesome concepts that Dave did a long time ago. And I'm not talking about just texture swapping. They're fully different buildings. They have like different tops. Like I think the Ranger one has this cool tree canopy that's going to be over on top of it. And I mean, they'll have the general shape will be kind of the same, but each one has something that's really unique and different to it.
There's a couple like stained glass.
Yeah.
Some other cool stuff.
And it looks really cool.
Towers.
Like I'm we'll have to split those up because I want to make some of that stuff. It's really cool. All right. Well, look, we'll keep filming some more questions. I say we jump in and
saw another one up here somewhere.
Show this out.
Are you guys working on destruction for housing?
Housing.
So, housing very well may end up with just a destroyed state that is more like these construction states for these buildings, as opposed to them being literally blown into pieces. Housing, because it has decorations inside, because it has props inside, it becomes a little bit more complicated. Because for performance reasons, we were going to use the doors and windows as a way of blocking your line of sight so that you can't see the decorations until you enter the building. If we blow a wall out, then all of a sudden the interior of that building is now exposed to the exterior, and that creates some complications. So one of the things we talked about was just having simple destruction states, because then we could still continue to keep it mostly intact, and more importantly, we could include all the stuff inside. So that one's still a little bit open. It's not terribly hard for us to just take an asset and tell it to blow up. If we don't care about breaking along brick lines, if we just take it and say, all right, just smash this into chunks. So we certainly could do it. I've got some other things that make me a little nervous about it. That's not a priority. It is a priority to light them on fire, though. So we have to, those and all the wood palisades and even the wood tops of the otherwise stone buildings, we need to have all those things go up in flames. Shadowbane, that was one of the things that I thought was the coolest about the game, was when you hit a building at certain points in the health bar, it would light on fire, and the fire would eventually get to where it was a raging inferno, and that building really was going up. I mean, it was 2003 level graphics, so don't let me oversell it. It was still kind of crappy, but at the time, it was pretty damn cool. So, I want to go back and get buildings in this game to light on fire. It's just a thing we haven't gotten to.
So we got a guy asking, can you speak about the new chess models we have seen in 5.2.1 and will they be active for use?
Oh, player chests?
Yeah. The banks and the chests are both coming online. We'll do an update to explain how the banking works. Basically, we ended up with going, I'll give you a preview on it, with mostly local bank solutions. So first of all, Spirit Bank is no longer going to be what people have used it for, which was they were using it really as a way to stash items quickly and withdraw items. Because it's now going to have limited import and export, it no longer serves that purpose. Because every time you take something out of the world, put it in there and take it back and then bring it back in, you'd be chewing up import and export counters, and that's not going to work. So instead, we have local banks that are going to be located in the forts and keeps, where if you put something in there and then you lose access to that fort or keep, you have to get back in there to get it. And then what we'll do is have a tow truck service of some type, where if you have an absolute fallback that you simply cannot get your things, you can fall back to that position and you can pray to the gods to get that stuff back, but it's going to take a big decay hit on the way, and it'll take time. So what we're trying to do is we need some mechanisms to allow for fallback positions. Otherwise, the games get slippery slope, causes the campaigns to get really boring. But we don't want to make it easy, and we don't want to shortcut any of the needs for caravanning. So that's why we went with local bank solution instead of world bank solution. So.
Okay. I realized last time I did this, I was going.
By the way, I'm sorry. There's a whole bunch to that, so that's why I said there's going to be an update. We'll make an update for Tuesday, Thursday coming soon, where we go through. Here's the full design on how banking works within and containers work within the first run campaigns.
Yeah, oh, and also probably within, I would say, easily the next month or so, we'll have the actual environment update. So you've seen the videos and all that stuff. You might be wondering, well, where's some of those cool assets? We have not updated those yet in the campaign, but it's coming. It's like right around the corner. But anyways, I realized last time I was showing an environment off, I was running so fast because I'm in developer mode, so I can speed my guy up like hundreds of miles an hour, and it was coming across like it was
a slideshow?
Yeah, like a frame rate. So I'm going to go real slow this time and make sure that everybody, that I'm not making anybody sick. But so this
You
is.
don't seem like you're going that slow, to be honest.
You want me to go slower?
You seem like you're going pretty fast.
I can change that.
I'm just saying.
All right, let's bring his speed down to. I'll change it down to 3, and we'll see. It's better.
Yeah.
All right. All right, so this is the keep that's going to be one of the keeps that's going to be in the campaign, and you can kind of see already how these pieces will work together. This is that gatehouse where you can kind of see inside with the portcullises, and we have lanterns now.
Most of them have never seen that, so explore it a little.
I will. I definitely will. I just wanted to kind of give you an overview. There's the keep itself, and here are some of the cool pieces that you'll be able to attach and create yourself in your EKs. And the dregs. The dregs. The dregs are so scary to me. I just can't imagine what that's going to be like. Pew, 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 pew. So you'll be able to shoot through. And I just think this is so cool, being able to come through here.
Yeah, that's awesome.
And this, Todd, this is what you always wanted. I kind of balked at Todd for a while, thinking this would be too expensive. But no, just the idea of having these all hollowed out, but it really does look better and gives.
So we have had a request to expand those murder holes a little bit, so you can target through
Yeah.
easier. It's probably not a bad idea.
So I talked. It's funny. I just talked to Melissa about this morning. We would actually like to widen it just a little bit and make it the length of where you see that third port. Basically, from here all the way down would be an opening, and that way you could actually use it. So I mean, this is just the first iteration. Don't worry, you did good, son. You did good.
Somebody asked the question
Thanks, Dad.
if these pieces are going to be included in bundles, and the answer is some of them will, and some of them will continue to. We'll still have the old pieces that are thicker. What we'll probably, in game terms, do is that the old wall segments, because they're thick and they don't have the inner tunnel, they'll be stronger and more defensible. That way, it's a choice. And so, what we'll do in the old packages is we'll mix some of the new pieces in and some of the old pieces in, and we'll have all sorts of. We haven't done any add-on packs where it's like, hey, I just want some additional towers that are not as expensive as having to buy this giant bundle. So we're also going to come up with some add-on packs to let people buy onesie-twosie pieces.
By the way, I'm using a different camera, so our actual camera is a little bit further back. So if you're wondering why it feels I'm short, is because the camera is further back. But yeah, so this is the inside of a connecting hallway to a.
You can shoot into the windows.
Yes, you
Yeah.
can also
Oh,
shoot
yeah.
through the windows, so that is that's a danger.
Are we eventually going to be having merchant buildings that players can sell things through?
Yeah, we just haven't gotten there yet. It's on the list.
And this is the new keep. We have a whole new top for the Tree of Life. We'll go inside there and show off. We kind of redid the interior of the keep and made it a lot more accessible. And yeah, you can kind of see the idea of what a merchant might look like, where you could just put up a tent or an armor cart and start selling stuff.
I think the current idea is to install all the sockets for the crafting stations inside, most of them inside the house,
Yeah.
and the vendor pavilions outside the houses. But we'll see how that plays out. We haven't built them yet, and we may find that that's too limiting.
I'm going to go back up there because I thought that was really cool.
I guess we never mentioned the annex pieces either.
Yeah,
How
well
those
here,
work.
let's talk about
You
it. So
know-
he's going to talk about the annex pieces, and really, what is an annex piece, Mr. A.A. Ron?
Okay, so if you look over here at these archways, these are what we call annex pieces, which socket onto the sides of the walls, so you can then make a kind of like a series of little ramps and bridges on the inside of your walls.
Walkways and-
Yeah, walkways. So you can get around your castle easier. And there's corner pieces and junctions and ramps, and they all socket to each other, and then you can socket back into the wall and make some really cool little designs that, and they're more narrow than the wall pieces too. So it gives it a little bit of
And I mean, this didn't take very long at all. I mean, we put this together relatively quick, and that's the beauty of the system. And this kind of goes back to what we were talking about early on, where building this system so that it works in parallel with EK and campaign was an absolute must. We had to do it this way.
Yeah.
And so when you see stuff in campaigns, you will be able to build that exact same layout in your own EK if it's something you like.
And you can build your own switchbacks now, like down to the ground with the new annex
Yeah.
pieces.
Oh, did you talk about ladders yet?
Nope.
All right, so
Meters is it from the high one to the ground?
meters. Ooh, all right. So our scales are always a joy to try to figure out because, like in games, the average size of the wall pieces, like the actual wall pieces from the ground, that's about 15 meters.
Oh, they're as much your frame rate too, John, in this mode. You might want to remind him you're in dev mode.
I'm in dev mode. I'm still getting 70 FPS, but I am in dev mode, which makes it even slower. So I have a pretty beefy machine. So when I'm actually playing the game, I probably get around 80 to 75. But I do have a nice video card. Thank you, Gordon. Gordon loves me so much.
During the construction stage of a building, is it possible for an assaulting player to take ownership of that building if they kill the person who placed the building down? Example, assaulting player kills original builder and then remains on the premises for a set period of time.
No, not really.
No.
Not right now.
Yeah.
Not right now.
So we have destruction states, so you can rip it back down to the base, and we might even allow you to rip it all the way down to where there's nothing there. But we don't have a claim mechanic outside of sieging and capturing, the capture mechanic right now.
Yeah.
I'm not necessarily opposed to it though. I need to think about it some though. And what would be the situation? Would I have to strip it all the way down to the foundation and then I could claim it? We certainly don't want it to be free because otherwise it'll just be stuck changing hands constantly. and that doesn't seem as interesting.
So this is the keep that's been, we've updated it. We updated a lot of the textures and a lot of the ceilings and trims. You can see new trims here. And then Aaron helped me deck out the sides. So they're now more functional.
These are the crafting stations.
Yeah, these are
that they're not online yet, but
this
eventually
is the blacksmith.
That's the blacksmith. Yep.
And then we have over here, I think this is the stonemason.
That's the stonemasons.
Yeah, I like this one. This one looks cool.
I threw a different one in each corner of the keep.
Just gonna run over.
Can you guys talk about repairing a little bit and how that's going to work in terms of can you repair during a siege or
Repair? You mean the walls,
Yes.
or okay, yeah.
Well, explain hippos in general first. For the
Yes.
people that have never seen one, can you explain how that works?
So a hippo is basically a base of, you saw those construction states. So the very first construction state is what we call a hippo. So when you roll up on a campaign, you'll see the layout of the keep's already done. We pre-lay these out. You won't just roll up on a full keep. We have ideas where it'll be in various stages, where there might be parts of the wall on the left side that's fully done, and then parts of it are half done, and then the rest you kind of have to build. Again, that'll be a fun little knob to play with that will decide what that looks like. But so when you roll up and there's a hippo, you just go up to it and you just add the you F to interact, and then you add the resources that it takes to get to each level. And so yeah, you should be able to repair the walls if they get in somewhat of it. I think if it's fully destroyed.
After the siege, certainly.
Yes.
During the siege, it's still, we haven't decided.
Oh,
So,
yeah, all right, during the
so
siege.
The challenge that we've got is, and we saw this during Siege Perilous, let me move a little closer to the mic.
Yeah, let me go over here.
It already, the onus of the work seems to be on the attacker, right? The defender has a giant benefit, which is that they're holed up in a castle, and the attacker has to get into that castle and actually get to the tree before they can destroy it. Whereas the attacker just kind of runs outside and goes and kills everything, right? So we were constantly kind of fighting that in the course of Siege Perilous. I think we did a pretty good job of balancing it out. But my fear is if you now give the defenders a repair mechanic, it's going to exacerbate that problem, where it makes the game even more slanted towards the defender. So we certainly can do it. The question is, do we want to do it? And I just don't know. So what I'd like to do is now get Siege working again in the current campaigns, let people play it some, see where we're at, and if it makes sense to do it, we'll do it.
Any chance we will get some less developed pieces like a cave or trenches or archer stakes? How about furniture for outside, like barrels, totems, shrines, or heads on pikes?
Yes, all that will be, those will be attachables and slottable items that you, so right now, this is a perfect example. This is a buttress that we have that covers up the holes in this octagon tower. You'll be able to slot that in yourself. You'll be able to have different types. You'll be able to,
So what you're seeing on right now is technically an attachable,
Yeah,
right?
this is
little
an attachable.
Archer's balcony is not normally part of the wall. It's
No,
been attached.
it's been attached. And, I'm looking down at the wall right now. You can imagine in between these two windows that there's a banner hanging, or there's a giant spear with a head on it, or these are the kind of things that you'll be able to attach to your walls and even outside. Although we still haven't finalized on how much you'll be able to do. Everything's all still deciding as we go.
Here's a good question. How are you guys dealing with irregular terrain? Is something being done about it, or are we just able to build in plain terrain?
That's a good question, and you're actually looking at that right now. And I'm going to jump over here just to show you, and then we'll go at the top of there and show you the Tree of Life and that. So this is an example of how and why we built the walls the way we did. So there is actually a whole nother part of that wall that's below this terrain that you don't even see. And that allows us to, let me see if I actually have a spot. Ironically, this might be on a very, well, you can kind of see it coming down there. But you'll be able to build on pretty uneven terrain. All right, these guys right here. So technically the top of where that point, I guess the point is right here. I guess you can't see. I'm going to take the arrow. This right here is the level ground. But because we started to build off of this, it gave us enough room to actually build up. And you'll be able to do that with the walls. It's funny, we don't have a spot. Yeah, you can kind of see it right here. A little bit.
I think this parcel is pretty flat.
Pretty flat.
So we're not
It's
gonna,
terraced. And most of the building parcels, especially the larger they get, right, have those terraces built into them on purpose.
maybe
with the
down there,
expectation
yeah.
that people are going to want to build castles there.
Yeah, let me go out here and see if there's not a better example. I feel like there is. Yeah, that's a good example. So you can clearly see that that goes out further than what initially was the way it started, I guess you could say.
The foundation?
Yeah, the foundations.
Yeah, it's pretty large. We actually, there's
Floating
more
man.
foundation and we let them go up or down, right?
Yeah.
So there's a window of how much you're allowed to raise and lower your pieces.
We quickly figured out, quickly found out that when we didn't have the foundations, we were like, oh Lord, I mean, everything's gonna have to be super flat, which we didn't want. So we decided to add this foundation system. And so every wall piece has a foundation system. And yeah, it's worked out quite well for us.
Sin Garrett is asking about the spooky tree.
Oh, oh yeah, the spooky tree, that's right.
Over on that side.
spooky tree.
So this is the campaign. So each one of these areas is the Bane tree. So I guess that not everyone's familiar with how this is going to work.
Some people wander around with some
So the way the sieging mechanic's going to work is the attackers, they have to destroy that tree of life. I'll go in there and show you what that is to take over this keep and this whole parcel. And the defenders either have to run out the clock and defend that tree, or they can come out here and kill this Bane tree, which it kind of already looks dead, I realize, but kill it even more. And there's 3 of those. You can see one way over there, and there's another one over there somewhere. And so if you destroy all 3 Bane trees, then you will have successfully defended the keep. But let's go back in and look at the Tree of Life, because that's going to be where a lot of the action is. And we purposely redesigned the top of the keep to allow for this. Hey Max, what's going on?
I was trying to be discreet, but hi, how's it going?
Max is whispering. I like to whisper too.
It's very secret, producer only stuff.
We love this guy. So this is the top of the keep now. Before this was all enclosed. Actually, the original Siege Perilous, we didn't have this whole top part. We just had this big open space for the tree. It was kind of boring, so we decided to add this top back on and then just open it up. And now you have your Tree of Life up here. And this is what the attackers are trying to destroy. They're trying to destroy this, and you're trying to defend it. And I think this is going to create a lot of cool gameplay up here, because you'll be able to knock each other off. And yeah. So it's going to come down to, do you want to send out forces to attack the Bane trees, or do you want to defend up, turtle up, defend the Tree of Life? Or, you know, whatever. It's up to you. Any more questions? Because I think we're almost done.
You got about 10 minutes.
Ooh.
So one question was about crenellations, what you called Merlins, right?
God damn it, Dave. I look at him and I just laugh. Sorry.
Sneaking around back there.
So somebody was asking about crenellations. So I think that the idea of how the attachables works didn't quite come across.
Yeah, you're right. We don't have a whole lot on this one. We need to add those back on. Hey, quiet, will you please, Mr. Greco? So this is an example of, these were all Merlins that are attached. They've been attached. And you will have these slots that you can either put a Merlin here, a buttress, which is that thing you saw that stuck out. You could put a banner flag here. You could put, you know, whatever items we allow you to slot in, you'll be able to do that. Does that kind of answer the question?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Hoardings also, right? We just haven't gotten to those yet.
Yeah, we just haven't got to those.
Here's can I build buildings on top of people and entomb them in the walls?
That would be pretty badass. But I'm assuming the guy's gonna have to be AFK for like ever, and then you just start building on top of him. I mean,
Right now you just pop out on top
Yeah.
of the walls.
I'm sure you guys will find ways to break everything that we do.
Yeah. Why do attackers want to destroy the Tree of Life? Is it a win condition?
Yes. Killing the Tree of Life is the only way you siege this castle. I mean, I'm sorry. The only way that you win this keep or castle. So once you break through the walls, you've sieged through, you have to kill this Tree of Life. I mean, this is kind of the whole point. And then the defenders, they have two ways of winning, and that is killing the Bane trees or defending this for a set period of time.
With the new focus on races,
what the hell is that?
In terms of
I don't know. I think they're playing basketball upstairs.
With the new focus of race in terms of skills and classes, does this make the possibility of seeing racial architecture like we had in SB more likely?
Yeah, good question. I mean, so the first, I mean, look, we're a small team, we're a small art team, we're a small everything studio. So we wanted to get the first race out, and right now this is the human kind of look, and we want it to be kind of rough and you know, guttural, so to say, and just so to say. And we wanted to not look pristine in any way. Yeah. So we've already got concepts that Dave's have worked on for everything from the Stoneborn to the elves to even the centaurs. And I can't wait to eventually get to that. But we got to get done with this first. This is what we're going to launch with.
A lot of these are Todd questions, I feel like. design question. Are current building speeds representative or sped up for testing? They're sped up.
Yeah. Well, if there's any questions for Todd, now's the time, because we're about almost done here. So if anybody's got...
Will crafting furniture be tied to the skill tree, or will everyone have access to all recipes? Will a woodworker be able to make a more fancy dining table than a swordsmith?
Yes, we are going to move recipe unlocks into the skill tree. We just haven't gotten to it yet.
Yeah, that's going to be awesome. The crafters, I really like how deep our crafting system is in this game. I think if you're a crafter, this is going to be one of the games to play for that because it is so in-depth and offers so much variety.
Will attackers be able to build stuff as well during a siege?
Yes, the siege equipment has to be built. It has to be invested in beforehand. And in the dregs, then they'll be able to build stuff as well.
And that's what these...
Effectively, there's a siege set of siege tokens that they use to build their stuff.
I forgot to explain. Like this right here is for a siege weapon. This is for the ballista. Yep. And when you're defending, there'll be catapults and trebuchets out there, and it's going to be a chess game of where you want to turtle up or defend from and how much you want to send your resources to depending on what side they're attacking. And that's the beauty of destruction. You'll be able to attack from any side, and it's going to be tough for defending, you know. And a lot of these games, there's only one way to get in or two ways to get in. It's usually from a gate, and that's all you have to do is just defend that gate. And it gets very repetitive very quickly. With this system, the whole idea is you don't know where it's coming from, you know. And once they set up shop, you know, you try to defend that, they could change tactics mid-match, and you'd have to then try to compete against that. So I love that aspect.
Will crafting disciplines be as numerous as the combat disciplines?
As numerous? Probably not. I doubt that there will just... my guess is there will not be as many. Will we try and have a really nice spread? Absolutely. So I say that. I don't know. But historically, if you kind of look at it from an investment of resources standpoint, there's just a lot more to the combat system, which means there's a lot more interesting and easy ways to tie off new things into it.
Give me a hug. I need a hug.
That said, I'm not going to purposefully not come up with as many. I'm just kind of predicting the future, and I'm imagining that there won't be as many, but I'd love to be wrong on that, you know. All right.
I think we're good. Yeah. Are you guys good? We loved it. It was fun. Did you have fun? This is your first time doing this, isn't it?
Yeah, it was all right.
Everything's always fucking all right.
Right.
Doesn't matter what you... yeah, it was good. It was all right.
It's okay.
It was okay.
It was good, yeah.
All right, take it back.
All right, bye.
Is that people have only kind of seen that kind of older version of what was the champion, that stone, he's kind of a half-giant champion. And I've been kind of working on kind of like a new look for him, since they didn't really have much of figuring out kind of what they look like for a race. And so between the male and the female, they kind of have more like a Viking type vibe to them. Definitely like hairier. The other guy was like weird, and it's like every inch of his body was totally shaved, and I don't know, he didn't have like too much personality. So we're kind of going off this that I did some time ago. I'm not sure if we ever released these. And so I'm kind of bringing that vibe into this guy right here. And basically we know they're Myrmidons. Yeah, they're kind of just the dual-wielding berserk maniacs. So this guy is pretty much just going to be charging through a battlefield, and Todd actually wanted like a decapitated Ganetian in front, which that'd be kind of rough, but maybe we'll do it. That can add a lot of life.
Sorry, is this piece potentially going into the art book?
Yeah, I think any of the pieces, especially these large illustrated pieces, will definitely be in there. So this is a piece that I'll probably go on the website. I've been trying to do more pieces like this that are more appropriate for like people's wallpapers. That's one thing about being concept, and especially being concept on a small team, is that you have to do art to feed the modelers and environment artists, but I'm also working on art that feeds our marketing and advertising. So there's a lot of facets, so I always kind of have to remember everything. Even if I do a piece that's for Eric or John, I try to treat it as a finished piece, because not only can it feed them, but then we can also use it in marketing stuff and anything that's shown to help give more press to the game. So I always feel like there's a lot on my shoulders for that, but I think it's a really good thing. I like holding that kind of mantle for a lot of the look that's going out. Half giant armor sets. I guess most of them are in game. I can kind of show. This is an old piece. Yeah, we've definitely shown this. But these were a piece that Allison did when we first designed his armor set. So I'm just giving him this piece right here, especially since our armor sets right now are race specific and not class specific. And so I just took his helmet off, but he's going to have all this kind of leathery stuff. But I might put a little more iron on it.
He brought you your
Todd bought me this.
This one's missing an arm.
She doesn't even have an arm.
What happened to her arm?
And basically, I can't leave my desk ever
Did you do that?
without coming back and these two looking like they're about to reproduce.
I saw those on your desk when you were gone one day, and I was like, these are so cool. And Melissa's like, you can have them. He never uses them.
Did she really? Busted. Oh, man. Busted.
Oh, man.
You know what? I've used them once, and it was actually pretty useful. And while my laptop is not plugged in, I just pulled a Hellish.
Well, hello guys. My name is Jonathan Pollard. As Todd had probably told you, I am a game designer here under Blair, working with Hallish and Todd and Valerie. And I'm going to show you guys some of the parcels that we've been going through. Just a fair warning, I had like an operation on my foot, so if I grimace in intense pain, it's not because of my foot, it's because Todd is attacking me.
That's probably why.
So, first one I'm going to show you here is what we're calling, it's not quite a beach, so it's sort of a misnomer, but it is called a beachhead. And we're calling it the beachhead because this is essentially where all the factions are going to start out as. And it's kind of like the initial newbie starting zone for everybody. And if you're familiar with some of our earlier demos, you've probably seen what some of these pink discs represent. And what they represent, for those of you that don't know, are areas where we can go ahead and place down dioramas, which is essentially various like POIs or special like resources. Typically, if you're going to see like a gold node out in the world, or perhaps a zombie spawning crystal, or one of the Hellcat larger spawning crystals, it's coming in the form of the diorama. And Aaron and John O'Neill have been absolutely terrific in helping to design these. And what you'll see is that this is a 32 cell parcel, which is one of our largest parcels so far. Not quite on the level of some of the mountain ranges or perhaps the swamp, but it's pretty darn big. And that's 32 cells as far as the new cell sizes go. If you've been following along, you'll know that about a month and a half, 2 months ago, we went ahead and did a switch over from our original cell sizes of 256 meters by 256 meters to 128 by 128 meters. And that was partially as a result of the fact that as we were going through some of these campaigns, we realized that when we were going to build out some fort areas, or we were going to build out some of these towns, other strongholds that you were going to be eventually claiming and playing in and doing combat in, that we didn't have enough room to place kind of our catapults and trebuchets and the blisses on the wall to kind of manage the distances that they're going to be going as far as that goes. And so we didn't want to have to add a whole other 256 cell, and then it came with a whole bunch of other bonuses as well. It allowed us to kind of reel back and excuse me. It came with a bunch of other bonuses as well, which we were allowed to put in more detail into more finite forms for it. So essentially, I'm going to run through this area with you guys here. And what we have at the very beginning is just the basic grasslands going into our new road system, which you kind of see kind of an example out here. And this is what I was talking about. When we went to the smaller cell size for the 128 meters instead of the 256 meters, now we're able to kind of add in more detail levels, which allowed us to create this road system. So that instead of these roads having to take up like a 256 block, and we'd actually have to create much more intricate patterns inside of it. Because if you can think of it, here where I'm showing my mouse at the moment, this would have been a one cell, which would have been the smallest designation before. And now we can actually have like a full like road pattern inside of that one old cell, because now they're in the 128 meter configuration. And what you'll notice is that almost all of these new parcels that we're going to be using for the campaign worlds are going to be, they're going to have roads leading out of them, and they're all going to connect. And if you follow a road, it's going to bring you to another major POI point, or at least an area that's going to be of some interest to you, or you'll find some NPCs or maybe some rare loot of some sort.
Yeah, this is actually one of the few like really cool, useful things John O'Neill has done for us, I think. Like usually he's just kind of incompetent. Like he's pretty good at like insulting me in the chat.
Yeah.
But like, you know, this is actually pretty neat.
Sometimes he builds some stuff in Maya, I think, every now and then, and supposedly there's some new trees coming too.
This has go ahead, you got to
they actually look really cool. There's some great new trees coming. John, we love you.
John does good work.
Okay. So this parcel is going to be what if you've seen it before, it's the old Shire parcel, and we've actually built it to be a fort. And then this parcel here, leading up from the road, is also going to be a fort parcel. And this is a testing parcel that I have out here for demonstrations for you guys. It's kind of like, if you've ever seen The Lion King, like the elephant graveyard. It's essentially the elephant graveyard for all of our diorama markers. And each of those is going to be spawning a hippo that's building out some of these buildings, or the castles, keeps, forts, that you're going to be able to use here in these campaign worlds. And I'll show you a little bit on how those hippos work as I walk through this area with you. And then finally at the background, you'll see what our most fully fleshed out levels at the moment, which is a keep. And it's fairly big, a little bit bigger than probably what you'll remember from, if you were around at the time, Siege Perilous or the Hunger Dome. And the back wall here, we've aligned some catapults. I'm not sure if I'm going to have enough time in this segment to get there for the destruction. We'll see. But if we do, we'll get to show off a little bit of some of the work that Andy was going to be showing you guys earlier as well.
Sweet.
So now I'm going to stop this EK. Maybe, do they have any questions coming in from the chat?
Yeah, well, while we're on the subject of roads, they actually have some pretty awesome design implications. Like, for example, we can actually navigate the world now. So before, like, actually figuring out where you were without a map was insanely difficult. And now with the roads, you can sort of figure it out, which has been pretty nice in the playtest, especially for us who are doing testing, right? We can actually get around. which is neat. But yeah, let's field some questions from the chat. Let's see. Jack, did you find any questions?
I did not. I am trying to tweet on my computer that is not enjoying having all of this stuff happening at the same time.
Really? Kane's took John's side on this? He said he's putting me on his KOS list.
Oh man, kill on sight.
Ouch.
Good thing he doesn't know our in-game names, right?
It's nothing like any of my other screen
We don't
names.
tell them our in-game names?
Sure,
Yeah.
of course not.
Yeah, it's definitely not Blixtev.
They definitely.
It's definitely not Blixtev.
It's definitely not that. They definitely don't know mine.
Yeah, my in-game name is Johnny Smash. What, 5 N's or something ridiculous?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's so typical of him.
So I just want to point out some of the features around here. Mostly you're going to have natural terrain barriers that are occurring, and along these terrain barriers, hopefully, you're not going to be able to climb up them, and it's going to basically protect you. And if you can climb up them, we've actually got a completely different safeguard to prevent you from climbing up them so that you can't kill all the noobs and scare them away from the game anymore. But I'm sure none of you are doing that anyway, right? Gang squads. Not something that happens in Crowfall.
Not in Crowfall. Not in my Crowfall.
We're using some of the fort pieces here to kind of allow transportation between the inside and outside of the beachhead parcels for people who are of the right faction. And this is a gate, and what you'll see is there'll be a teleporter marker here and a teleporter marker here on the other side, just like the old Siege Perilous teleporters, and you'll be able to transition between the two if you have the proper faction designation. Just some more essential gate pieces, kind of cool. There will be just one temple in this area. It's going to be here where this marker is. And this is actually going to be a little bit more critical nowadays because you're not going to just be able to transition to any it's not archetype. What's our actual term for it now? Class, archetype.
Well, as long as the temples are still in there. So the race class stuff is going to come until like 5.3.
Okay.
So for right now, it is still the archetype system. So right now, in the beginning of Campaign Worlds, the way that I understand it, is that the only temple you'll be able to switch archetypes at will be found in your beachhead. All the other points out inside of the Campaign World are dragon statues, where you can respawn with the vessel that you had, but you won't be able to change your archetype unless you make the trek back to the beachhead. I'm sure Blair and Todd could highlight like why that design decision was made. I think they kind of wanted to discourage the switching, so you kind of commit to something when you go out into the battlefield and couldn't just switch on the fly all the time. But they would speak to that better than I could.
So the beachheads are going to be kind of like a self-contained adventuring zone. You're going to get to switch your archetypes out. It's the only place you're going to be able to do that. You're going to find a guaranteed personal bank here that you can access. Personal banks were touched on slightly earlier by Blair, and part of what's going to happen is you'll find a giant chest. I'm sure some of you guys have seen them if you've been in our test areas, our latest testing for the game.
Some people were mentioning them in chat earlier. They saw them.
Right. The currently it's just the original like trade chests or just like loot chests from the old Hunger Dome area. But it's about 2.5 times the size, and there's really, when you go interact with it, you're going to get a whole new UI screen for it, and it's just your inventory. If you go to a different chest somewhere, you're going to have that same inventory available to you. But if it's inside a stronghold that's not your beachhead, you're going to have to own that stronghold in order to use it. Right? So that's just one of the incentives to continue fighting for those areas so that you have better access to your items quicker, because you're not always going to have to run all the way back to your beachhead to access those items.
Right.
I'm going to go ahead and move over to sorry, one more thing. These are going to also be for the new players kind of like self-contained adventuring zones. We'll have some nice NPC spawns in here that aren't too difficult, some low-level loot, low-level resources that you can kind of get into the game easily in a protected area so that you're not getting ganked the whole time. and be able to kind of like understand the basics, and hopefully at some point not be so scared that you can actually like move out into the
Venture
rest
out.
of the world.
Leave the
Right,
nest,
yeah.
basically. Yeah, do something useful out in the campaign worlds is the goal.
So, I'm going to switch over to a different stronghold, and this is going to be one of the fort strongholds. I'll show you the village real quick. And I'm not going to spend too much time just going around inside the Unity scene here showing you, because we're just going to hop into the world and run around as we field some more questions. All right. So this is essentially the map I was just showing you a little bit earlier in our dev side version of the Eternal the Eternal Kingdoms tool, which is basically our campaign builder tool. And as I'm kind of like walking through here, you'll kind of get to see like some of the difference in the cell sizes here. So along this stretch of road, you'll notice that you'll kind of see the like telltale there's nothing here sign, because there's no cell that exists. And I did that so that you guys can kind of get a little bit better perspective on just how different the 128 meter cell size is in comparison to the old 256 meter cell size, right? So this is just one cell size and length across, and it is actually our road system. So as we travel along here, you're going to see that this is a straight piece. We're going to come up into kind of like a T intersection, and then we're going to come into a cross intersection, and then finally we're going to hook right into the actual parcel, and you'll see the elbow intersection for it.
What are we doing for the edges of maps? Is it going to be like a misty effect?
There will at some point be a skirting, I believe, was the last direction that we were heading in that regard. But we haven't advanced enough to be able to show the players exactly how that's going to work out yet. But you'll be able to see. It won't just be blank space at some point. We do have plans for the skirting, and it's just not ready for kind of like prime time yet. So we're going to be coming up onto the initial fort here, and we're going to get kind of into some of the mechanics for how these new kind of campaign worlds are going to be working. And so you're going to see two kinds of main things. And again, if you've been in some of our more recent tests in some of the higher backer groups, you'll know that we currently have a capture mechanic, which is triggered by a statue that's done in kind of the same vein as the old hero statue found at the temples. And it is this awesome dragon statue. I know Eric mentioned that it was one of his favorite sculpts that he had done earlier. And it is actually pretty cool. Not to be confused with Todd's silver dragon statue, which is also very beautiful, but not quite on this level.
That's hiding somewhere in the fort, isn't it? Isn't there a little noodle statue?
It is, and I would love to go look at it.
No, let
but
them
I don't
find it.
know.
Let them find it.
Yeah, it's here. You should go find it.
It is hidden in here.
It's awesome to behold.
That's a cool looking dragon.
So, at any of these forts, which includes like the Shire corner piece, which is the elbow, like the L-shaped elbow, or the straight piece, which is 12 cells kind of in a row in a double stack, you'll find one of these dragons. And the purpose of this dragon is you're going to be able to go up to it, and every 30 minutes, since someone has claimed it, you'll be able to claim it for your faction. So as you can see here, I'm kind of holding F, and it's a very long hold time, and that's so that there's time for other people to come in and kind of like interrupt you, right? You really are going to need to kind of have like a group, or just really like sneak in here, so that you'll be able to actually like claim it for your faction. And I want to point out that kind of over here, there's going to be this flag.
By the way, sorry, when you said sneak in there, we don't mean as a Broad Ganesian, which is not a feature, that is a bug that will be squashed. So you won't just be able to stealth and cap it and nobody will be able to see you. That is something we're going to fix.
Currently a bug where, if you're unfamiliar, where if you are in stealth mode, you can still hit this F. Don't do that. It's an exploit. And it's probably not even going to work the next time you try it. But we are checking, right? If you do try it, we're going to know.
I think
So,
Todd told me I have to make sure it's fixed by Thursday.
Sure. Oh man, is that another one on me?
I think all the bugs are supposed to be fixed by Thursday. We'll see how many of them we can actually get fixed by Thursday. But that's one we really need to get fixed.
So you'll notice that some of the banners here changed. There's some banners inside the lodge over here that have changed as well. Pretty cool. And then you'll see a bunch of pre-placed, what we are calling hippos. If you're unfamiliar with what hippos are, they're basically, in this case, it can be any kind of object, but in this case, it's wall objects, modular building pieces that as you feed it resources, you'll be able to kind of like grow it into one of these construction stages that O'Neill and Aaron were talking about earlier. So right now, everything goes off of wood. That's just for debug purposes. And you'll see that once I fed it the amount of wood it required, it's going to start counting down this old timer. And that is the old Siege Perilous timer.
Welcome back.
Yeah. I love seeing all the old Siege Perilous stuff come back in. And now that the timer's expired, it's moved up to construction stage 2. So it was construction stage 1, which was basically just a foundation, a couple of like decorative pieces, just so that visually and with colliders, you know that this is basically where the wall's going to appear once it's finished building. So now that it's in the second stage, we can go ahead and build it up, interact again so that we can build it up to another stage. Little error there. Also, you'll notice that if I kind of jump in here, it's not going to actually build. It's going to give you that little warning. It's like, oh, actually I'm blocked. But it'll build now.
Sweet.
So now we've got a fully built fort gate here. And as I was kind of mentioning earlier, you'll see that there's actually like a teleport VFX there.
And the gate's closed.
Oh, man.
Which is pretty nice.
The gate is closed, and I'm stuck. Not for long. Can't keep the Legionnaire down. Sorry, the Cleric.
The Minotaur, or the...
You can do it. I believe
The
you guys.
Centaur Cleric down.
Well, he's technically still a Legionnaire.
I guess
Don't confuse him.
Legionnaire,
He's
right?
still
I'm
a
sorry,
Legionnaire.
yeah. So if you interact with the kind of like particle effect there, which you'll only see if you're of the designated faction that currently owns this fort, you'll be able to kind of transport in between the two. We have also allowed it so that if you are of a second faction, you will be able to attack any of these walls that are built here. Gonna build up one more, and basically hitting it with any of your basic attacks, you'll be able to kind of take down some of these walls, which is not how the keeps will work, but for these claimable areas that are using this dragon statue, you will be able to take down the walls in this way. Any questions?
Well, just something I want to note for people who have tested the game. We know, Todd addressed this a little bit earlier, there are a lot of bugs and polish that need to happen before campaign worlds are complete. Like, for example, someone brought up that while you're capturing a fort, it doesn't interrupt you if you take damage. That's something that we're going to fix. Some of the UI elements you see here, like that cannot build icon that was showing up, originally that was to show that someone was standing there and that it just wasn't going to spawn. Now we have code in so that if you are standing in it, it puts you on top of whatever was built. So that saw icon shouldn't be there. We have a JIRA ticket for that. You're just seeing some Z fighting there.
Yeah. Real quick, you'll notice that directly above this dragon statue, kind of where my mouse pointer is at the moment, you'll see a very long timer. I believe it says 25 minutes and 30 seconds right now. And that is actually the countdown for how long it's going to be until a different faction can go ahead and try to attack this fort, right? So you have a little bit of a respite once you've kind of torn it from your enemies. So we're going to run down some more roads here, which gives us time for questions, or I can teleport if that would be quicker. Are there any other questions, Max?
Yeah, let me look. There's a lot of design questions.
Sure, right. Probably unrelated to anything we're doing. I bet they're like, hey, Blair, how come this major discipline doesn't give me X?
No, they are related to the fort.
No, okay, that's good. My bad.
So let me look. Tinus was asking a lot of good questions earlier, but we were already in the middle of talking. Jack, did you save any for us before I start reciting some?
No, I didn't. I was
Thanks, Jack. That was super,
Good job, Jack.
super helpful, bro.
It's all good. He's got a lot going on.
Also, Todd's answering a lot of questions in chat, so I haven't been able to keep up with what he's answered.
Gotcha. Okay, test subject 118 said, at Crowfall game, will balance be able to teleport into their current allied forts?
That is a great Todd question.
Well, I think
I believe that you are currently restricted, but as far as like, so our system definitely doesn't allow that right now, but as far as like the theological decision on that, it'd be more of like a Todd call.
so. Well, first of all, you can't just like teleport anywhere, right? Like, there's no teleport. If you die and you respawn, you go to a dragon statue that your faction owns. I think his question is if you are, so if the way that tug of war meter you see on top of the screen, for those of you who are not familiar with how this particular game mode functions, is that to the left is chaos and to the right is order, and right in the middle is balance. And every time order takes an objective, they'll get points that pull the meter to the right. Anytime chaos gets them, they'll pull the meter to the left. And balance will be allied with whoever is losing, right? So they want the meter to fall in the middle at the end of the campaign. And so this is kind of a weird mechanic that has been hard for us to figure out ourselves, because it's something that's very new. I think what he's asking specifically is, for example, if order and balance are allied, if a balance player dies, will they be able to respawn at an order fort?
Yeah, I know that right now the tech does not allow that to happen, but it actually, that sounds like something that probably Todd and Blair are going to want to
take a look at.
Sorry. They're probably going to, something in my throat. Todd actually just like threw something at me. It's like, shut up.
He was like, no design answers.
Yeah, no design answers. I bet they're going to take a look at that and kind of make a decision based on that. But currently our technology doesn't, our tech doesn't allow us to do that.
Right.
So no.
Oh, as they might have mentioned before as well, there's like, 35 of us in the studio. And these are designed for like mass scale play. So we're not going to know how a lot of the stuff works until you guys go in and tell us that it doesn't work. And then I'm sure Todd and Blair are going to go back in and do a kind of a refactor on some of it.
Sure. Todd and Blair are always like so many steps ahead on the design, and I'm sure that at some point they thought of that and they either made the call and the tech came that way, but I don't know the specific answer for it. I do want to pull your attention to kind of like the top of my screen here, where you'll see the kind of like tug of war UI that Max had mentioned earlier. And as I claim this fort, what you'll see is chaos, order, balance, right? So if the people that own the forts, points wise, it's along this yellow border, then it's going to be in balance's favor, obviously chaos on the red and order on the blue. And there are shifting kind of like allegiances as far as balance goes.
Right.
And so if order owned one of the forts and chaos owned one of the forts, and that's kind of basically how it lied, this counter would be in the middle, and basically balance would be winning, because what they want is for everything to remain as balanced
in balance
as possible. And you'll notice that once I claim this gate here for order, which is my current faction, it's going to shift this scale a little bit. So now it's fully in the blue, and actually, so both chaos and balance are losing currently. And actually, what that actually means for balance is that now they're allied with the chaos faction.
Right. And what's kind of crazy about this right now is that like balance can be on someone's team, like helping them take a fort, and then all of a sudden it just switches, and all of a sudden they're not on the same team anymore,
Right.
which is like kind of crazy.
So I heard Blair and Todd and Halish kind of going over some of the more sticky points as far as that rule set goes.
Right.
And so they're kind of working out exactly how the meta is going to work on that.
Yeah.
Or the micro details for it. I actually need one more quarter segment put out so I can.
We need the kitten back, Jack.
Oh.
Please put an adorable kitten on the top left of the
Sorry,
screen.
secret commands
There you
once
go,
more,
kittens
my
are up.
friends.
While kittens are up, when you die, can you only respawn at the nearest dragon statue, or can you choose between multiple ones or the start temple? I think we've gone over that before, but you might want to.
You can't pick.
Yeah, you don't get to pick.
Yeah, it's so. Some of our capture mechanics, for those of you who have played like the Battlefield games or Battlefront, they might remind you a little bit of that. But the respawning works a little bit differently. So in those games, when you capture a point and you die and you respawn, you can then select one of the points and choose a class or whatever, and then you'll just respawn at whatever location you've captured. Jonathan, I'll let you say exactly how our respawning works. It's changed a couple times.
We're good. Okay, sorry, I was busy typing. What was the question?
So they want to know how respawning will work. Like, will they be? The question was, will I be able to select my spawn location? You won't. It's based on your proximity and then where you've respawned recently.
Currently, you're going to go to the nearest respawnable area that your faction has access to at the time. And as far as that goes, I know that really early on we were tossing around the ideas of being able to select the graveyards, but we kind of left that behind. Doesn't mean that it might not make a return at some point, but that's definitely not the direction we're going at the moment. It's all proximity based.
Right. There's also a distance restriction, isn't there, where if you die right next to the dragon statue, it's going to put you somewhere else. So
Correct.
You're not popping back up there.
There's kind of a min max there. And what the min determines is it's kind of like an anti-camping rule, and this is already active in any of the other campaigns that you've been looking at, or even any of our tests. If you get killed basically on top of your temple or like right next to your temple, we're not going to keep spawning you in the same area constantly. We're going to move you to the next closest area so that any of these gank squads aren't going to just be able to just like spawn camp you for hours on end, because we want you to keep playing. And really what we're most interested in is maintaining the competition between everybody and the fun level, and being spawn camped all the time, while maybe somewhat fun for the people doing the spawn camping, not the greatest for the people actually being camped.
So, sorry, I'm going to... Methodical asked a pretty cool question.
Sure.
He said, will there be the ability to create a respawn point for allies, such as a temporary forward camp? So, I'm going to... we say this a lot. Not certainly for sure, but it's something that we've talked about in-house. There were discussions a while back about being able to craft areas where you could access your spirit bank. I think the design for that has changed a little bit. There have been talks about being able to craft like even spawn points, like a forward camp, like you said. And basically the idea would be that you would go through the normal crafting menu that you use to make weapons and stuff, and create something like that. Now, I've not heard anything about that recently, and like I said, these campaigns go through a lot of design iterations. I suspect that somewhere like the dregs, that could be really useful, where it's kind of outright chaos, and I don't know if we're fully established on how dragon statues are going to work in a place like that. But it's definitely something that we've talked about. It's definitely not something that we're doing right now.
And the dragon statues themselves in those forts will kind of serve sort of that purpose,
right,
in this extent. Like, getting those forts is going to put you in a better position to go get some of our POI areas, some of the high-level resources there, which you'll need to craft sometimes some of the walls or some of the better things in the game to equip your character out with. And so having that forward position will kind of help to some extent, and it does come with the graveyard.
And a big part of like Crowfall's original pitch is that you have to establish supply lines. Like we've talked about a caravan system, and one of the reasons that we don't have like a global bank that'll allow easy transfer from the beachhead to the forts or the keeps is that we want you to have to make the trek over there. And so holding an outpost, a defensible outpost with its own personal bank in it can be critical for your team. So all that's been taken into consideration, but
so
yeah, that's where it's at right now.
Current rule set, Tinnis was asking, is winning a campaign going to come down to only the last 15 to 30 minutes of fort flipping? Basically, whoever's got it in their slider
at the very end of the game. Yeah, so I think in this, like in the current, what we're doing right now is effectively a campaign systems test. We're making sure that all this stuff works, and as you can see, as you have seen, there's some bugs. So the idea is that we polish it out, and yes, I think at the beginning we will declare who's victorious, right, based on whoever's won at the end. But there's been talk about like who's accrued points over the course of the game.
Yeah, I've seen
This is definitely a better Todd and Blair question than it is for me because I know that this is in flux.
And keep in mind that there is that 30-minute timer on the capture threshold. So if you're thinking like, oh, the last 5 minutes of the game, everyone's just going to be doing a fort rush, that's actually being prevented to some extent. Although, the last 30 minutes of the game, probably a different story.
Well, and it won't be as easy as, like, especially for keeps, as just rush in and claim the objective, because once we introduce the sieging system.
Yes. Give me just 1 second.
Once you introduce the sieging system and you have to plant bane trees and all that, and actually like start, take down the walls and storm the keep, that's going to be a lot harder than it is right now, where it's just kind of sneak in and nab the dragon statue.
I just wanted to show. So
that's destruction, by the way. That's
yeah. We were just talking
in the
over the destruction. It was happening there. You'll notice that there was on. We're going to show you some more when we'll actually go through more of like a vocal script there for that. But there's essential barriers. You saw some of the barrier effects come up. Great stuff from Greg and Aislinn. You probably saw it earlier. And I really just wanted to go over this. This is kind of like our graveyard. You can see kind of out in the distance, like every piece, like every fort piece is over there at some point. Every wall piece is castle piece, keep piece is over there. And we're not going to build all of them, but this is actually like a building. And this isn't in game as far as like this initial campaign world release is going to be, and we may not get to it. I'm not exactly sure what the plans are, but it's really cool because this is a full-on lodge, and it actually has its own construction states.
Yeah, it's pretty. So I hate doing this, but I got to throw John O'Neill a bone here, and Aaron. Really, like this stuff I think just looks super cool. Like all the construction states that we see here, watching stuff get built up, there's such a feeling of like progress and accomplishment as I'm running around like constructing these. And then when I'm blowing them to pieces, that looks awesome too. They've really done a great job with this. And Andy obviously as well. And you. Y'all did good.
I guess you do okay.
Yeah,
It's whatever.
I can't get mad. A lot of people were involved, but the stuff looks great. Okay.
Yeah, I was listening to the rest of the stream, guys. I didn't hear any. Oh, Jonathan Paul is doing some really cool stuff over here.
I like that your name is JP Dominator.
You're the one that named my computer that.
I know, it's awesome, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not the worst. It's not the worst. I'm
Tommy's,
like, I guess that's kind of cool.
I made Tommy's Bentley Bot 9000, so yours is cooler.
Nice, yeah, way cooler. Okay, so you'll see here there's a reticle. If you're familiar, again, with the old SP, this is essentially the same thing. Got a barrier on the right side. You've got your hit points on the left side. And after you take down the barrier, you're going to be able to start chipping away at these blocks. And it will chip away at the point that you're impacting it. And it will chip away a certain amount of blocks according to how much HP you've done, hit point damage you've done to those walls.
I love that it takes chunks. I really think this looks awesome. Like it takes chunks out of where you're actually hitting it. So it's not just like it's like crumbling piece by piece. Wait, finish. Why can't you break that one? Can you break that one?
I mean, I could break that one.
This one's a little more
dramatic
because you're gonna be able to see like through it.
Can you up the damage on the catapults? Come on, man. What's
They are in that other area. They are in the other area.
Oh right, yeah, of course.
Yeah, this is the non-test area. This is the elephant graveyard.
That's right. It looks like a test area, but it's not.
Boom!
Wow,
That's a pretty good one.
Yeah.
Good job, Andy. Looks great. Actually,
really,
this one's totally
This is my favorite. Yeah, the tower. Let's do that one. I like that.
Oh, okay. So you got some of Greg's barrier points going on up there. Boom! What?
It's pretty.
Anyway,
it's like a
pretty epic.
It's like a fireworks.
That's why there were two of them at that other area, because it's really cool to see. And now I can only show you the one time. It will respawn, however, but I believe our segment is going to be over at that point.
So what you got to imagine is during a siege and a campaign, you've declared a siege, your team, your faction is all ready to go, your guild or whoever, and you're just smashing holes in these walls to drive your forces through. Some of you have been with us for a really long time, saw some of that in Siege Perilous. This system is it's been revamped, right? I mean, this is
Oh yeah, it's
this is
totally,
a much newer
totally revamped
system, and I think it looks a lot better than it did before. We had all sorts of problems with the physics engine, with the huge clunky blocks and like what they did to you when they fell on you.
Optimizations to the physics on how these
Yeah.
chip away, how they're destructing.
And it's not done, but I mean, we're getting really close. This is
Some of the
looking
old
great, I
SP stuff you would have known that like, man, we blew it up, and then it looks like everyone's kind of moving fast, and it looked like some of the blocks were just kind of moving in slow-mo, like Lego movie style. Not really the case anymore.
And what you saw Greg and Aislinn working on earlier with the effects, they were working on destruction effects. So you can see there's not a ton of like explosion feedback when you're hitting these things now, but they're gonna take care of that. So well, actually, no, there's some there. I think those are old though. They were making new explosions and stuff.
So the way the bricks are now, or the pieces are now destructing, is going to be very nice, coupled with those VFX. And really, like, everyone that's been working on this has been working super hard. They can't wait to get it
Like
out
the
to
one
you.
brick.
I can't say when, but it's not too far out. I think it's safe to say that. Maybe Todd will be mad. We'll find out.
So is it based on the surface area too? Because it looks like you're doing less damage when you hit like one brick. Am I crazy?
So what I believe is happening is there is loose brick, and it is not actually hitting the wall. But anyway, still.
So the system is perfect. It's done.
It's totally perfect.
It's ready
system.
to go.
But as you can see, it's kind of where it's going. It's why it's not quite out to you guys yet, but it's definitely coming along, and we definitely wanted to give you kind of like a little peek at what's happening here. And I hope you guys enjoy it when you get a chance to get your hands on it. Campaign Worlds, if you have any questions, I bet we got like 2-3 minutes. It doesn't have to be about buildings or destruction. If I know it, I'll answer it if I'm allowed to say. I'm not allowed to say a lot. For the record.
Like we're not under NDA, but we're under like Todd DA.
Right, Todd DA. It's way worse than
way
NDA.
worse.
It's a TDA.
Is the damage to the wall being done by direct impact of the projectile collider, or is there an invisible sphere surrounding the projectile?
Both.
Okay,
Both.
let's dose.
Yeah. So there's a direct impact happening, and then there's also some other stuff that's helped being calculated by an even larger collider around it. Cool. All right. Looks like my time's up, and we'll probably be heading back to Todd if he's ready.
Okay, so this afternoon we are going to show you some of the racial disciplines that we haven't shown you yet. Now, for people that don't know, now that you pick a race and a class, when you pick the race, every race gets assigned a series of racial disciplines. They appear over here. The Ganetian.
Look at that.
Look at that little guy. Look at that little guy. So here's the Ganetian discipline. As you can see, theirs gives them a crap ton of dexterity, a little bit of intellect, and 0.1 substance.
Still a lot of intellect. Still a lot of intellect.
Yeah, I guess 90. They get more. The one I was looking at earlier only got 30. So 90 stat points or attribute points is a whole lot.
That is.
Coming. Yeah, that is a whole lot.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, some people, some races get a lot out of the box. Some of them need to work a little further in the trees to get to the meat.
Yes, so subsistence means that they get more food or they get more chicken ticker per food that they eat, which is great.
They eat less.
They are drought and famine resistant, so to speak. They get the Ganetian bloodline racial. Now, all of the bloodline passives in the new UI will have... it will be a passive here that is already loaded out for you and can't be swapped, but everybody gets it for free.
Does it take up a slot?
Yes, but we are giving them that slot.
So it's a free slot.
It's a free slot, but we just want to have it down there so you can tooltip down here and actually see what it's doing. Because right now, it's right here. And the Ganetian bloodline, in fact, let me close that out. Your chicken ticker is no longer reduced by jumping or using stamina. Also grants double jump.
That's a really...
I don't know what he drew. What is it?
The googly eyes.
Oh, it's actually googly eyes.
You put googly eyes on the camera.
So many worse things.
They're
I'm almost
super
disappointed.
googly.
Wow.
Yes.
There you go. Yeah. All right. Yeah.
Except
for now, you messed up the camera. That's okay though.
To appease Blair and Hallish.
Only
Thanks,
here
man.
To appease Blair and Hallish.
Okay, so everybody's going to get one of these bloodline passives for whatever race you're on. There's what the Ganetians does. The Ganetian also gets Ganetian Burrow, which is basically a stealth for non-stealthers.
That sounds amazing.
That sounds pretty amazing. And this one is different in that it does cost stamina, and it takes a bar slot. So I will actually load it out onto my bar. Whereas the duelist one in the new, when we get the new power bars in, it's not gonna. It's just it's a new
free.
bar.
It's a free slot.
It's a free slot, and you basically press whatever you have it bound to, Y or U, whatever, to get into your stealth bar. And their duelist stealth is not on the not a power slot. So for those guys, go ahead.
I was gonna say, so there could always be like 10 Ganetians.
Yes.
Hiding somewhere.
There will always be more Ganetians than you know about. So for the duelists, saltpeter rounds is probably useful. It's not an ultimate. I still haven't had Lars change this icon. He drew it as an ultimate. It is not an ultimate. It's just a buff. And while this buff is active, any pistol attacks have a chance to apply a movement speed reduction for the next 30 seconds and increases your distance for your ranged attacks by 5 meters. Okay, let's see. Okay, no good questions to answer, so that's okay. So we're going to show this in action. I am going to actually... Oh, the plate set on these guys
So good.
is so good. And this is, in fact...
Very dandy.
Oh my god, he's so cute.
This is, in fact, a Ganetian knight
I love him.
with his little mace.
And his
Oh,
shield.
God. Whack. Yeah, so they still need to hook up the weapon trails as part of the race class split work that they've done, but very clearly, I am a Ganetian
Blocking and hitting.
blocking and hitting and jabbing,
Knighting
and
away. Knighting it up.
So, will his burrow drain stamina only when he's moving, or the entire time that he's burrowing?
the entire time. So burrow is a toggle power. Everyone should be somewhat familiar with toggle powers now. You turn it on, and it stays on until it either cancels or you do something or whatever. Basically, someone knocks you out of it, and then it's going to turn it off. But it's a power that takes me 2 seconds to dig into the ground, and now I am burrowed. And as you all know what burrow does. His moves a little bit slower, I think, than the duelist while he's underground. No one can see me. I'm the only one who can see my dirt mound. Everybody else can't see that.
No tunnel porting?
He has no tunnel porting. I mean, that's not a racial thing. In the new power bar, since it's a toggle power, there's a little glowy effect that happens on top of one of the active toggles. And as you see, his stamina bar is slowly draining over time.
Slowly but surely. So there's no sitting in your tunnel for eternity.
Right.
You got to come up for air.
He's got to come up for air. And so the same rules apply as stealthers. If he gets hit, he can get knocked out of his burrow. If he does a harmful action, he will get popped out. So if I left click, boom, it's going to pop me out of my burrow.
Out of there.
So it's not quite as awesome as Duelist Stealth because he doesn't have any special tray that he goes into with special powers. But being a knight and being able to burrow,
pretty cool.
Is still pretty cool.
You're in combat.
Can I not turn it out unless I'm? Yeah, I have to actually be out of combat to turn it off. There's a couple new things we're working through. Obviously, the dust not going away. Is a thing.
That's under the big banner of fixing stealth stuff.
Fixing stealth stuff, and there's a couple tech asks we have for all of the racial stuff. So I'm not a duelist, so I'm not going to demo his other power, which is the saltpeter rounds.
Because you don't have a gun?
Because I don't have a gun. Oh, he's interesting because as a knight, he automatically comes with block loaded out, but let's say I don't want to be a blocking knight. Let me get that to drag on there. There we go. Whoop. Whoa, what is that?
Boing, boing.
So I can do you know the old duelist dodge.
So you're a dodging duelist knight who can burrow.
Yep, but I don't have block when I do that, right? I loaded it out and I don't have block anymore.
Which is a pretty big that's a pretty big sacrifice.
Yes.
But, it's up to you. The choice is yours.
Yeah, because his other option is Cleric and Duelist. So I don't know that I want to give up the Cleric block for dodge, but
Yeah.
you never know.
Yeah, I mean, really depends on the situation, right? Might be a situation where you know you're going to have to move around a lot, and there's not going to be a lot of turtling.
Yep.
Maybe it's worth throwing on your bar.
Somebody said they get a snorkel.
A snorkel.
A huge night issue, only able to turn off Borrow and restore stamina regen by switching to out of combat. Huge. Huge. Yes, it's huge. Well, you know what you do then.
You hit 5.
You turn out. You get out of combat and you restore your stamina and you turn it off. I mean, everyone has to turn it off. Turn off their toggles like this. Even the wood elf has to do that as well. Okay, so we've shown the knight. Let's show
kittens.
Kittens will be coming up, but not quite yet. So last time we showed the Minotaur, and I didn't have his bloodline on him, as well as I didn't get a chance to demo the Bloodlust, but we'll show it this time. I've got a head, but I'm missing my body.
Kind of missing.
Oh, goodness.
You're the spectral Minotaur.
I'm a spectral Minotaur. Okay, well, we can at least look at his... let me go full screen.
Click.
Sure he's not using his invisibility ghost
Yes. Oops.
Ghost cow.
So he gets dexterity.
Some dex.
So you'll notice that the stats that are granted to him are roughly 60 points less than what's granted to the Ganetian, who got 90 points. He gets racial frontal stun immunity, so you will not be able to stun a Minotaur from the front. You'll have to get behind him, and that's tech that we're anticipating come online with the Assassin. Once we get the directional based hits, so you will not be able to stun a Minotaur from the front. He gets the dodge like everybody else, and he gets Bloodthirst. Now, since we are on a Minotaur, I'm still going to show you how this one works. If I can get it to... Does it not want to go into... There we go. I don't know why I didn't want to go into it. And I need to load out his dodge because everybody needs to load out their dodge now. And, yep, grants immunity to all stun effects that hit you from the front. Okay. So if I... let me hover over this guy. So Bloodthirst, you continually recover 50% of all lost health for 8 seconds. When the effect ends, you suffer Bloodthirst Crash and take 50% of lost health over the next 8 seconds. So basically, he is going to... When I activate this guy, you'll notice that all the damage that I'm taking, I'm getting 50% of it back. 3, 2, 1. And then when I'm out of it, now every second I suffer a dot tick. So it's nowhere near as good as Berserk, but you can use this as a champion or one of the other Myrmidon or Minotaur options.
Basically, that lets you buy some time.
Yes. Basically, it gives you your healers time to get you back up and do whatever they need to do so you don't die. But it's still a pretty cool one. What if you use Berserk and the Racial at the same time? Well, you can't. So you'll notice when I activate Bloodthirst, it puts cooldown on Berserk. So we now have the ability to make abilities fire cooldowns on other abilities. So we just don't let you do that. And in fact, I mean, it's still probably not long enough on Berserk because you can use the Racial and then instantly go into a Berserker. So that cooldown probably needs to be a little bit longer. Otherwise, you're going to be immune forever, but we'll see.
Yeah, well, I mean, it looks like you're activating both of them, so I mean, there's no way to really cheese it, right? I mean, you can either keep rolling.
Yeah, interesting. Does it keep adding time?
Yeah,
too?
it looks like it's adding time, but so we'll have to look and see. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. another deterrent to trying to cheat.
Yes.
I'm sure that'll...
We probably should put a cap on the max amount of time that we're allowed to ever sending ability too. Man, you can make that one go really high. So yes,
So needless to say, yes.
Yeah, needless to say, we have a way to combine cooldowns on multiple powers.
Is there anything you can tell us about high elves?
No, we're not ready to show the high elves yet because we don't even. We've built the passive, but we don't have the model yet.
I liked the question about mass. Will mass influence being a Ganesian knight at all? Like using chain pull and other abilities?
Ideally, it should. I'd like to get some of that functionality working again. We still are adding, like block, for example, is increasing your mass. We still have powers in there that increase your mass, just for the physics stuff. Okay, so we've seen him. Now let's go check out the half giant.
Half giant, right?
Yeah, so this was kind of, we've seen some of pieces of him before. Now the half giant's in a better state. And we'll show the half giant. Which his big thing is he grows a whole lot. Because in the past, the half giant was the champion. So we've given him some of the functionality of the Ultimate Warrior, kind of like we did with the Myrmidon, whose his thing is kind of a mini Berserk. The half giant gets kind of a mini Ultimate Warrior. Yeah, the Elkin model is being rigged as we speak.
It looks amazing.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
Okay, now that we're in this area where we're going to show fighting some stuff, let's look at what we're actually giving him. So, wow, he gets 60 to strength and 60 to constitution, so he gets
lots of stats.
He gets a big chunk of stats. He gets the damage bonus when suffering small hits as part of his bloodline. So that was kind of the, unless you hit him for a damage amount over a certain amount, he just gets mad. You're making the giant mad. So he starts to get a damage bonus if you hit him with a bunch of small hits. He gets the dodge roll. He gets backhand, which is a instant, basically, stun. And then he gets Blood of the Giant, which is a hatred builder, which increases his damage and size. So we can see backhand deals damage and it stuns. So we're going to go ahead and put that on the bar.
You gotta put the. There we go.
Yeah, it just doesn't want to. Okay, we'll load that guy out. And then we can talk about this one. Oops. When damaged for less than 200 hit points, you get a stack of Making Me Mad. If you gain 5 stacks in 30 seconds, Giant Smash is applied, which increases your damage bonus by 10%, increases your size for 20 seconds. Giant Smash also instantly restores class appropriate resource. So that's a pretty fun. Oh, move the mic. Is it in the way or is it too low? Oh,
It's just barely in the shot.
Can you lift up the mic a little bit over there, guys? Gibson.
Mic in the shot.
It's that little
yeah, I see.
push up on a little bit.
Yeah, the boom mic. Thanks, guys.
That's. I think that.
It's still there. Which one do I undo your thing?
Anyways, so while they're doing that, let's go ahead and since he is a Myrmidon, he needs 2 weapons.
Look at that.
Let's give him 2 axes. Because, hey.
Axe and another axe.
You know what? He doesn't have his dodge roll loaded out. Let's load that out.
Boom, look at that. Dual wield and half giant.
Dual wield and half giant, and these guys have really high armor, so we don't kill them, but I'm just banging on him so I can get enough.
Apparently no bleed defense, though.
So I can get enough to...
Blood of the Giant! Words!
So then we're going to make him really big again. Ugh. So yeah, he's pretty big when you look at him compared to Legionnaire now. And if you compare him to, let's say...
Myrmidon.
Yeah, he's really big.
2 heads taller.
And if you do something like his Pulverize, it's pretty ridiculous.
Yeah.
so to speak. Yeah, he is. The effect is dying early on that one. We got to talk to Greg about that.
You ran out of fury, and so the ability canceled, but it didn't cancel the animation. It
Ah.
appears. Perhaps the animator does not know.
So I can pull one of these guys closer. Get over here. Yep, he's a Myrmidon.
Myrmidon and up.
Let's go that, and then let's go Berserk. Get some Fury regen going. Yeah. Okay, and he gets hatred awfully quick. We might need to. He generates
the
hatred.
same amount of hatred as everybody else, Thomas Blair.
Well, no, same amount as the
as the Myrmidon.
As the the hatred for the racial.
Oh, hatred. Oh,
Hatred. Yeah, not fury. Hatred. Yeah, he generates hatred pretty quick. And then we'll just show his 7 attack is that, boom, that instant smash stun, because he is
a great big giant.
He's a great big giant,
or at least half of great big giant.
Yeah, put his armor on. I'm afraid of what would happen if I were to put his armor on, if his skin would go away.
Well,
because that seems to be a pretty universal bug in this branch right now.
There's only one way to find out. Well, look at that.
His head's there.
You got it, as far as we know.
As far as we know. Oh, hey, look.
That's not so bad.
That's
Got
fine,
sort of
right?
a little bit of clipping going on.
There's some clipping going on there. I wonder what that is. I wonder if it's that hunch forward pose with the dual weapons.
Probably, yeah.
They want you to use the.
Yeah, it's a little bit.
The
Yeah.
one ability.
The number one.
The number one.
Oh, he doesn't have an animation for it yet, so we need to.
You're just gonna
right.
scoot.
He's just gonna scoot and then do the pop up. Yeah.
Yeah, he does. It takes him like 3 hits.
This is.
I mean,
Myrmidon class, right?
This is the Myrmidon class, correct?
I know the champion. That does seem really fast, right? Because I mean, I know the champion fills up super quickly. But is it more quick than? Is it quicker than that? I don't know. We have to look.
Is it because none of the weapons don't?
No,
Maybe-
that's in the passive, right? I mean, that's being applied as, or was being, like
Sure.
the champion is applied in the champion's
But
passive.
the champion's basic attacks are a little bit slower than this.
Right.
Because he,
oh, absolutely, yeah. That is a thing.
Basically, he swings faster because the Myrmidon has the axes and was set to attack faster, whereas the champion has a two-hander and generally attacked pretty slow.
That is why we normalize.
Which is why, yep, we're gonna have to normalize that. Yeah, and I don't have anything that well, actually, will the fire hit me?
The fire will hit you for pain.
Yeah, but I want to feel. So making me angry. You'll see making me angry is getting stacks.
Okay, sure.
That's just because I temporarily set the fire to fire damage rather than true. The true damage normally wouldn't trigger this, but you see he's already making me angry to 4, making me 5. Now he's giant smashing. Let's see what happens because this should give him the 3rd growth state.
Of course, now you're not gaining.
Interesting. I'm not gaining hatred. I wonder if there's something turning it off when I'm in.
Oh, are you the 2nd stage? Yeah.
Yeah, I was already 2nd stage. Okay. So technically, as far as our growth system goes, that considers you growth plus 3. But what's interesting is and then if you got hit with a nature's avatar, that would make you grow even more. Yeah, I definitely felt the grow. The grows get a little smaller on the final stages because we don't want to make you so ridiculous.
So the half giant champion, will they have Blood of Giant and Ultimate Warrior, and can they both be active at the same time?
No, they do not stack.
Okay.
Just like Berserk and Bloodthirst don't stack.
You're basically making a choice, right? I mean, you're probably going to always want to go with the out-of-the-box class version is going to be more powerful.
Yep.
Generally speaking.
Okay, so I have the max I definitely feel like I'm making me angry. Yeah, this is the max growth state. Oh, am I so big that I'm...
You've lost the ability to be
Yeah,
agile.
I definitely feel like I'm... good God, look at how big
You're
he's...
a very large man. You're a very, very large man.
So assuming that we have mass, will you be gaining mass every time you...
Yes.
go to?
Yeah, definitely. I'm kind of curious why. It definitely felt like the ground was resisting my movement, even though that shouldn't be a thing anymore. I definitely felt like I wasn't moving as fast.
Well, that's just an effect of being big.
Well, true, but it actually felt like I had a little bit of drag there.
That's why you always feel like you're hauling ass on the Ganeshan, because you're
Yeah.
little tiny.
Our 10-minute suicide happened. All the NPCs died. Have to wait for those guys to respawn. I'll beat on these guys.
Can the Myrmidon use 2 swords?
Myrmidons cannot use dual swords. They can use...
Axes and maces, right? Out
Yes,
there.
you can equip an axe and a mace. That way you get the benefits of both the maces and the axe training lines. Okay, I have the big one.
Boom.
Boom.
Big. And you're just lumbering around. Come back here, you.
You might want to put a little bit of a movement buff on there so it doesn't feel so... Yeah, you know what? When I do a dodge roll in this stage, it doesn't want to... I wonder what that is.
Something for Andy to look at.
Yep, that looks like an engineering bug. I wonder what happens...
I wonder if it's considering you above...
I just want to see where the...
something? Yeah, well, clearly it's not going to move.
Yeah, but it actually is increasing in size.
Oh, your capsule, right?
Yeah.
I would hope so. Yep. Oh, yeah. Got bigger again.
Oh, yeah.
Will making me angry
Yeah.
stack with Ultimate Warrior?
Making me angry stack with Ultimate Warrior? Yes, it should. That one should. He's so ridiculously big. Boop.
Can you find, I was going to say, can you find another half giant to stand next to? Just to compare.
When I'm at big size?
Yeah.
So, did we not put one in the lineup?
I guess not. I didn't see one.
Oh, there is
Oh,
one.
wait, unless there's somewhere there.
No.
Unless I've forgotten.
Yeah, he's not
why
in the
the
lineup.
half giant
Oh, how
hate.
sad.
Yeah. Yeah, you can, I mean, I'm just a little bit bigger than a knight when I'm...
About the same size as a Myrmidon.
As a Myrmidon hunched over. Yeah, the dodge roll works fine when I'm at this size.
Yeah, what if it thinks you're not grounded or something?
Yeah, that would be my first thing is like, you are so big.
You're so far above the ground that...
I can do it in this phase. It's just that final one where it gets too big. But yeah, if you remember before I was... And then there's the knight comparison. Big stuff. You're turning violet, Violet. From Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory.
Ah, yes.
Yes. Good reference. Any plans for outputting combat numbers to logical logs so we can min-max more? Yeah, at some point we definitely want to get a combat log. It's just on the bottom of the list. Our target dummy's coming to EK soon. We're waiting on some art to make it look pretty rather than the kind of stuff that we accept, but that's because we're in a testing environment.
Yeah,
I mean, we
don't
just
care what it looks like.
Yep. What would a half giant in stage 2 look like while riding a horse?
Probably big.
Probably big. if it's an art problem, we may be asked to make them not able to do that while they are mounted. Certainly, we can prevent powers from happening while you're mounted, and we can prevent you mounting if you are in that. Stage 2 only lasts 30 seconds, and then we kick you back down to the first size.
That's one of those. We'll have to see.
Yep. What else we got? Can a Myrmidon use 2 swords? No, it cannot. Let me answer that. Minotaur gets Dex, but the half giant gets Strength and Con. I think Strength and Con, and you can speak to this more, is all part of the human or the man race tree, which is Nathari, humans, half elves, and half giants. Their predominant stats are Strength and Con.
Right, and just because who gets what vessel wise, some of these guys are going to be better out of the box, and some of them will have get their stats later on, basically from their trees. So really, it's basically some races take longer to come in their own than others. The half giant being one of the ones that they get their stats more up front than buried in the trees.
Yes, you can see he's kind of not so bright.
He's not very smart.
He's not very bright. Yes. Will you be adding a flinch response when a character is struck? Most of the characters have the additive hit animations when I get hit.
Yeah, if you mean a stun, probably not. If you're talking hit reactions, we should have hit reactions. If you're not seeing them, let us know.
Why is his strength 40 if he gets 60 from his bloodline? Good question. The engineer who's working on hooking up these equipment stats still hasn't finished that. So anything coming from the statistics portion is not being applied yet, and he was working on that this week. So by the time you guys see it, that will actually be getting applied. Do you dye your hair, or is it just white in general? My hair is gray, and it started growing gray when I was 16, and it's just been gray. 2 little spots, and now it's kind of all gray. I do not dye it white. It must be the lighting that's...
Well, yeah, I think...
It also looks a little bluish, which is kind of cool.
Right, we were remarking...
because of this camera.
Right, but I mean, maybe you should think about that.
You
Go
should.
with a little bit of blue. I can help get you set up with some dye.
Thanks, Jack.
You have to be at least in your 80s to have blue hair, I think.
I had blue hair once.
Come on, blue's a popular color, actually.
Am I 80?
You must be going backwards, Benjamin Button.
Are the racial contributions to stats like strength, dex, and int coming only from the racial discs and the skill tree?
Say again? Are the racial
contributions to these guys only coming from the racial and the skill tree?
Yeah, that's pretty much it, right?
Yep.
Vessels and the skill trees are where your attributes come from.
That is in fact correct.
It's pretty much the purview of the necromancer, and to a lesser degree, alchemist for the philosopher's stone, and then the rest of it is incumbent upon you to work your way through the trees of your favor.
Yeah, attributes are only given in very specific spots. Billy, try to say something in global. Oh, that's
build out and
Bill is working on chat system stuff right now, which is probably why we picked up him.
Why he said JJD.
Why he
that
said
means.
JJD in global. I thought those passive had to be placed on the passive bar to become active, so the bloodline passive should be on the passive bar. No. Actually, the bloodline passive is a special type of passive. It is always active, and in an upcoming revision to this, we're going to put another slot here, and it's already going to be preloaded out, and you will never be able to remove it. It will have something special indicating that you can't remove it, but our idea is everybody gets a bloodline passive for their race for free.
And it's always there.
And it's always there, and it's always active, and you don't even need to load it out, but it is definitely there. What will rings give? How big is the Ganeshan +1 ring slot?
Rings will give stats.
Rings will give, yes, they will give stats, and it will be...
A lot of it will be dependent upon what you put on them.
Yep, it's one more way that you can customize the specific stats on a character. Crafting stats, harvesting stats, combat stats, what kind of combat stats, what kind of harvesting stats. It's just one more stat, just like the... I think the High Elves get an additional equipment slot, and the... The Centaur
gets Centaur.
The Centaur gets
Said
the
Legionnaire
You
again.
said the Legionnaire
Yeah.
again. He's a Centaur.
Centaur.
The Centaur gets the horseshoe slot, and I think there might be one more.
Ganeshan ring, Centaur horseshoes.
There's a neck on one of them. Anyways, they give a chunk of stats. Will there be server wipes?
Server wipes. I mean,
so
not much for
between
live, but,
right now we're in our pre-alpha phase. Obviously, with the new skill tree stuff coming online, there's definitely going to be a global skill tree wipe. But after that, it remains to be seen how often we need them. This is actually going to be our first ever skill tree wipe. We've never had to do one, but basically to the level that we are deconstructing the trees.
Yeah, they're just not compatible.
They're just
completely
not
different.
Yeah, so. Knights still get the cloak slot. Yes. Yes.
Okay, was that the other one?
Yes.
That was the other one.
Knights get a cloak, and that one is actually, it's not knights that get a cloak. I believe it's just humans that get a cloak. So that is definitely. We ended up with, I think there was 2 problem pieces of equipment for us. There was the cloaks and where they would go to, and the pole weapons.
Oh, right.
Right, because nobody gets pole weapons except for, we have the animations for centaurs because of the Legionnaire.
Mm-hmm.
So the question is do centaurs get pole weapons as a benefit for both of those pole arm mastery disciplines, because there's a pole mace and there's a pole axe as one, and the answer is maybe. Because right now we can only do equipment checks based on class. We don't have the additional axes of race as well, so maybe. But yeah, it was funny. It was like we went through all of this, and those were the only 2 pieces of equipment that
the odd ones out. Basically.
They just didn't fit into any class.
Do the Nathari count as human for getting cloaks?
The Nathari are their own race.
Right, but they're from humans, right?
So their skill trees are humans, but they are not humans.
Okay.
Humans are humans, Nathari are Nathari, half-elves are half-elves, and half-giants are half-giants. Their model is completely different, and their race is completely different. Their racial disciplines are completely different. For skill purposes, however, they will fall under
the human,
the man,
whatever,
man into.
It's human and half blood, half breed, whatever we're calling them.
Okay. Nathari are into the human branch.
They're under human, right?
I'm not sure about that minnow racial. It seems useless for Myrmidon, and my understanding correctly. Yeah, it's not so useful for Myrmidons. However, for a Minotaur champion,
totally cool.
It's totally useful, or whatever else class we give to the Minotaur. So, just like the
whatever ultimate warrior.
Yeah,
right? Probably wouldn't want to use that if you're a champion already, because you have a better version of it.
Correct. However,
but I mean, everybody gets multiple things, right? It's
right.
Not like that's the only thing you get.
Which is definitely what, again, if you look at the Ganeshan, the racial burrow is useless for the duel.
Yeah,
the duelist gets a way better version of stealth. However, which is why we gave them an additional one, which is saltpeter rounds, which is the snare as well as the distance increase for ranged attacks. So we definitely looked at that when building these. It was like, okay, let's make sure we cover all the bases and give everybody something interesting, even if their class gives them something better. But most races have at least 3 classes they can play.
Right.
Right? So they will be useful for many. Any tease about the half-elf? Half-elves get the best of elves and humans. And then I'll let you figure out what those are. Yeah. Maybe we'll show them in one of our next streams. But yeah, our idea between half-elves was not to make them kind of sucky. Generally, half-elf, as I've seen in the past, the racials for...
Yeah, it depends on what game you're playing. But yeah.
Our goal was to give them the best of the elves and the best of the humans. So...
Do Minotaurs still run at 6.5 meters per second and half giants at 5 meters per second? Do you know the answer to that?
Wait, what was the move
Run
speed?
speeds.
Do 6.5 for Minotaurs
Yes.
and 5 for half giants.
Yes, because the half giants were under that. We're about to. I've got the ticket in for the movement speeds and the various modes as a discrete thing rather than a modifier. So we will look at speeds and see that they're still within reasonable amounts when we actually do that ticket. It'll be much easier for us to tune. Yeah, even though the lore says they were descended from humans, they are actually a different race. Completely different race, different model, different racial. Their racials are all centered around desert things because they're desert people. So... half-elf mongrels can hang with the high elves, I guess. Man, so much hate for the half-bloods. Does growing in size reduce speed? If so, that might explain why your hit growth 3 and your roll goes 0 distance.
Yeah, no, I don't think...
No,
we're doing
your
anything
speed
like
is still set the same. It just feels like you're going slower because you're so much bigger.
It's an optical illusion, basically.
Yeah.
I mean, you'll even notice maybe a little bit of foot sliding at the super...
The 1.65,
Yeah.
the biggest one?
Yeah, tiny bit. But.
Yeah, you are actually... We don't change the movement speeds based on size, which we may need to, or we may need to look at the actual not going so big is perhaps an option there. Do the pill hitboxes grow with the model when it increases in size?
Yes. Yes, they do.
They should uniformly scale, because it's just a pill.
Yeah.
So
In fact, we saw that earlier when you were looking at the... see the...
Yep. Wood elves are the low elves.
The low elves.
Wait.
The slumlord elves? Is that,
I
is
thought
that what you're
was
saying?
I thought that was supposed to be the half elves. Well, the
I
wood
think,
elves.
yeah, I think it'd be the half elves.
The wood elves are the hippies.
But the wood elves get camouflage and they get trail master. I mean, wood elves get some really good racials.
Yeah, they're
like everybody
very
else.
solid.
Everyone gets very good racials.
This is a 5-minute warning for you guys.
Can we see the revamped class skill race trees today? In fact,
I mean they're in. I don't know if they're accessible.
No.
Right
So what we showed at the last stream, that data that Billy had started the rig for us, we lost all of that when the merge came back from the hotfix branch.
Yes, and the quick select is not in there anymore.
Correct.
So.
However, in the segment coming up in the next 10 minutes, you guys will get to see the updated skill tree navigation, which is really exciting. I believe that stream is Billy featuring Lars, and they're going to show you a whole bunch of exciting UI stuff, including the new updated navigation for the skill trees. And yeah, it really sucked because Billy came over and was like, we lost all of the data for that because it had to get stomped when we merged back over. However, that was also the day we started chewing away at the updated design for how you navigate the skill trees, and it is way cooler. Looks way.
Oh yeah. You guys are gonna really like it.
You guys are really like it. and it's just it gets rid of a lot of the weird problems with children trees hidden at the end of a
It
tree.
just looks very next gen. Very good.
So you guys will see that in the next segment. Lars is the up and coming hotness. Yes. No, Billy is actually listening. Oh, and speak of Lars, here's Lars himself to set up. Do you guys license Unity source code or do all of the programming in C#? We do all. We do not have the source code. We do everything in C#. So I noticed your net pull has yet to fail. Can you confirm a fix to net and chain pull?
So this might be related to targeting stuff we've been seeing.
I mean, yeah. Now maybe because it was a standing target and I was standing still, it was easier for me to hit.
Possibly. I mean, so I want to say part of the problems were intermittent issues with movement that have since been sussed out. As far as I know, net pull is working now. So
now the teleport there didn't seem to work very well. However, the pull.
Oh, the teleports. Yeah, forget about it.
That teleport worked. I don't know why the one to this one did not.
Didn't roll a high enough value on your teleport to target skill.
Oh, see, that one took me half the distance. Maybe it was no, the terrain.
No, don't even.
No, I'm like, all right, trying to reason it.
There's no rationality.
Okay. Definitely something that needs some
engineering love.
See, Strather says when stuff got yanked, it would only come halfway. So in that case, when I got pulled, or when I teleported to it, I only went halfway. And now the NPCs are in their 10-minute despawn blow-up cycle. A lot of cases where we pull will teleport them back to their original spot. Okay. The video for this stream keeps freezing for me, while on other streams it's fine. You know what? It was freezing for me on my machine at my desk, and I had to keep killing Firefox. So.
Oh snap!
But then again, I was also running Unity, and Unity was going up to 22 gigs of memory, so that could have been part of the issue too. Will the assassin make a sound effect that enemies can hear, like the burrow noise? Potentially.
I'll have to ask Gibson.
We'll ask Gibson. He's the sound man.
For those just tuning in, I'm Billy Garrettson. This is
I'm Lars.
And we represent the UI team for Crowfall. And today we're going to talk about two main features that we've been working really hard at revamping and kind of updating since we've had all these cool new changes to the game. So right now we're going to start with the skill tree. If you've played Crowfall, you should be familiar with the skill tree. Skills, our offline skill system is how you kind of train in various categories of the game, whether it be combat or crafting, exploration, and then the various character types that you can be. And so first I'm going to walk through kind of like the evolution of the skill tree to see how we've gotten to where we are. Not today, but where we're going to be. So what we're looking at right now on the screen is this was the first kind of mock-up that I did, I'm going to say almost 2 years ago of the skill tree. And this was back when we didn't have a lot of categories and subcategories and overall tree progression. We basically just had this one flat layer of trees that you could choose from, and they would be like leatherworking, and crafting would be leatherworking, blacksmithing, everything would be kind of at the same level. And so you got all these nodes, and you'd click on the node, and you'd go into something similar to what you've seen today, which is this kind of very standard skill grid, and they're all the skills are associated with lines, and you kind of have to progress from, you know, one parent skill to its associated child skills, and then you would progress through the tree that way, and at some point you would unlock additional trees and the ability to go to promotion classes and stuff. So this part should look familiar. What we've been doing is we've been iterating on how we're presenting the actual navigation and sort of like the dashboard elements of the skill tree. So here's another peek at kind of where the earliest look and feel of the skill trees, where we had these painted icons and it looked a little bit more traditional to other fantasy MMOs.
Look at your googly eyes.
No, it's just the camera.
Forever.
And so we've definitely gone away from this. So this was draft 1. It was very, very flat and very basic. So draft 2.
Where is it?
Sorry.
I think it's in a video format.
Yeah, so
that
let's
one
get
right there.
Alrighty, so yeah, so draft 2 is what we've kind of been used to seeing in the game for really, I'd say, over a year.
It's been
now.
about a year.
Yeah.
Since we redesigned it to this point.
So this is some of the earliest work that Lars did. Basically, what we're looking at here is pretty much the same overall structure. We've got this kind of top line of skill trees that are like your universal skill trees. This is like, these are the skills that you can train that every character that you play, no matter what the race or class, will benefit from. And then it's separated, and then underneath the line would be very character specific skills. The benefits would only really apply to certain character categories. So we really didn't change much in this iteration, but what did change over the course of designing the skill trees is that we found that there was a kind of a progression. So like, you didn't just jump around to any of the available trees kind of at the top layer. You would actually have to click into one of these buckets, and that would expand the tree into this kind of core tree that you would start off with. It's the basics tree. Almost all of the large nodes expand out to have this one basics starting point, and then once you get to a certain progression in the basics tree, it would then unlock these secondary trees that you can then train in. So when we were first putting this skill navigation front end together, we actually didn't have that structure in place, which is why we kind of just had like flat nav to skill tree. So what we've done in this iteration is we've added a second layer, and it's progression, right? So you kind of have to start at this one node, and then it expands outward into then being able to click through and get into a skill tree. So this is the live game that everyone's who's played the game has seen this version of the skill tree. Also, if you've used our skill trees as they are right now, you've noticed that it's actually pretty frustrating to navigate. There's only one way backwards from the skill tree level. It takes you all the way back to basically the starting point. So we've lost that sense of kind of progression. I've gone from this top level navigation into like kind of like a subcategory level into the tree, and then I guess we just never got around to putting that secondary step in, like basically having a back state. So that's something that's like a frustration that has kind of been haunting us for the longest time, and has really driven us to the design that I'm about to show you. So we just take a peek at kind of what you've been seeing, and anyone who's actually been curious enough to click this little magnifying glass in the bottom corner pulls open what we call the quick nav. Basically, this is our workaround for what we finally determined to be a pretty bad design for navigation. We said, okay, we just want to get to the tree that we're looking for. We don't want to have to hunt for things. We don't want to have all these extra clicks. So we basically just open up this thing, and power users who kind of know where they want to go, they could just find the tree that they're looking for, click on it, and they go straight to the tree. So we did find that solution, while it was a Band-Aid, it was pretty useful, right? So we wanted to retain that element in the new design while addressing some of the problems of this previous design. So I'm just gonna, I'm gonna jump I'm gonna jump into where we are now. So this is an animated mock-up. We just started this recently. You know, what we like to do before we build a UI inside of Unity, a lot of times it's really helpful to do a full round trip mock-up video, right? That has some flow and some animation to it, so that we have a better idea of how the navigation is going to feel, what the timing is going to be like when you go back and forth between screens, and just get a general sense of how the information, you know, basically gets fed to the player.
Get an idea of what works and what doesn't before we actually invest tech resources into making it.
Yeah, it's a lot easier to change your mind when you're in Illustrator or in After Effects than it is in Unity, especially when you start hooking it up and the engineering teammates get involved. It gets really expensive to change your mind and iterate at that point. So it's really helpful for us to iterate beforehand. So the idea now, when we come into the new skill tree, is that very, very similar to the previous design, you know, we've broken up the skills in various categories, but already from the top level, we want to show you a sense of kind of information, like high level information. So this panel that's on the left side of the screen, that's a persistent panel. So you're not gonna have to tooltip on everything to get certain high level concepts and to figure out kind of what level you're at in the skill tree navigation. We still have the buckets broken up, but now we've basically rearranged things to where you no longer have a sense of this division between kind of like universal and archetype. We've gone away with the archetype model. Now we have race and class. That's a newish development, and that's a development that's actually affected pretty much every UI in sometimes subtle ways, but other times incredibly fundamental ways, like the skill tree. So the idea was like you'd still have this high level kind of landing screen, but we want it to be very simple. So it's like you kind of can only click on 5 things, right? And once you've clicked through, what we've done now is we've set up this second layer of navigation to where we're showing you without any ambiguity the connection between all of the trees within a category. So before, we found that a lot of people were really confused when they clicked through and they saw that one kind of large node that was the basics node for a lot of these categories. People didn't even know that was clickable because it kind of looked like it was just another kind of category icon with clickables around it, right? So what we wanted to do is make it very, very clear that this is basically a tree of trees, right? So there is a progression from the basics tree that then branches out and then branches out further. And it's really important for people who have like kind of like this metagame of progressing through all the skill trees and making progress in every single one of them to get a high level view. Yes, it's very important to go to the micro level and kind of micromanage your individual skill training, but if you want to zoom out a little bit, you want to get a really good sense of where you're at within a given category. So that's what was missing in the last navigation design. And so, you know, we didn't overthink this screen at all. We just thought, hey, you know, what made a lot of sense in the previous design, especially, was just the actual skill tree itself. It was very clear, you know, what the different nodes were. It was very clear through the connector lines what was a requisite kind of skill to train before you could get to new skills. And so we took that model and we basically just applied it to the tree progression. And so, you know, that change should help a lot of people who create these like long-term goals. They can kind of see the general structure and progress through their training. And so this portion of it, like you'll notice, like if you've been familiar with our previous skill trees, we haven't reinvented the structure of how these trees are going to be built, but we are trying to make improvements to the colors we're using, the line visualization we're using, and just the general feedback, because that's what we want, you know, to empower the player with, is just instant feedback. The minute you look at something, you kind of understand where you are, where you want to be, and then that way you can make these long-term goals for yourself. And just
Sorry, they said it was really pretty. I just wanted you guys to know that they very much enjoy the look of the new skill tree.
Thank you. Also, I mean, thanks. It's been a tough. I guess it's been a tough few months going back and forth, and we've changed the visual package tremendously. The fonts we're using, the color schemes we're using. We're trying to make this thing a little bit more modern, a little bit just a little sexier all around. And for folks who've been used to seeing the game look a certain way for so many years, then all of a sudden a lot of the big features are changing. It's a little tough, Some people don't like change, but we think, we're not us internally. We're not married to anything. I mean, we change stuff all the time, and this is a lot of stuff that the player would actually never see. We're so open and transparent with our development that you get to see all of the iteration, and you get to play the iteration. Sometimes it ain't great, and it sucks for us because we want it to be good, and we know, like, you guys have criticism. We know for sure internally there's a lot of things that we could be doing better, and it's just a matter of when we get to it, and we're finally getting to the point where we can make skills where we really, really want them. So pressing on. Small change, but will be hopefully a really big crowd pleaser, is the inclusion of a back button. So now you can just go back one step and get back to your second layer navigation without having to go all the way back home. For the people who want to go all the way back home, guess what? There's a home button. And for the power user who really enjoyed having that long list of available trees, well, we've done you one better. We've put in a full tree navigation panel that you can toggle on, and it basically takes over the info pane. So it doesn't cover up any of the skill tree. Basically, in this design, what we try to do is give the skill tree its own space to live. Any progression information, any narrative text and all that kind of stuff, it's going to go in the info panel. Because that was also another thing that was really bad about our last skill tree design, was that it was cluttered, and there was a lot of layering of like static screen elements mixed in with scrolling screen elements, and sometimes it was really difficult to just read the tree. So we've given the tree its own space to live. So if we look really closely at basically the power user Explorer panel that we've opened up here on the side, it allows you to navigate from anywhere in the skill tree to any other place in the skill tree. You don't have to go back a step or go up to home to switch categories. You literally can jump from anywhere you are. And what we're going to try to do is make it to where the back button is a contextual back button. So no matter where you are, it'll back you up to where you just came from. That way, you don't get lost. Think of it a lot more closely aligned to like a web browser, where you can, have a lot more dynamic navigation and a much more fluid navigation. Also, in that side panel, we will be giving the player progression information. So they'll be able to see if there is a tree that they can train in, it will have a progress bar. So you'll notice there's a lot of trees within this navigation pane that don't have that progress bar, and that's to let you know you can navigate to this tree, but you actually can't train in it, right? So we're just trying to give you, no matter where you are, no matter what view you're in, you're getting the information that you need in order to make really good decisions without having to get lost in the navigation, which, I mean, I think that was the core flaw of the last design, was that navigation was such a pain, and it was very easy to lose your place. So
as soon as you said back button, the chat just lit up with people being excited about it. So, is there? I figure maybe you guys are going to touch on this, but is there a way to tell, just based on the connectors, whether they need all of the previous things trained or just one of them, or is that mostly going to be in the?
Are we talking about the skills or the trees?
The skills.
So the requirements for what needs to be trained to lead on to another one, we still have some framing elements that kind of have different shapes that go around the nodes that I think they just aren't in here right now.
Yeah.
But it's going to work very similar. Like, I think it's like a hexagon if you need to train 2 skills that go into one. It's like a little pointy thing that shows if it's going to unlock a tree somewhere totally different in the hierarchy.
There's certain quirks with the design that, you know, I think we're just going to have to address once we've gotten to this step where the navigation looks really nice. We'll probably fine-tune the framing and the visuals of the skill nodes themselves. In a lot of skill trees or tech trees and stuff, you basically it's just like, hey, anything that's connected to anything, you go in a linear fashion. You have to train this in order to unlock this, unlock this. I think what these guys are talking about right now is the fact that there are certain conditions where 2 skills can be parented to another skill, but only one of them has to be trained in order to unlock the child. So that's not how typical is that?
Typical in other games?
No, in our game. Like, how many instances of that?
I'd say you probably usually find like 3 or so in the average tree.
Per tree, yeah. Yeah, so it's more of an exception than a rule, and so I think we just have to address that once we get there. Like, the big goal right now is to just make the navigation flow in a way that we say, hey, yeah, like, that's the game. We'll ship that and we'll be happy with that, and you know, the next step after that would be revisiting the skill nodes and I guess just improving the feedback for the visuals there. Yeah, so the rest of the mock is just, you know, navigating back and that's that. Yeah, so what time are we at? Yeah, we're good.
27 minutes, not bad.
I guess before we switch gears, so that's the skill tree. What I'll do is I'll leave. Let me leave this guy up. This is probably the newest screen that you know might be important to people who want to understand that, you know, you're not just navigating to one-off trees to train skills in a progression. You're actually training trees in a progression as well. That was something that even at the early stages, I don't know that I fully understood. And once I understood the design, which has actually been really helpful lately when we split up the archetypes into races and classes, that began a discussion of how else we could break up other systems and other presentation, and that's what led to us getting the chance to redesign the skill navigation. And so I'm really happy that happened. It was a lot of work, but I'm really happy that it happened, because now it can be good. So before we switch gears, we're going to talk about the powers management UI in just a second. But before we leave, I want to field any questions about the skill tree or skills and in general.
Do we have any sort of ETA on when this might go out to them for testing? The new skill tree,
I mean, like, soon, like, I'd say months, couple months.
Months.
That's a safe answer.
I mean, this year.
Yeah.
Yes, this year
No,
absolutely.
I don't want to I don't want to disappoint anyone and say too long, and I don't want to get anyone's hopes up like it's going to happen next week. So the benefit of getting it this far, where we have a mock-up and we're getting a chance to show you guys, and you know, Todd likes it and stuff. The benefit of that is, like, there's just momentum and buzz behind it. So us getting this to the point where it could be interactive inside of Unity, that's only a few days work for us, but we have to be, you know, mindful of our engineers. You know, we've got a lot of battles on a lot of fronts right now, and so this is just one of them. And so it's a matter of how soon the
engineers are slow.
I mean, no.
They're watching the stream, so.
No, our engineers are world class. There's just only a handful of them.
There's just so much to do. Yeah.
Yeah.
So this is probably going to be a 5-3 thing.
We'll say I'll volunteer, since Susie loves the skill tree so much. I volunteer Susie to be our liaison. If she doesn't handle it herself, I hope that she would at least be involved on the handoff.
The plan is to show required trained skills on a skill tooltip that's actually on my to-do list.
Yeah.
Will the crafting trees remain basically the same?
In what regards? It's the configuration?
I don't know. That was the question.
I don't know if anything changes to the actual trees.
So
they're literally trees now.
whether anyone realizes it or not, the skill trees that are in the game right now, like their structure is this structure right here. That's, like I said, that's the main drawback of the current design, is that you don't get a sense of this progression between trees. You don't get a sense that you have to start at the basics tree and then you go from there to then diverge into, like for instance, in this mock-up of the combat tree, the tree of trees, you know, everyone starts off at the basics level. Once you get to a certain progression point in that tree, we then allow you to then diverge and to say, okay, I'm going to focus on armor or weapons, right? You go weapons and you basically give up, you know, the progression you'd get in armor and vice versa. And there could be plenty of people who say, you know what, I'm not ready to decide, so what I'll do instead is I'll continue to train in combat basics and get little progress incrementally to both armor and weapons. You know, so really, that's been the model. We just haven't been able to present it in a way that people get that, right? Everything feels really flat. So in terms of the actual tree layouts, like the skill nodes and stuff, that's really up to Mark Hallish and Blair as they continue to work out and balance the skills. I mean, skills are a very dynamic system right now. The entire layout of the tree is dynamic. It's all data driven, and so they're going to be hammering the specifics of the trees themselves, probably through ship and then beyond. So luckily, our part is just making sure that it's got a logical navigation, that it's pretty. Cool.
Yeah. The stealth tree used to be under combat. Has it been moved to a new major tree? Was it fully removed?
Ooh, that's a.
Is it under like races and classes?
That's a Blair question. I don't know where it is, but I don't believe it's been removed.
Okay.
Like yeah, stealth is a huge.
It would be removed
No,
at all.
stealth is a huge system within our game.
Right.
So it's there. I just don't know where it lives. Okay, so the biggest change has happened in breaking up the archetypes, you know, DPS, ranged, support, and specialist. Sorry, tank, DPS, specialist, and support. We broke all of those. Those are all blown away and redistributed between the various trunks within the race category and various trunks within the class category. So if you look kind of at our highest level navigation, what we used to have was 3 universal categories, and then we had 4 archetype specific categories, right? What we've done now is we've actually condensed that to total 5 instead of 7. And so anything that used to live in the archetypes, those still exist in some form. They've just been redistributed within the race and class. And I don't believe we're ready to talk about how just yet, because I believe it's still being worked on.
We'll do, I guess, one more before you guys want to switch gears.
Sure.
Is there going to be any sound introduced to the game UI, or will there be like haptic feedback effects on mouse click and mouse over? Maybe.
Like Rumble?
Rumble would be awesome.
Yeah. So, yeah, absolutely. You know, I mean, like the full UI package for the shipped game will include really nice audio feedback as well, you know, for all states, really, for, you know, hovering, successful click-through, unsuccessful click-through, just so that there's a bit of feedback to let you know that something is interactive but not accessible. It's just another one of those things where we just haven't had the time or the resources to put towards it. But, you know, and I know what it's like to bring in a composer, a musician, and a sound engineer early on in a project. It does fundamentally change how you approach the art direction and stuff, because it's this full scope collaboration. No, I understand. It's just the approach that we've had to take is more rapid iteration on getting things just in the game functional, and then we come back and we do the polish pass. So hopefully, as you've seen, as you've seen these mock-ups and stuff up through the current design, you've seen that every step it's gotten just a little bit better looking. Every step it's gotten a little bit more polished. So I imagine this new design is going to have a lot more attention paid to audio. Cool.
Yeah.
All right.
All right. Yeah.
Now it's Senor Lars's
Go back
time.
there, powers. All right. All right. We'll start over here. So I'm just gonna kind of take you guys through a history of what the powers trees have looked like. This was kind of an early mock-up. When would you say this was from?
This is when we unveiled the Confessor. That was over 2 years ago.
2 years
I think
ago.
at this point. This was the spring of 2015.
Wow. Okay.
Someone fact check me. I don't know. I'm just kind of guessing.
It was before I was here.
I've lost all track of time. Like I've been here for over 3 years working on Crowfall, and it doesn't feel like 3 years at all, man. Wow. Yeah, it's nuts.
It's crazy.
When did we unveil the Confessor?
2015.
Yeah.
2 years ago.
So roughly 2 years ago.
Yeah, because you can clearly see the icon design for all of these has definitely been changed a lot.
Yeah, we're going to see the evolution of the icons as we go through these power trees.
Right. But what was kind of cool about this screen and the subsequent screens that we've released for all of the different types of archetypes is that you can see the combo trees, you know, in this image, and that's something we could never really do in game. And so these are just kind of some more examples here. It's a little newer of a more modern style.
I think some of these graphics were developed. Basically, you joined the team right around the time we updated the icon style to this version that we're looking at here, where it relies less on painterly kind of representation of the power, and it does a lot more kind of graphic design. We pick a central icon or concept. We build the icon around that, and then we use the framing and color to tell you whether it's a buff, a debuff, an attack, a ranged attack, a CC ability, etc. But just to reiterate what you were saying before, what was really helpful about these layouts was that in one glance, you saw your full character's capabilities. And you also saw where there were additional capabilities, such as your empty slots and stuff. So it was just a really great way to get this overview of your character.
Right, you're not missing anything in this kind of view. You don't have to hover over to get tooltips. And, I mean, we couldn't because this wasn't in-game. But, here's an example of kind of the graphic shift to some of the newer, like, typefaces, newer design principles that we've been using. Yeah. This is our most recent example.
Well, and really, these images are just really to show the evolution of how we've presented powers.
Right.
Just in general. And now we're about to see the UI aspect.
So this was like 2 years ago or something, before I joined. You said this was the first version of the power screen?
Yeah. The folks that have been with us for a while, they know kind of the philosophical debate we've had between a full screen takeover UI scheme versus a floating window UI scheme. And what we mean by that is that, you know, whenever you're not running around as a character and you pull up a UI, we would basically take over the entire screen and fill it with, you know, your inventory and stuff, versus a more traditional MMO model where you've got just these draggable floating windows that you could just continue to see the 3D world while you're managing your UI. And for ease of use, on our side, we chose the takeover model because, you know, a lot of games can get away with it. You know, ESO has a similar kind of takeover model, and we were studying other games, and we didn't think it was going to be that controversial, but it actually was. It created a rift inside the company. It created a rift outside the company in the community. So we just decided, hey, you know, over time, we all just kind of realized that floating window in general was just the better solution for a lot of our gameplay and design. So we went away from this. I guess maybe a year ago, a little over a year ago.
It was about well, no, not quite a year ago.
We stayed with the takeover design for a while.
It was still like that when I was here.
Yeah.
Started a year ago.
Yeah.
We stuck to it until we decided it just didn't hold up.
I mean, we just all fell out of love with it. So.
So this looks like there's the first kind of version of a floating window design for the powers. And what we had here was the power screen and then a kind of tooltip, except it was always attached to the window. So it kind of was always blocking a lot of view.
Think of it as a spellbook. Like other
That's a good way to put
RPGs, they have like a spellbook UI where you've got kind of a grid of objects, and then you've got like a static info pane that would update based on the thing that you had selected.
Right, and it was a good start for bringing this design into a floating window design and getting it in front of the players quickly.
Well, real quick, take note too, the earliest stages of us beginning to segment the power bar at the very bottom. So this is the first version of us playing around with being able to drag powers from the UI into your tray. And as we were building this, we started to realize, not every power can go in every slot. We don't have just like a universal, power tray. We've created these very specific buckets for your special abilities, your kind of basic abilities, which are your mouse clicks and stuff, and then you've got like a retaliate, and I forgot, is the ultimate power considered? Yeah, ultimate's part of the standard bracket. You've got your passives and retaliate.
Currently it is.
Basically, as we started to get further into the game's development, we started realizing these like common categories that all the powers always fell in, and we were always representing them in that specific way in the power tray. And so this is like the earliest stages of us just really obviously visually bracketing those things, and you'll see how that's going to evolve moving forward.
And so this should look familiar to anyone who's playing the game right now. This is more or less exactly what you see in the game.
Yeah.
And here we kind of started to, as Billy was saying, bucket it up more. This bucket kind of matches to this one, this bucket to this, and so on. What this didn't allow for is kind of the current design, and I think what we're going to now with the race class idea. Go ahead.
Talk about the tooltip, how we try to address the combo chains in a really quick at-a-glance way.
Right. So I think we actually had this in the previous mock-up over here. Yeah, you can kind of see that. You can see the chain is built inside of this, and this is how we were trying to just quickly display on hover any of these icons, what it leads to. So what we're doing here is basically showing the icon that you're hovering over, what it does, all of its information, and then underneath that is the combo tree. And so you kind of have to look at like this icon and see which one all of these match to. And this is just kind of a nice, it's kind of like a dictionary of you're matching the icon to the description below. And it works. Like it was something that definitely made a lot more sense than this one, which...
Well, it's faster for one. You didn't have to click on anything. It was on hover. Basically, those early mock-ups of like the power trees, we took the vertical kind of layout and just laid it on its side so that it could fit in a tooltip. One of the drawbacks of something like this is that it actually takes up a lot of screen real estate, the tooltip, and you do have to kind of hunt. There's a common thread of what we've tried to redesign and make better is we wanted to remove the hunt. A lot of times you actually have to like actively look for information that's really, really important. And the problem with that is that people tend to lose the information that's really important because they just didn't know it was there. They didn't know what to look for.
Right.
And so this is where we did start to try to pre-categorize your power types. But even here, it's not incredibly obvious that if you see the cursor on screen right now, like this bucket right here that has there's three buckets on top of one another. This is like, your special actions. This is your retaliate actions. These are passive abilities. they're all kind of in a vertical layout, but they align to a horizontal layout of bucket 1, bucket 2, bucket 3. So, you know, all of these were like really, they were just half steps. And I think what we eventually came to, I mean, the two of us, we like to put our heads together a lot and just kind of, you know, just tear down any of our existing designs. I mean, it's frustrating to some because it looks like we're starting over a whole lot, but in a lot of ways, we've already gained so much ground from the previous design that we're very, very far ahead the minute we start off on a new design, because we already know what works and we know what doesn't work. And so we focus on the things that don't work and try to keep as much of the good stuff as we go forward.
We should also point out too that just the nature of having all of these buckets built into the power window was something that was kind of put together as something that is a proof of concept, and we knew that it worked and we could get it in front of the players. But we heard a lot of feedback of people being confused about, you know, well, they see their power bar kind of behind this when they're playing the game, and then they see this power bar show up. And a lot of people just didn't know, where do we drag these things into? They were trying to drag it into the regular power bar, and it wasn't clearly obvious that this was the area that it was intended for. So I think that brings us to what we've been working on over the past several weeks, which is a redesign that looks something along the lines of this.
It's kind of taking a little bit of every design and mashing it together into what we think is going to be like really the best of all worlds.
Right. So it's clearly taking a lot of inspiration from the early screenshots that Billy made of all of the different powers and their combo trees going out of them. So here, that was one of the clear goals, is we wanted to be able to show all of the information that was super pertinent to the player without having to tooltip. So you're seeing all of these powers, and you can hover over all of these and, you know, get a tooltip, kind of like you saw before. But you don't have to hunt and start matching things together to understand how to use these powers and how to, you know, it takes a lot of time out of building your power set and deciding what you want. And it lets you kind of iterate, maybe try some powers out and quickly go back and edit.
And everything in this design is draggable, so you can drag a parent to any other kind of key assignment slot, and, you know, the children will go with it. It's very intuitive. What I think is the best aspect of this design is how we have now put the selectable powers in the grid completely aligned with their associated bars.
Right.
So it's hopefully no longer ambiguous where a power can go, where it belongs. And I think that is super duper important. I mean, we haven't outright said it, but I'm sure many of you have already deduced that this is now less of a floating window, and this is a management screen. This is a standalone takeover screen. It will, you know, cover up some of the screen underneath it, but the benefits you get from it are much bigger. Like, now that we've got so many discipline runes, and each one of those runes can affect anything from stats to new available powers that you can slot, the options that any player will have are going to be so much bigger than we ever initially planned for. So it kind of is a different mode. Like, power management mode is something you go into because it's very, very high level, and it's important. You don't make these decisions quickly on the fly. And so, you know, we kind of need the screen, you know, dedicated to this mode in order to more effectively manage your powers.
Right, there's a lot of information, and before we were kind of trying to cram it into just a part of the screen, and the problem is that part of the screen was conflicting with all the other stuff that you're going to have on the combat HUD, and it was confusing players. So we said, you know, why not make it its own thing so that you're not confused what the focus of the game is, what the player is supposed to be looking at in this moment.
Yeah. Yep. And then very quickly you can switch between your different trays.
That's exactly what I was about to ask you.
Yeah.
That over there is going to allow you to just swap between trays. So
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Cool.
Wait, do you have a mock-up of the new power tray? on screen as well?
I have it in Unity.
Sure.
Wanna show
So
it?
it's not even just the power management screen that we are overhauling. We're completely rebuilding the power tray itself. You know, from a visual standpoint, it's going to look a lot like the existing power tray, but what we've done now is we're going to make it a lot more dynamic and give it a lot more feedback. So you're going to have a lot more visual states for whether power's on cooldown, whether it's toggled on or off, because that's a fairly new thing. You know, recently we've added the ability to have toggle powers, which was not an existing design from before. We also found that, I mean, just the way that we had powers set up, they would get into broken states a lot. Like you'd be in combat, but you wouldn't know it because your tray would look shrunken down. You might have suppressed powers, but you'd never know it because the state didn't trigger properly.
Right.
And so we finally just gone through and we're just going to make it good. We know the feedback that we want the players to have, and we're building it in. And what's nice now too is the fact that you can have, I mean, n number of trays. Like before, we had built everything to house 2 trays only, but now we've opened the door to having specialized trays, multiple specialized trays depending on what race, class, and discipline combos you have. And so what we've done now is we've just tried to build a much more dynamic system for tray management that ties into the power management.
Right.
Are there skill filters in the frameworks, like you would be able to filter skills by their power type and stuff like that? I don't know if you guys know about that potentially.
Talk about like what, for skill trees or for powers?
For loading out your powers, so like being able to filter by, I don't know, crushing damage or different types of skills.
That's pretty specialized. You know what I mean? Like what we attempt to do is we try to, at a glance, from color, shape, and just core icon in the power icon design, we try to give you really those broad strokes, whether it's a melee attack versus a ranged attack versus a buff versus an ultimate or a passive. When it comes to things like crushing damage, I mean, we might be able to like pre-categorize things, but you know, as we were trying to solve a design problem today with Blair, and it boiled down to us not being able to really take much action because the answer was it's going to be different for every player. And so it's really difficult for us to initially anticipate what the needs are going to be. So what we might have to do is put out this rev and see what the feedback is. Because you may not need to know the difference between something that has piercing damage and crushing damage because it just may be implied or inherent, or it may not be important in the grand scheme of things. So yeah, I mean, I know that's kind of a non-answer, but we're just gonna have to wait and see for stuff like that.
Yeah.
Right now, again, I don't know if you actually know the answer to this one. Right now, you cannot change trays while on the global cooldown. Will you be able to after this?
Design question.
Design question.
Yeah.
I figured as much.
Right. Yeah.
I'll say, yeah, just unsure. You wanna show some visual state stuff?
Yeah. So like that is kind of just, you can do kind of the same thing as make it smaller or bigger depending on if it's active or not, if you're in combat mode. I think it's on this one. You know, you'll get some feedback for when you're switching states. Hopefully we'll just have some animation like this instead of just swapping it out.
Talk about
So you
switching
can kind of-
trays.
yeah. I guess I can show some of the power items if they'll show up. Like, we redesigned these to have a lot more feedback, so there's some particles in the UI space that we're playing with to show things like, this is kind of just a subtle glow. I don't know if it's showing up.
It may not show up, but you can scale the game window.
That's a good point.
And then see if you can pan down to it. Does it let you?
You have about 5 minutes left, just so you know.
Does not let me. That's weird.
What about in scene view? Actually, scene view is probably crummy. Or not. Okay.
Scene view will be fine.
All right, cool.
So yeah, you can kind of see, and you would see this kind of feedback anywhere that you see this power. And the idea is just, it's coming from a discipline. It's not something that we want to call out too much attention to because it's not super important, but it is kind of nice to know when it's like you got that thing from something that you crafted.
So what you're saying is we would have a special effect on discipline powers.
Right.
So that you knew the difference between kind of like a standard kind of comes with my body power versus an augmented power that came from a discipline stone.
Right.
Yeah.
Makes you feel a little better that you
Yeah,
have this
sure.
kind of special power.
Yeah, especially think about the management window where a small handful of the powers that were available to you in those buckets, a couple of them would have sparklies on them, and so they just feel cooler and more special.
Right. You'd feel so much better about yourself with all those sparkles.
Hey man.
Right?
Particles to save the world.
Yeah.
All right, what else can a power look like?
Power could look like that. It could be in cooldown state.
Cooldown, we all know about cooldown states.
Yeah. It could be disabled if something's wrong with it. Just
See,
can't
if
use
it's
it
black,
now.
if it's black with no number, you know you can't use it.
You messed up. Let's see, that's that would happen if your ultimate power would happen if there's like ultimate power.
Yeah, so
that's ready.
Anyone who's sick and tired of like that really garish blinking circle that happens behind your ultimate power, this is way prettier.
Absolutely.
Hopefully you agree.
Yeah. It could be suppressed. You just
Yeah.
get a nice big like bunch of cracks down the middle.
Here's some production
all
art
broken.
nerdery here. What's neat about the way that Lars has this set up is that the texture for like the crack for the power to make it look like it's kind of cracked and disabled. We have a library of crack shapes, and so those all be randomized at the time that the thing is turned on. So it should look a little cooler and not so canned, you know.
Right.
It's just an art nerd kind of thing that I'm excited about. I always like dynamic art that has some hand touches, but then has some cool, mathematical or procedural kind of aspect to it.
Absolutely, yeah. And like toggled, if it's a toggled power, change this to 1, and you'll see brackets around your number, and that's how you know that that's a power you toggle on and off. So then if it is toggled, you'd basically be seeing this this kind of blue bar. Maybe we'll change the color, but basically this would be showing how close you are to the power being active again so that you can use it.
Yeah, so when a power is toggled on, it basically, it fires off at a certain rate, right? So this bar would, I think, you would fire off the power and then the bar would kind of count down, and then when it's depleted, it would fire off again. And basically, you're just, as long as this thing is toggled on, it will continually fire and fire and fire at a certain rate. So that'll be kind of your what's the word? That's your clue. It's your key to know that it's on.
Right. And also, if the icon is just kind of floating higher than the others, you're like, that's definitely toggled on.
Yeah.
But,
Yeah, notice that we don't rely a whole lot on like say color. We really think that first of all, monitor calibrations, color blindness, and just in general, perception of color is just a non-universal thing between players. So we're using things like motion, scale, animation, things like that to call attention to the state of the power versus color alone.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, and we're going to have, I guess, more powerful keyboard control to being able to switch between multiple trays. So I think the way it's mocked up right now is I think you'll have a dedicated button for each tray. It's mocked up with like the same button there, but I think the idea is you can go from one tray to another tray, assuming that it's not on a cooldown. You can move from one tray to another non-linearly. So that should be pretty cool for power users.
Right. Yeah.
Anywho,
questions?
Yeah, we're running low on time. We're about to get to our last segment, so you got us for another minute or two.
Still 183 people in the viewing this. It's very
Hey,
nice.
do you like redoing the same kind of like feature multiple times?
I could say something really sarcastic, but I do.
Yeah,
it's actually really nice to see it get a lot better every time.
It's a loaded question, but yeah, that is the answer. The answer is every time you put something out, you always know what you could have done better. And so each time we come back to these things, it's like this huge relief and this wave of excitement because it's like a chance to, I don't know, make it good,
Make it good again.
We're gonna make the UI great again.
Absolutely.
So I know you guys touched on this a little bit, but customizable icons or colors, yes or no?
Colors is a weird one. because our colors are incredibly specific for the communication of what a skill is and what it does. If we added that feature, so it's a non-trivial amount of work to separate all those sprites into tintable layers for the color portions of them. If we did that, then it would just be like a global, like, hey, the red that we chose for offensive attacks and abilities, you would maybe just have like a swatch picker that would change all instances of that specific color, just because those colors actually mean something specific in our game. It's not just, hey, red makes sense for this because it's fire, that kind of thing.
Right. And color blindness modes will also change the colors.
Accessibility features are one of these things where we're building our modules to be accessibility ready, right? Obviously, we're trying to harden the designs before we go in and make those customizable features, because it's a lot of misplaced work if we end up having to redesign a big module again, because it's like having to do that work over and over and over. So what we're trying to do is we're just trying to get things to a place where we can say, yeah, this is the shipping version, and then that's when we can start adding all those really cool accessibility features that I know I'd be happy to add.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Got four.
Yeah.
All right, I'll just do it.
That's,
Okay.
It's
I don't
gonna
care.
Be you. I'm gonna wait it to be you anyway. So.
Oh, crows out.
Crows out.
Crows out.
Crows out.
Crows out.
Crows out.
Beaks out, baby.
All right.
So, Mr. Blair,
Yes,
that
sir.
is your real name.
That is in fact my real name.
What have we not talked about today?
We haven't talked about guilds or secure trading.
Okay, that's a good point. So, secure trading, in theory, is now working on a programmer's machine, but I haven't actually seen it.
I've seen
So,
it.
have you?
I've seen it. It's magical.
All right, so what did we not talk about?
That's
I
it.
asked you that, and then we started doing shots, so we watched the
Did you
video.
already
then we
forget?
did it. So, we didn't talk about secure trading.
Correct.
So, I've seen it on Ed's machine.
Yes.
Have you?
Yes.
Really?
Yeah.
All right, tell me about it. Does it work?
No.
No. Oh.
Not the way you envision it.
Spoiler
right?
alert.
Complicated. Slashes, commands, and things like that.
Okay, so assuming I can get over the
Yes.
slash command,
Yes.
does it work the way you would expect based on decades of playing other games that all have basically copied the same design
Yes.
from UO?
That is true. And I'm happier that the back end now, it's no longer Star Trek transporter items. They're actually I give you this pen,
Okay.
and you get this pen.
Can
you don't get a copy of this
Can
pen.
I
you get
crash my client in the middle and we both get the
Nope,
pen?
because it doesn't happen.
Really?
Yeah, Steve was on it.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. So.
All right.
So anyone who's trying to dupe that way can. But we've already been trying to do it ourselves.
All right, cool. All right, so that means secure trading then is slowly wiggling its way through development.
Yep.
It kind of has this, I see it on that engineer's machine and I nod a little bit, but I know it's still not in the wild. And then eventually I'll see it on somebody else's machine like Raymond or Max. So I was like, hey, I recognize that. And then I know it's actually pretty close.
Yep.
And then I'll see it on my machine and then it goes out the door. That usually seems to be the pattern. So that means secure trading is coming soon. Guilds.
Guilds, I have not seen any of that.
No, I have heard that it is ready for me to come by and look at in the first step of that, which is on the engineer's machine. But I haven't actually seen it wiggling its way through. And we do need to create now an entire library of symbols for the Guild Crest creator.
Correct.
There's a ton of those.
Unless they bought the create your own kind of package.
Yes, but most people did not. Most people will use the Guild Creator, and just like Shadowbane, for those of you who played it, you know that we need a giant library of symbols that we can then mix and match with different patterns and stuff like that to create your own Guild Crest.
Yep.
So that will be coming very, very soon too. Well,
Thankfully.
not very, very soon. It'll be coming soon.
Well,
how's that?
Hopefully 5.3 is somewhat soon.
Yeah, that's
I
true.
mean, that's 5.3 is there's a whole lot in there.
Which means that it probably won't be coming too soon, because inevitably the more stuff you push in. So 5.3 is when we have race class stuff coming.
Correct.
So we got to get all the campaign stuff stable and out to the players at large before we can move on to that.
Correct. Well, with the new live test setup, they may see it earlier than they have in the past in a state that is what you would expect on a test server.
That's true.
Right. So
That is true.
Once we have the previously we've been baking it at least somewhat, and then putting it out on the live service. Now with the test server, we can put it out a little underbaked, such that early people can get in and see it early. Right? Generally, the amount of people that play on the test server is very low.
Right.
Right? Just because things are unstable, frequent wipes, all kinds of things generally happen on your test server because you have to be that way.
Yeah, well, eventually, right now the two things are a little flipped, which is weird, right? We propped the new build to live. That'll fix itself, though, with 5.3 also. That'll go to the test, and then from that point on, it will actually be in the normal cycle of test and then live.
Then test and live.
So, okay, so other things that we have going on. We have Gamescom coming up around the corner.
They did ask you to talk about that.
So they are in luck because I'm about to. So we've got Travian has set up a group like a booth for us that's going to be really cool. We have half a dozen, 8, something like that, people that are going out. We have a whole bunch of fans that are coming out, some of whom are going to help us, some of whom are going to just hang out. Travian's going to be there. It's going to actually be a pretty cool showing for us. I mean, we don't do cons as a general rule.
Yep.
Like it's just, we've never thought that would be the best way for us to spend our limited resources. Travian has more resources than us, and they have more marketing reach. So they decided that this would be a good year for it, and I agree with them. I think it's going to be pretty cool. So.
Yeah, it's not just, it's time too, right? Because
it's there's travel expense, right? Obviously, but it's also just time.
Yeah. You take 8 people from behind their desks for half a week, plus jet lag and all that other various things that come up.
Well, one of them is Max.
Well, yeah. So.
Oh, damn it! Oh, I didn't even make it till the end of the day. And one of them is Max. You didn't let me finish, which means that we're actually going to have a great, very productive time at Gamescom. And back here, people will work even harder to impress him by the time he gets back.
That is not what you were thinking at all. I think the alcohol has loosened the controls there.
Yeah.
Anyways.
Okay, so speaking of which, I need another round of victims from the pit to come and take these shots that we poured.
So
we got another 42 minutes to fill before we can call this thing.
We have in the booth, we will be having a demo.
Yep.
There will be a demo, and we have put together a cinematic for display on outside the booth. And I'm sure we're going to show that here at one of our Thursday or Tuesday releases.
It'll be released at the same time.
So everyone gets to see it.
Now, I will say that, it's kind of like the last one. It's showing a combination of things people have seen and some new cool stuff that they haven't seen. I think it should be pretty cool. Yeah, we've got banking, so we haven't talked about that. I thought we'd have an update on it, but we could go ahead and talk about it now and then still do an update.
Sure.
Steven's actually working on this now. So it's now hit that point where I've seen it working on an engineer's machine.
Right.
So now it'll then trickle out from there. I'll see it on your machine or Raymond's machine or something like that next. So you want to talk about the design specifically of banking for these first campaign worlds?
So there is a safe bank back in the beachhead.
Yep.
Right. And then there's a series of local banks.
Yep. All in the world.
All out in the world. Yep. And at those local banks, you can have up to 4 local banks. Was it active?
Basically, you can have 5 banks. The one back at the first one you log in is probably going to be one of them, though I don't know technically if it has to be one of them. So you can have 5 local banks active at any one time. If you want to free up one of them to use a different one, you just pull everything out of it, and then it automatically frees
you can also summon it to...
So there's a tow truck service, basically.
The tow truck.
The
magic tow truck is back.
At the beachhead, just like you can summon your body if you die, you can summon items from those local banks back to you. It is a one-way transfer, and in theory, those items should take a DK hit on transfer.
So we know what local banks are, so let's define what local banks are for
sounds
everybody,
great.
right? So local bank is a bank that if I'm out at Fort A and I put stuff into Fort A's bank and I go over to Fort B, I can't see the stuff in Fort A's bank.
Yeah, much less withdraw it.
Yes, and if anything I put in over at Fort B lives at Fort B until I go get it from Fort B. So those banks can't see each other. However, I now have stuff in 2 of my banks.
Yep.
So there is a point where you can't access another local bank because you have stuff in those other banks, which is why we've given the magic tow truck to withdraw from those and basically dump all the contents of that bank wherever you're at.
Right, so the idea there is it's an ultimate fallback. I mean, then the idea of the beachhead in general is an ultimate fallback is what happens if your team has basically lost and been wiped off the map and you log in, right? So there, historically in games, if you get wiped off the map completely, you can't log in because you're like in strategy games like Risk. If you lose your last base, you don't keep playing with an expectation that you might be able to turn it around. You've just been kicked out of the game. So we may very well have campaigns like that as well, where it's elimination and people get kicked out. But for the purposes of these faction-based campaigns, we needed to deal with that ultimate fallback of, my team is basically lost, but I can still log in. What happens? So the idea there was, okay, let's give them a fallback mechanic where they can at least pull the stuff out of their bank so they can try and go out and fight. They probably are not going to win. I mean, realistically speaking, unless it's very early in the campaign, they're pretty much screwed. But at least they can get access to stuff to try and get back on their feet to go fight again, up until they're out of stuff, and then they're pretty much screwed. So that's the reason for the tow truck service. Now, we don't have to have that on all campaigns, right? We have the local bank mechanism now, and we can use just that on a number of campaigns and say, all right, well, sorry, there's no way to tow truck stuff back. That's definitely an option.
Yeah, the tow truck was a little odd, but we put it in just in case.
Yeah.
Right, and if we find through play that it just doesn't work or it was the wrong idea, we can just go back to pure local banks.
Yeah, the biggest thing that we wanted out of this is, on a given world, we wanted a banking solution that could not allow people to teleport shit around the world. Like, that was the number one rule, is I didn't want people basically undercutting the caravan system by putting something in at Bank A, crossing the world, and then pulling it out at Bank B, because that defeats the point of caravans.
Yeah, why have caravans if you can just teleport around the map?
Exactly. So we want movement of stuff around the world to be a thing. But at the same time, we were like, all right, there is one particular instance where we wouldn't mind people pulling stuff, but we also want them only pulling it back to to their basically ultimate fallback position, because then I can't use that as a teleport mechanic. So that's the basic thought.
Yeah, you're only going to go back to the beachhead generally to swap vessels.
Yeah.
After the campaign starts, right? The beachhead is where the only temple for your team is located, and right now we're requiring you to go back to a temple to swap vessels.
But you can respawn at the dragon statues. So
Correct.
respawn is no longer just at the temple. You can respawn out in the field, which means that taking a fort actually gives you another respawn location.
Correct.
Which is important from a tactical standpoint.
Does tow truck exclude the item's raw resources?
So we did talk about the tow truck being for personal items, not for building materials. So that is definitely a possibility. Right now, I don't think it is.
I think it's
you
everything.
can just kind of drag anything, but we certainly could, and we've talked about that. So.
Will the dragon statue respawn point be replaced with something more thematic?
So we've already, in the game right now, the dragon statue is being used both as the claim mechanic and as the respawner, right? So that's not supposed to be the case. The claim mechanic is supposed to be the throne. And that should, I don't know if it's happened yet, but if it hasn't happened yet, it should happen this week, hopefully.
Yeah, it should
that
happen
they'll
this week.
move that over to the throne. The dragon statue itself is just a respawner. I mean, it could be anything. That was a very convenient, like, oh, look, I can clearly see that from a distance. So it pokes up over the walls and it looks nice. So that's why we used it. We don't have to. We certainly could change it to be something else. So.
Will I be able to be a confessor wielding a staff like in the artwork? In the artwork, he's wielding a brand. And we went with the book, and they will be able to wield focus objects here once art produces us some cool-looking focus objects as part of their equipment kit. We don't have a brand. Blair, are we going to have werewolves? I want werewolves and werebears more than anything. And
really, more than anything?
Anything.
More than anything.
Yes, more than anything. Let's just stop and just build those right now.
Just drop everything.
Well, actually, no. If I could have froglocks, that'd probably be even cooler. Or driders. But the were stuff has always been cool. We've always wanted to do the were stuff. I don't want to do kind of the low fidelity, you look like a NPC one. I want the cool kind of hybrid looking Greco looking thing. Yeah.
Greco looking thing?
Yeah, Greco's got cool art for it. Anyways.
Right. So the good news is now with the discipline system coming as far as it has, we actually can support those in a really cool way, right? Like you can transform into another creature. We can do a shapeshift. We can actually load you out with a new power bar if we want to. So I mean, there's a lot more.
It's not as simple as me doing I still need some tech to support it. So
but not a giant amount of tech. A little bit, right?
To add a whole new tray filled with preloaded out powers.
Okay.
I can't do that yet.
No, we could give them the tray though, and they could have the powers that they
Yeah.
can drag, and we could set those powers to only drag into that tray. It's a little bit annoying, but it will work. We don't have the polymorph, right? The actual change their shape.
Right.
So we need that. We need that tied to the hanging effect
And
system.
more importantly, it needs to return you back to your original stuff, because with systems like this,
Yes.
it tends-
Yeah, you don't want to be
You're
permanently
missing your
loaded.
hair. Your hair is just gone because hair is actually loaded out as a helmet.
Oh yeah, the Minotaur was missing his body earlier without this system, so sure, I buy that.
Todd, can you describe a cool scenario? Siege caravan ambush, group of stealthers ambushing another group. Epic political trend. I don't know what that word is. That you envision Crowfall. Like, can you close your eyes and imagine if you tell us what you see?
So I think that that's hitting at an overall like design philosophy here, and it's part of the problem why it's hard to envision is because we're really creating open systems as opposed to like pre-built scenarios. So we're not trying to engineer a zone where the zone has a king and the king respawns every now and then and you have to go on a series of quests and
Sure.
you know that kind of pre-canned experience. That's not what we're building, right? We're building open systems where you know the interesting thing that happened today is something that these 4 players cooked up, that they knew our caravan was going to be going from here to here at this time because they figured it out somehow, and they managed to actually lay in wait for us and do something, right? Like it's all open systems layered on top of each other so that you guys effectively are the agents in this world. Like you have real agency. And that is such a powerful but bizarre concept from an MMO standpoint, because over the last 20 years, we've gone in the opposite direction, right? We've gone further and further away from the idea of player agency. So I think that getting that back is going to be very, very powerful.
Well,
the Shadowbane guys know this already. That's what's funny, is they remember it, and they've been looking for it now for a decade or two, and they haven't been able to find it. So that's why they get in these conversations where people are like, no, but I want to do this. They're like, no, you don't understand. It's all on us. It's completely open. We control the fate of this world, and that's just a fundamental shift. It's a different way of thinking.
Yeah,
about
everyone's
it.
been used to the on the rails experience, and here's
Right.
here's the dinosaurs, and then here's
Now we go to fight the giant monkeys, and now the frog
Right.
locks.
And well, it's even more like if you imagine a Disneyland theme park ride.
Yeah.
Right. You're riding by and you see the dinosaur exhibit, and then you see the future world, and then you see some robots and things like that, and it's all been pre-laid out. If we were to parallel that, we would just put dinosaurs in the zone and robots in the zone, and you can make your own exhibit, or you could get eaten by the dinosaurs,
Right.
or you could train the dinosaurs on the other players, or you could train the robots and the dinosaurs together, and they just eat each other and create all kinds. I mean, we're putting those elements out there, and
Yeah.
the players, it's up to them to come up with those things.
Right, and so it's from a design standpoint, it's interesting because it means that you and I have to just try and think of defensive design. Like, all right,
Right.
well, we're going to let them go crazy with this. So how do we handle the edge cases that we know about? And how do we set ourselves in a position where we can quickly adapt to the edge cases we don't think of? Because we can't. We can't outthink our hive mind of players. We're just not going to. So instead, you notice a lot of times we don't make these claims of, well, it's definitely going to go down like this. Instead, we're like, well, we think it'll be like this. But if it's not, we'll adjust. But if it's not, we'll adjust. You notice we say that all the time, like, and then we'll see how that turns out. And if it sucks, we'll adjust. And it's a training for us and for you guys to get into this mindset that we're not going to be perfect. Stop expecting us to have the right answer in all the scenarios. We're not. But if we have time and we have energy, then we'll figure out, we'll find it, we'll have fun finding it, and then we'll adjust and we'll move on. It's a process, right?
And I think the fun in there is the things you didn't expect.
Right.
Right. The emergent behaviors that came out of it. Now, I've also seen the design circles argue that you can't provide fun that way because you can't guarantee what's going to happen.
Well, the second part of that is certainly true, right? So that does mean you can't guarantee fun on a moment-by-moment basis, the same way WoW can guarantee fun. But I would argue at this point in our evolution of player expectations that they are having trouble guaranteeing fun on a moment-by-moment basis too, because millions of people have now pattern matched that experience to the point where the wrapping very quickly wears off, right? So, okay, it's a new zone and it's frog locks instead of robots, But how long does it take me to realize that I'm playing the same damn game that I've already played for 1,000 hours?
Yes.
So I mean, that's obviously debatable, and clearly they've built a great business doing it, but that business already exists. So we're going to try and do something else. Kind of, you know, we can't compete with that anyway, so it's not worth going after.
But yeah, it's definitely interesting to compare the different methodologies. What happens to chest items when someone takes over your fort? What do we decide on that one, Todd?
The items are still there, but you have to get in there to get them.
Okay, but they can't take them.
You could go, no, they can't take them. You can go back to the tow truck and get them out that way.
Right, that was yet another reason for the beachhead tow
Yeah.
truck. Okay.
All right.
Okay, what do we got?
Special events. Will we hold special events? Probably. I mean, with Shadowbane, I had a whole event team. Like, I had a group of people who were hired. Can you move the camera in a little closer to us? We're so far away now.
So far away. I just want to be close to you.
So I had a whole team that did nothing but events, and it was actually pretty cool. As part of an exit survey, we asked people if they'd interacted with our event team, and actually 50% of our players actually said that they had, which was really cool, except that it was on an exit survey, which made me wonder if it was worth it. It was really cool, and I really enjoyed it, and if we had, like, once we're shipped, if we have excess funds, I would love to look at doing it, but it doesn't make any sense to do right now. Right, we got too much core stuff we need to get done between now and then, so.
I spotted a plentiful harvest node in the race tree the other day. What's up with the harvesting skills? Yeah, some of that stuff is in the race trees. Races, in some cases, are better at doing things than the other guys.
So I was surprised by that, actually. Somebody brought that up on Dev Partners, and I was
Yeah.
like, wait, what? So explain to me the thinking there.
That Stoneborn are better at finding gold than, say, humans.
Okay.
Right? They can get a +1 to their plentiful harvest on gold.
Okay, so it's not a giant change. It's just a nice kind of add, right? To make them feel a little more
Yeah,
thematic.
they're good out of one of 5 of the ore types.
Okay.
That's not.
Can you make it up other ways? Can you get that +1 through other means?
Yes, it's a caps at 5. You can do it in the harvesting trees.
Okay, so it's a nice bonus, but it's not basically forcing everyone who wants to harvest gold must now be a Stoneborn.
Sure.
Okay.
That was the goal.
I'm cool with that.
Was to make it so that at least thematically they had some things that made them feel thematically.
Yeah.
Right. Rather than again, our design has never been to make everything homogeneous and make everyone the same. Crowfall music sound design when?
What does that mean?
I don't know. I mean, we have Gibson putting in sound for powers when appropriate.
Right, and we'll make a full pass, I'm sure, over those. Music as well, right? Music, we just kind of got some initial tracks and shoved them in. I actually have a number of additional tracks that have come in from Nelson that we haven't put in yet, so I need to sit down with John and do it, but I just haven't had a chance since I got back.
And then most certainly the UI needs a desperate pass on sounds for like opening.
That is true.
Right? Going in and out of alt mode, dragging objects, equipping objects, clicking on things, little beeps and boops everywhere.
Beeps and boops, Max.
So when do you think 5.3 will be out? Month or 2 or more? We really have to get 5.2 in a nice polished place.
Yeah.
Before we move 5.3 forward. Also, it buys the animators time to continue to get more race class combos available to play. Because
that's true.
The sooner we bring it out, the less of those there's going to be. Even when we bring it out, it's not going to be 100% of all the ones that we have slated for playability.
Right.
There's going to be some that are stuck at coming soon, just because it's not instantaneous.
Well, we knew going into the race class thing that animation was going to be the long leg. Like that was the whole trick. Was can we get this animations done for this? What are they laughing about?
Tell his wife he's shut down our Etsy.
But that doesn't mean that we can't put 5.3 out without. We're not going to wait on all those things.
No, we can't. I don't want to wait on all of them. But if we end up spending more time on 5.2 polish and a little longer on 5.3, that's not a terrible thing because it just means more of those
Racing
class
class
combos
combos
will come online.
Yeah.
So
we've got them already earmarked in data. They'll just be flagged as coming soon. You just may not be able to actually jump into that race class combo.
Right. There's a lot of things that are internally consistent. Hey, quiet come on, guys, for fuck's sake. Yeah, shut up. So, quiet in the peanut gallery, please. We're talking important design business over here. Maybe all non-designers should leave the room. What do you think? What do you think about that?
The chat's just gonna go absolutely crazy.
Yeah, because it'd be chaos without you here, Jack. I don't know how we ever held it together before you got here. You're holding back the floodgates. The barbarians at the gates, and it would be terrible if Jack wasn't here taking care of it. All right. You're headed
Anyways.
down that max path, I'm telling you. Okay, so what were you saying, Blair?
Everything is inscrutable.
Yes, it is true. The game is there are a lot of things in our design that are internally consistent, but to an external person coming, say, from WoW, they're going to be like, what is that? That makes
Sure.
no sense to me at all. So we're going to have to fix a lot of that, right? And some of that's UI. Some of that is we've got to get in some kind of tutorial or tutorial tip system. Some of that is I don't even know what. We're going to have to figure it out because like the whole concept of vessels, it doesn't make a lot of sense to people unless they have a particular combination of having followed us for 2 years and read the Eternal Champion series by Michael Moorcock, and they're big fans of necromancy.
Or they
There's
played
kind of-
Eve.
Well, that's true, but it's kind of a jump. It's a mental leap to, oh, this is kind of like my ship that I'm flying around, right? And it's just a weird emotional break as well. So anyway, we know that is an issue. Yeah, I think that training people and teaching people what game we've made is going to be the biggest final hop between here and release.
Yeah.
That
And
would
the
be
nice
my
thing about
statement.
the vessels and the necromancy stuff is it is advanced gameplay.
Yep, that's true.
I don't expect anywhere on day one for people to jump in and be making blue and green quality vessels right out of the box.
No, I think it. My hope is to actually make it, even from a UI standpoint, be something that you have to choose to dig into, or it's hidden from you. It's not hidden in like we're purposely trying to obscure it. It's hidden in that you have to really go looking for it to really figure out the mastery of the system. At the baseline level, I pick a character and I go in and I play. Right.
Yeah, you just go to the temple and we give you a white
And
vessel.
we give you a vessel and you start playing, and that's your character.
Yep.
So.
Okay. What else we got?
Go all the way down. Those guys are laughing about something that makes me nervous. They're untrustworthy.
So the Legionnaire will definitely won't be in 5.3. Does that mean you might have the Cleric? No, the Legionnaire's already been deleted in 5.3. There is no way to actually play a Legionnaire in 5.3. It's Cleric.
If I need to ride home, it won't be from Max. I don't trust that guy. He's untrustworthy. Yeah, on his motor.
Mass production when? That is definitely when we get into phase 2 of crafting, which will probably be what I'm guessing is 5.4 or 5.5.
Yeah, it'll be towards the end, really. And the sad thing is, so it does cause some heartburn, right? Because we build our design tables out like, okay, and eventually this gap in the numbers will be covered by this system. And when that system's not online, it means there's a giant gap in the numbers. So that causes some pain, but I mean, the only other option is to build out the entire table or all the tables. How many tables do you have now?
For all the design tables?
All the design tables.
Oh, there's 70, like just
Yeah.
the different table, like
There's
easily
tables
70.
and tables and tables, right?
Right, and some of those, like the chess table has like 10,000 rows in it.
Right,
Okay.
exactly. So if you decided, well, I don't want the game to feel weird in the meantime, you'd have to build those tables only to trash them and build them again. So that
Correct.
doesn't seem like a good idea.
Even worse
either.
is from your perspective, we would be making giant changes that if you don't follow us, it'd be like giant nerfs. And
Right.
what are they doing? It's just like, no, we just never intended it to be that way.
Right.
But of course,
And it already feels that way, right? And that's with us trying to make it not feel that way. So that's what's weird about developing in front of a crowd that's actively trying to play the game
Right.
as you're developing. It's a very, very different and bizarre experience. So
yeah, we have these giant potholes, and we just assume in many cases that everyone knows what's supposed to go there.
right, it's like, all right, here's a giant pothole, so just steer around that. So
And yet, I'm sure they just boop, boop.
well, yeah, and it sucks. And so the response is, you guys, what the hell? This totally sucks. And it's like, yeah, no, we know.
We know.
We know. It's just a thing. We haven't gotten to it yet.
Yep.
So
All right. If I get an early access package, can I play now? Yes, there's.
you can. So there's actually 2 universes up right now, right? Eventually they will be designated for reals as live and test. Right now they're not.
Yep.
But there's one that is for really the earliest high dollar backers, and it's a very small number right now as we test it to get through the initial road bumps
Right.
that everyone would otherwise hit and be mad about. And that process is actually coming to a closure pretty soon here. I'm hoping that within the next week or so, like we'll start to let a much bigger group in, and it'll turn from a system test into an actual play test. The other one's been going for a while, and it's up right now, and you can log in right now. You can boot your EK, and that I'm hoping that within the next, say, couple months, it'll just be 24/7 in general, right? So there's always right now a lobby and EKs up.
Sure.
But I'm hoping it'll be lobby EKs and campaigns up all the time, and we'll see where it falls. But
great.
Why all the damage types? Too many damage types. Why all the damage types? Are there that many compared to other games?
If you just are slashing, crushing, and piercing instead of melee, maybe. But all games have fire, ice, and electric.
Poison.
Shadow, disease, right?
I don't know that it is that many compared to other games.
No, I mean, like, if you were to compare us to any other MMO.
I'm even trying to, I'm comparing it to Wizard 101, and Wizard 101 had, 8 or 10, or it had a pretty good number of damage types as well. So I don't actually know that there, I mean, it's a big list. I'm not saying it's on the light side, but is it overwhelming compared to other games? I don't know that that's actually true.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
So,
yeah,
and the reason there is because deeper systems like that with more branches gives you more variety and more variation. That's the reason for it.
Yeah, in fact, I can't think of a game that has a damage type, because most of them even have something just as simple as fire.
Yeah.
Right? Or fire and ice and electric.
Yeah, well, those three are the fire, ice, electric, poison are like the canonical original Diablo. Diablo 1 had those.
Sure.
Right? So yeah, I don't know. I mean, then having unholy damage and holy damage, that's pretty common. That's D&D has that, right? That's a fairly common thing. I think D&D also has thunder or sonic and light. So I don't know. That's a great question. I'm not sure where we fall on the spectrum. If you had to map number of variable damage types to game, my guess is you're probably right. We probably are heavy on the heavy side, but I don't think we're at the end of the spectrum. I don't know.
I don't even know that we're heavy. I think we're probably at the buy-in table.
You think so?
Yeah. I mean, really, when you think about it, it's just that a lot of the other ones on the defensive side, they group them under elemental or magical or physical. You can get protection against piercing, right? Or bleed.
That's an excellent question then. Hey, Blair, would we consider creating groups where you can get armor that may not be as good against fire, but it's good against elemental?
We actually already have those categories.
Why, we do?
Why, yes, we do. And you will start to realize that with the new character sheet.
Oh yeah, that's true. That'll help a lot.
Right.
I think part of this is actually understanding what the hell is going on in our system, and hopefully the character sheet, once it comes out with its nice charts and UI, will start to make that more apparent.
If you were to look at a piece of equipment right now, there's all those symbols on there, and you can't tooltip those symbols, and you may not have any idea what they are. So it may seem heavy. Once we actually have the sheet we demoed today, and there's a tooltip on each of the types, I don't think it's going to seem heavy at all.
Cool.
Yeah, look at all those D&D types. That is more than we have.
Are we going to add to the soundtrack? Yeah, I already covered that, but we are. In fact, well, it's not just one song, but it is a very small number right now. And I'm sitting on, I think, 4 new tracks from Nelson that he's waiting on me to give him feedback. And I just haven't had time since I got back from Ireland. So I think, did I send those to you?
I have not heard them yet.
We've got one new one in the trailer that's coming out.
I sent, I think, a couple to Gibson to take a listen to. Just one? Okay, well, I've got a few more. Okay. So anyway, yeah, soundtrack. We'll get to it. It's a thing. It's just, guys, you got to remember that our days when I walk in are I can think about the soundtrack, which I know we need to get to eventually, or I can think about how we're going to get the test environment set up, or how are we going to handle race class. Or there's only so much time.
Yep.
So we have to triage this stuff and take it in priority order. And so when somebody comes in with a question about music to me, yeah, I know it's super important, but it's not as super important.
It gets added over time.
It does, and we'll get there. And by the end, as the other stuff clears out, then we'll have more time to think about that. And I do want to make it great. I feel very strongly about my last couple games, like Wizard and Pirate, both. I thought the music turned out great, and it's the same composer. I think we'll get there. Just we're not there yet.
So far is
Yeah, we're just not there yet. So.
Okay. Buy the Shadowbane soundtrack pack.
Oh, the Shadowbane soundtrack is one of the ones. There's a couple songs from every game that I've ever done that are burned into for every game. There's like 2 or 3 tracks that are burned into my brain so badly that it's like scar tissue because I've heard them for so many repeats.
I think you
right?
gave me a track from
Nice.
the Shadowbane documentary.
Yeah,
So it
yeah.
probably plays over that.
Yeah, the Shadowbane. I've got the Shadowbane one. Wizard definitely has one.
Can you explain the origin of the infamous take bug? We don't talk about the take bug anymore. Yeah, that one was really easy. Once we figured it out, it was a global variable. Using a global variable rather than a local variable.
Oh, you remember the trees don't respawn bug? All of a sudden trees are, that turned out also to be similar, which was if anyone in the world was chopping a tree.
Yep. It
while
reset a
one
timer.
it reset the timer for all the trees.
Yep.
So that problem got worse and worse the more players got in. I think the take bug was similar. It was the same kind of thing.
Which is
Anybody
why
else,
we couldn't reproduce it locally because locally,
internally we only have 10 people playing. It seems fine.
even that on your own machine, it was only.
Oh right,
you.
and if you're playing on your own machine, there's one player.
Yeah, the trigger for the take bug was anybody on the world hit the abort button, and that basically meant that it was aborted for everybody the next time they hit the thing. It was just a global variable instead of a local variable. That's what you got to watch for. And it is 8 o'clock.
Are you not gonna drink? Okay, maybe you've had enough, I guess. All right.
Oh, thanks, Dad.
We're just looking out for you.
All right, that's it. Max is done drinking, so I think we're all done.
Thanks, guys.
All right, thanks, Jack. Thanks, Gibson.